Please join us in welcoming Mr. Joy. We request you to introduce him.
We are honored to introduce our panel moderator, Professor Vinayak Tripathi, an esteemed faculty member in the strategy area at XLRI Jamshedpur and a fellow from IIM Indore. Professor Vinayak's expertise lies at the intersection of organizational practices and societal change, with research focused on exploring how strategic actions can drive transformation in global organizations. We are fortunate to have him guide us through today's discussion on sustainable consulting, catalyzing long-term growth through purpose and profit. Over to you, Professor. The stage is all yours.
Turn a bit. I hope it doesn't affect you. Showing back is never a good thing to begin with. Thank you. Good morning everyone. I never imagined that 10 years ago something was sustainability and consulting. At 9:15 I'll see such an august presence of so many tower villages, faculties, students. As the theme of this session is, I would just take you maybe a 90-second, a very historical tour to how sustainability got into businesses and how it got into our classrooms. Those who are aware about the history, probably they need not to go back to that point, but for many of us, after the Second World War, there was a very, I would say, rock star chemical which allowed countries to win war. Not win war, but also prevent happening of malaria and many diseases to the soldiers, those who were fighting. The chemical which was responsible for it was manufactured by a company which made almost $1 billion in that point in time. Little did we know that that chemical enters into the biological chain, the ecosystem, and affected the many aquatic and as well as the aerial parks buildings. A scholar known as Rachel Carson wrote a book on a very dangerous effect of that chemical into the living ecosystem, and she said, why should we not ban this chemical? Can you imagine how $1 billion chemical produced by a farm will all of a sudden go out of the sales in the market? That was the real first challenge when businesses found that what they produce cannot go on. In 1972, EPA actually banned that chemical. Unfortunately, for many parts of the world, it did not happen. And the Rachel Carson's book named as Silent Spring. Silent Spring became the first real shocker for the world to know that the way businesses are being done cannot go on. From that day, 1972, we are talking in 2024, in 52 years' time, businesses have moved. 1986, we wrote our Bernstein Commission report, which said there is a common future. And that common future includes not just us, for everyone. With so many developments in 1992, Rio, and then finally in 2015, we do see sustainability is no longer just as a business as usual or good to have things. On this little historical pretext, I welcome all my panelists and will deep dive through their experience to understand how this new word called sustainability and consulting also has a history to say 1969 when Bruce Anderson came with one of the frameworks. We teach a strategy through frameworks which consultants and consulting history has given to us. It's a merger of these two. How businesses should run in the world today, which is so much affected by everything that is happening to our ecosystem, and how consulting, so-called the knowledge partners of the businesses, will actually enter these two. So again, to start the first set of, say, a very introductory remark, I'll request each of my panelists to briefly introduce their own connect with the consulting and the sustainability, and how they look at it and how they have traveled and seen this journey so far into their own personal ways as well. So I'll request, maybe we can begin from this side. You have last person. Yeah, so, it will be good to have you back. And just to remind, he's the alumni of this place, so it was quite nostalgic interacting with him. Welcome back.
Hello. First of all, thank you, Professor. So, my name is Joy Prakash Sumani. After my graduation from ITBHU, which is now called IIT Varanasi, in metallurgical engineering, I joined Tata Steel. So, I have been in the area of supply chain, core manufacturing operations, and what more can be a possible opportunity to invite the concepts of sustainability. And those who can recall the old advertisements of Tata Steel, many things were shown on those TV ads, and the last line was, "We also make steel." So I think that hit me what could be the definition of so-called the jargon of today purpose. Those days it was actually already in place. And post that, I am now part of Infosys Consulting, and Infosys again has been pioneer in lot of initiatives with respect to sustainability. So this is how I am getting to know this domain more and more, and look forward to talking with you. Thank you.
My name is Maheshan. I grew up in a very small village in Kerala, and you know about Kerala. It's a pretty green, and it is the highest among all 17 SDGs in India, right? And it's pretty much comparable to the European countries. So people say that the place you grew up lives in you, right? That's how I closely associated with sustainability. Well, after graduating in mechanical engineering, I joined in a company in Gujarat, which is called Sterlite, and built a huge refinery, a greenfield refinery, and then commissioned the refinery, then implemented SAP. That's how I ended up in consulting work. And then from there on, I traveled across Middle East, California, Texas, working with several Fortune 500 in the journey of digital transformation. And mostly I worked with industrial clients, and particularly in oil and gas and energy. So oil and gas energy, was the forefront of energy and fossil fuel, and they are playing crucial role in the energy transition. Maybe as we move forward, we'll get into my area of field and how technology is helping to transform sustainability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very good morning, everyone. And first of all, thank you so much for having us here. It's a pleasure. Just a quick introduction about me. My name is Ritika Mathur. I am a partner in business transformation, and my core focus is human capital consulting, or people advisory, as some might call it. The area, or rather the sectors that I work very closely with, are industrials, metal and mining, and manufacturing per se. In people consulting, oftentimes when you talk about it, right, one would really think, where does sustainability even come into picture when you talk about people consulting? And I reflected upon it when the institute called upon me to talk about sustainability in consulting. And one of the things that I realized is, no matter what part of business strategy that you are really advising upon, sustainability has really become a variable that forms a part of every conversation. So for example, for me, when I'm working with, let's say, a Tata Steel or a General Steel, right, and I do a lot of work in defining scorecards for individuals within those organizations for their performance evaluation. And on a single conversation I have with CXOs that doesn't involve the conversation around how are we ensuring we are educating our people around sustainability, how are we ensuring that we are evaluating them on whether they have met with sustainability initiatives or not, and how are we training them to understand the broad domain of sustainability. So the limited point that I would like to make here, and we will talk about a bit more as we go along, but it's not a word that is only limited to certain kind of consultants or only the sustainability consultants in the world today. It's much like AI. Sustainability is a topic that all of us, no matter what part of consulting you are in, really need to understand and talk about, because it forms in some form or the other a part of all the aspects of the functions that we are really consulting around. And I would love to talk more with my panelists and with the group here about how we enable that as consultants.
Thank you. Look forward to.
Hi, Shubha, first and foremost, thank you. Somebody pronounced my name right while introducing me, Shubha. Yeah, so Shubha. Yeah, so my book starts where everybody's work ends. So sustainability, a very often used word and also abused word. Everybody talk to any CX or any development sector, the first thing they say, yeah, that's something good to do. You talk about consulting, most of them will come back and say, yeah, good to know. So once you are done with the good to do and good to know, then comes how do you do it. And that's where the do tank comes in behavioral science based. So what does BIAS do? BIAS is a collaboration between the academy, the private sector and policy influencers. If you're in the business of citizens' behavior, if you're in the business of organizations' behavior, if you're in the business of consumers' behavior or policy influencing, then that's where we come into the picture. We try to use behavioral sciences, the nudge word which is so popular these days. Yeah, everybody talks about nudging. Yeah. So we are a group of behavioral scientists who try to bridge this intent action here to accelerate the sustainability initiative impacts. That's what we do. Okay, that's it.
I guess we have. Thank you for this introduction and tell me I've been into academia. I used to teach on environmental sciences, microbiology and biotechnology, so very closely studied how things influences communities and societies. And I teach strategies for grand challenges, literally converting a lot of SDGs and how grassroots communities and organizations can work together to tackle some of those. But nonetheless, moving to the first, probably a very serious aspect that we see all the panelists have. Shubha, probably beginning from again that joy that you spoke of. Whenever we discuss sustainability, we talk about how to go about doing it. Don't tell me the theory of getting it done is what we often hear about. And in your experience, how firms actually engage with their value chain and their different processes, raw material processing, and how it is important when we are moving further into the sustainability journey of the world. What was the, the different paradigms associated with the processes that a firm does, and how consultants engage with getting it done inside a firm? What has been your experience and what has been your guiding thoughts on consulting and the improving the processes towards more sustainable ways?
Absolutely. So, as consultants, when we look into supply chain streamlining for our clients, so we actually align with few specific factors. Every business is mandated to make profit. Okay, so let's be very clear. Profit, revenue minus cost. So two parameters come into play. Third is compliance. Now compliance cannot be violated even if it means that we need to forego a part of our profit. So that compliance is the first trigger. What all elements are to be considered. So now coming to your question specifically, in the context of the supply chain operations, the first thing is that we get the raw materials. And I'm keeping it as simple as I can. Okay, I hate jargons. So when we get the raw materials, so we need to understand to what extent we can do local sourcing. Because there is a huge kind of definitely a cost advantage if we get the right kind of local suppliers. Secondly, we are actually cutting down drastically on the transportation element. And transportation is one of the big contributors that can disturb the ecosystem. Second is, when the product is getting designed, is there a way we can think of standardization of various components? Now why I say so? Because standardization means there is an opportunity to repurpose certain components across multiple products. I can stay with little bit lower degree of inventory to the extent possible. So all of this, because if I'm storing inventory means I have a warehouse space. I am having consumption of utilities to maintain that huge inventory. So we have to start thinking in very simple terms where all things can be made simpler, shorter, and that will be the triggers, and that is how we get the triggers. The third is we also look into like how we can I think again there's a jargon in today's world called circular supply chain, okay, which actually has been a practice, like I can recall in my Tata Steel days, 2 decades back, those practices were actually there. So how we can get back certain components, reclaim certain parts out of it, refurbish it, reuse it, so that is another aspect that the supply chains can do. So this is on the sourcing side of things. And as we talk, we will talk about actually in the manufacturing operations, what are certain good practices or leading in class practices that many of the companies are trying to adopt. I end with one thought process. We have to be practical. There could be a wish list, and yesterday over dinner along with professor and all panelists we were talking about the concept of green cement or something. Can it happen? So we have to be very practical, what is achievable. So as we call, what is feasible, second is what is viable, and then what is something that can be prioritized. So it is not that it is a nice word, okay, it is a fashion statement, sustainability, and we just jump into it. Let's take baby steps, and yes, gradually companies will be there. That is what my 2 cents of thinking is.
Well, I think this is a very, if you say in a nutshell, but just got rest is very central theme into sustainability transition when we talk about the consulting world. It comes to how to get it done. And getting it done doesn't have just one magic wand that you do it and it will be solved. There are multiple stages and probably horizontally and vertically it influences everywhere. So, well said, probably will be summarizing some of these key takeaways of this round. So mention in your experience when you were talking about technology and sustainability, probably 2 most, in Google search, if you go and search about the businesses, technology and sustainability probably will get searched into top 2 words today. So probably beginning from that, representing that, how technology can be an enabler, our technologies are yet not there, or there can be future technological ways in which we can move into a sustainable ways of doing businesses. And then specifically relating it to the consulting world's role into enabling technologies as a driver for a sustainable transition. So what has been your experience of working on the technology interface with the sustainability? That's something which you have been doing all along.
Absolutely. So before going to technology, I will quote a research. IBM has a research division called IBM Research, and it publishes some of the worldwide research. So I'll quote some of the research from IBM Institute of Business Value. In fact, a couple of years back, it was conducted a survey across 35 countries, 20,000 people. It's to understand how consumers behave in line with that topic, right? So the questions were around how do you treat sustainability? And how much importance you give to sustainability when you buy something? And how much importance you give even shifting a job from a sustainability standpoint? So all the questions, a very interesting response and percentage. And then the second survey about 2,500 CXOs were interviewed about 22 industries, cross industries, worldwide. So from there, what is their priority on ESG? What is their focus on the business strategy from a sustainability standpoint? How fast they are planning to implement? All those details are done. So there are 2 distinct facts that is coming very clearly. Number one, it is found that about 45% of the companies is seeing more profitable who are having very ESG credentials, right? But while they are all accepting there is a challenge from ambition to action. But 90% have designed or decided on sustainability goal, right? The Paris Agreement by some of them by 2030, some of them by 2050. But all of them have a clear ESG goals, right? From a consumer perspective, about 60-65% of the consumer are prioritizing their buying pattern.
Okay.
They either strongly agree or very strongly into it, prioritizing their buying decision, and even by changing job, people would like to consider organization which is high on sustainability. These are some of the research finding across the board. So which really states that worldwide there is a significant moment journey towards sustainability and NCA.
Can I pause you a bit? How many of us in this class actually will change jobs on the basis of matrices of their employers? I mean, from the student side, if I can say. How many of you think sustainability will be a metric where you are actually going for? Let's have a reality check. Yeah.
So it may not be worldwide percentage, but there is
No,
still a
this is something what we are talking about. What is global? Is it local here or not?
Right.
Is it catching up or not? Whenever we talk about sustainability in our context, say we are slightly behind. Okay, yeah, please.
Yeah, so another fact very clearly from business leaders, they called out poor data, right? Most of them wanted to do, but data is one of the key aspects in the sustainability, right? How do you monitor? How do you define? How do you monitor? How do you track all parameters across the value chain in the organization, right? So data is going to be the most critical in the journey towards sustainability according to the survey. There are many other points, but I'll probably cover a little bit on the technology side, right? So since I work largely on oil and gas, if you really look at the value chain of oil and gas, there's an exploration, there's a drilling, the midstream oil transmission to refineries and then refining, marketing. All these functions really very important from a sustainability perspective, because if you look at fossil fuel contribute to the highest from a sustainability or carbon emission perspective. All of these companies have a very clear target how you move from a very large carbon intensive fuel low carbon alternative. So when you look at the value chain of the whole oil and gas companies, what we realized is these data capture is across different disparate systems. So it is becoming extremely challenging to identify and track this data across different countries, different systems. And hence, it plays a crucial role how you capture. For example, most of the organizational data is in SAP. But there are so much of sensors data on the ground. How do you get a sensor data to, for example, there are, boiler data, emission data, and then efficiency data from each of the operations, right? So one biggest challenge is how you get an operational data into IT data, and then report in line with the sustainability standard. So the biggest technological advancement, as you all know, ever since ChatGPT has introduced in the world, right? This is the one technology which touched 1 million user base in 5 days. Instagram took probably months, and Netflix took years, right? So generative AI is really shaping how we can really change the game of sustainability. Maybe I'll dive more into that as we
Absolutely,
move
look forward
but
to, yeah.
I'm just connecting industry and sustainability and technology.
Yeah, so actually this is a very important parameter to understand. If sustainability has to be driven by the end consumer-led demand, if consumers are not looking for it, why will we be making it? And the moving imperative, if people, those who are doing it, if they don't find any incentive, why they will be doing it? And in this process of between serving what people want and what can be done, technology is a big enabler, and particularly the Gen AI that we will be talking as per to the next round of discussion, and how this is shaping on the this movement of firms becoming more sustainable in consulting world. So thank you, and moving on to our third panelist on this. So if you are clearly listening on what something is being said here, from the processes that a firm does to what consumers demand, how technology can facilitate firms. And third very important aspect, after all, sustainability is about people and by the people, as we have often been finding. And most of the leaders do find that unless everybody goes along or gets along into a form about sustainability, it cannot be achieved internally by the firm. So, building it from that lens, that how much as a consulting firm do you see your future of the consulting as a business actually have the leverage or get into an organizational inside culture to think that sustainability is here to stay and it can be done. So what are the people's perspective inside the organization into the consulting work that you see?
I think two things here. So first, let's take a step back and understand, what what sustainability really means for each of us, right? And that's somewhere I feel often as companies, we miss the boat in really defining sustainability in a context for us, right? So for example, whenever we think sustainability, we generally think of production companies looking at whether they are achieving the net zero targets or not, whether they are creating processes which are ensuring emissions are in control as well. And when it remains to that level, of times it doesn't really cascade down to people on the ground, right? So even if you're working, for example, with a manufacturing firm which has got a production department, only a production department within that organization is not contributing to your carbon footprint, right? It will be people like you and me, for example, who will be sitting there, even in a finance department or in an HR department or IT department or marketing, for example, right? And the reason why that disconnect really happens is that at the top, often we have not really defined what sustainability means for us in a larger purpose, in a larger strategy. So the first step that we as consultants often really get is actually creating that understanding of sustainability as a value system within the organization, because then that gets captured in the culture and we start talking in that language so that it really cascades down for me sitting in any department in the organization to understand, okay, how can I contribute? The second part which also comes into picture is, are you holding people accountable, right? And I touched upon it in my introduction. In most organizations that we are working with, at least the organizations which have a direct impact on the overall environmental norms, they are asking us to create either initiatives or performance indicators which can hold their people accountable in ensuring at least it's something that is front of their mind, right? The fact that they have an impact on the overall sustainability measures, on the impact on environment, on the impact on on the society in general. And that's where we are seeing the difference. First, we are defining what matters, and then we are measuring what matters by way of actually incorporating it in our scorecards. So by that perspective, in my observation, things have changed. I think the area where we are significantly lacking is the awareness and education about what even impacts our carbon footprint. So I don't know how many of you are aware. How many of you use ChatGPT? Everybody, right? Do you know how many energy units does a ChatGPT consume as opposed to a normal Google search? A normal Google search will consume 4 units of energy. ChatGPT consumes 70 units, right? And I don't think most of us, including me, I did not know this information some time back, and it completely opened my mind. Small things that we do, right? All of that has so much impact on our energy consumption, on our carbon footprint. And where we are significantly lacking behind is that education in our people, within our organizations, on what we can do to actually reduce that. And also incentivize, because if I am sitting in a marketing department, only I am aware of what all things I am doing which is impacting that carbon footprint, and therefore I should be given that incentive to really start thinking about where is it that I can innovate to reduce that carbon footprint. So the two areas that we really need to as organizations get better at is A, educating and training our people in understanding what are the variables that are impacting our carbon footprint. And second, incentivizing people to think sustainability first and work on innovation from there, in relooking at the way we are doing our processes, the way we are working, to be able to actually incorporate that. Yeah.
Thank you. Probably we'll summarize this entire discussion maybe one round, and I'm looking up to actually use someone who touches almost all the interfaces of sustainability, from policy to academia to practice, and touching it through the behavioral aspects of it. So what would be your, I'd say 30,000 feet view onto these different aspects or these different dimensions, looking at sustainability from a consulting firm's perspective?
Okay, so I like this quote from Charlie Chaplin. Yeah. He says, life is a tragedy when you look at it from a close-up, but when you take a long shot, it's a comedy. I can say the same about sustainability. Okay, when you're at the grassroots level, you do see how things are different. Okay, and let's talk about some of the things I touch about it. Yeah. But once you take a 30,000 feet and you look at the strategy, you see that there are certain inherent issues with sustainability as a concept. So it's all good to hear all these things, but let's talk about it for a minute, and I just want to be the devil's advocate. First, sustainability is a very abstract concept. Even United Nations experts do not have an accurate definition about what is sustainability. B, sustainability definition, as we can see, it keeps changing depending on organization, industry, category, people, sector, regulatory environment, it keeps changing. Okay, so it's abstract, so it's very difficult to work that. So let's come to the B, ABC, I'll talk about ABC. The base is a very biased concept. Why is it concept? Because the second half of sustainability is development, and the origin of sustainability was an economic concept of limit to growth. Now, it's very easy to say purpose with profit, okay? But the moment you talk about nations, the moment you talk about industries, the moment you talk about it, yeah, that it is an antithesis of economic growth. And who defines it? Is it something that the developed economies will come and tell us that, okay, don't use coal, but you know coal leads to electricity, coal runs the company, coal runs the GDP. So who dictates bias? And within, even if I'm talking about economic development versus sustainable development, the second level of bias is even more complex. It is within sustainability. Now let me give you an example. Yeah, all of us, all consultants, many of you would be hearing this word diversity. Okay, SDG 5 talks about gender. Now can any one of you tell me what is one evil outcome of this gender-based diversity? There are many other diversities which get sidelined because of this. Regional representation, sexual orientation, Tier 2 education, people who do not have access to the Ivy Leagues. So I keep giving this example. Would a topper from a Karnal University be any less than bottom 10 of an Ivy League? But would your organization give them a chance? So these are other aspects. So what happens, the bigger point I'm trying to drive is that within the SDGs, invariably consultants, organizations, nations will do the cherry picking and they'll go for the easier fruits to pluck. So that's the B part of it, the biases that we have to overcome. The C part of it is that it's a very complex domain to handle. All organizations would have a public policy wing, and within this public policy, we will embed some sustainability experts, and that sustainability experts invariably would then be put in a cross-functional team. Okay. However, in reality, to drive things from a behavioral part of it, whether it's organization's behavior or a citizen's behavior, is much more complex. We all are worried about the rich becoming richer and the poor becoming poorer. Let's talk about a very simple show of hands. When was the last time when you got a raise or you earned profits in your organization, you gave the same percentage to your driver to a help? Not in absolute terms, but in terms of percentage terms. Most probably did, the same percentage. Now inequality of income or a K-shape is a very fancy word that economists would say, but in your life, that's how it translates to. All this talks about we are sustainable consumers. When was the last time when you walked into a shopping mall you try to find out where was this sweatshop, okay? Where did it come from? What was the minimum wages thing? Nobody looks at those things. And it's counterintuitive. Apparel industry uses more energy and has a larger carbon footprint than aviation and shipping taken together. And the tragedy of the apparel industry is that that's one thing that we all buy is the most underutilized item, because you don't wear the same clothes every day. So I just will sum it up by saying ABC is abstract. There are huge amount of biases within it, and it's very complex at a behavioral level, whether it's organizational behavior, 30,000 feet, or citizens' behavior. Okay, that's it.
No, I never thought about the ABC in this way, and I wish in the process of discussion we find maybe biases is something which I will translate it into more consumable term like paradoxes. And probably if we are aware about the paradoxes better and the biases implicitly assume there are choices which we make without knowing that we are making wrong choices. So probably more information and understanding it, there are difficult choices to make, probably will help. Now, if you have been listening carefully, all our speakers have actually touched upon very different aspects of consulting. In relation to the modern day business practices, if you think about how to get it done, it is not one thing to get it done. There has been a long history, more than over 100 years, that how, or maybe more, over a couple of centuries even, how these processes have come to be here. You're not going to change processes maybe in a 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years time. What has been perfected over 100-year time, I don't think these processes are going to change, and obviously there are going to be challenges. Even if data suggests that there is a demand, will firms be quick enough, will firms find reasons and means and mechanisms to actually transition that quickly? And the third thing, that the people's perspective, that it is ultimately by the people that sustainability goals and everything has to be achieved. So ultimately the people in the organization and people beyond it also matters. And understanding the abstraction of sustainability, I couldn't have agreed more. Sustainability depends on where you are standing. If you're teaching sustainability in strategy, I would say, tell me how will I continue making my profits at the same ratio I have been making. For me, it's about sustainable profits that I'm looking at. Somebody in environmental sciences will say, no, I'm looking more at ecological things that I'm looking at. So where you are standing defines how you want to understand sustainability. And this is the biggest challenge for any consultant or any consulting firm, to come up with a definition or a working definition for the clients, those who are actually seeking the help. So if we take this second route or second round on this, that for a consulting firm or a consultant, when they go into the field with their own expertise and experience and they reach to a client, and Shubhu probably, Joy, beginning from your end only, when you get into actual project mode of consulting around an organizational processes, what is that you think have been driven by your sustainability thought processes, the organizational reality and the organizational aim or mission to achieve that? Particularly from the processes that a firm should be doing in order to achieve their sustainability goals. And obviously, when they are doing it, what is guiding them? If it is a competitive advantage or just a sustainable compliance, then probably as a consulting firm, I would look up to knowing that inside of a consultant's mind when you go out there and make those decisions and write those projects.
So, sustainability, this is not just about environment. Sustain, maintain, retain, okay. So these are all, like I would say, similar words. So it is also how do I sustain the experience of the stakeholders running the business. Who are the stakeholders? Suppliers, customers, and third one, employees. So that is one aspect, if we start from, that actually helps get the attention of many of our stakeholders, of our clients that we consult. I'm using the word client here because in consulting it is consultant-client kind of a partnership relationship. Now, we have to figure out a way how do we simplify this definition of sustainability, at least that the stakeholders can understand. Most of them understand this carbon emission, okay, net zero, all those buzzwords. So they may or may not relate. So the easier way at times that we try, at least I've tried it out in many situations, we talk of streamlining, we talk of value engineer, because in a manufacturing context or a supply chain context, a very big challenge or element is turnaround time and cost. So get the right thing at the right place at the quickest possible time and the right quality. So when we are thinking of the triggers for value engineering, actually that is where some of the triggers can actually certainly cover the aspect of sustainability also. Now let me take an example. We are talking of running a machine. We are talking of how much we can get uptime of the machine. So for that, what do? We do predictive maintenance. Okay, so we monitor the condition of the machine, we understand the various parameters, and based on that we decide when do we need to shut down the machine before it can break down. Now, how does it help? So especially in the context of certain manufacturing operations, where things are moving sequentially across multiple machines, and suppose X kgs of that material has been half processed, and then in the next machine, the machine breaks down. So what happens? That entire X kgs can actually become a waste. Imagine the huge amount of, forget the cost element, the huge amount of energy consumption, machine operations consumptions, heat generation, all of those emissions and all of those things coming into play. So this is one right example. Similarly, when we talk of various value engineering aspects, we can make it practical for our stakeholders with our client companies that these are certain aspects that we're looking at. The second thing, which personally I am a big supporter of, that sustainability is not only a responsibility of a corporate, it is also of each individual among us. Can we decide that, okay, one day a week we will take public commute? It may be inconvenience. Can we at least commit to that? Can we decide that I will use one less tissue paper a day? Or if not, can I carry a handkerchief instead of issuing the tissue paper? So small things if we start, like I really love that there are no plastic bottles. Okay, so companies are adopting, okay, why I have to go for something which I cannot consume fully. So the big element of sustainability is that something which is left over, and left over for bad, left over that disturbs the environment ecosystem. The classic case of plastic bottles. So the second element that I wanted to end up with, that it is not only just the corporate, it is also each one of us as individuals. If we can give our 2 bits, 8 billion population in the world, imagine the kind of, I would say, multiplication or the big impact. Thank you.
Yeah, probably just a question to this before we take on to when you actually approach any firm which actually assigns. What is the very first thing that you actually analyze about a firm's current processes and moving it to their next level of desirable output? As you said about the value engineering, to what extent this value engineering component which is present or not present, how you go about looking at the value engineering prospects into a prospective client and you connect it to the achievable goal. It's good to have not, but actually it's a practical thing. So the practicability of the value engineering, and the second part which you speak about the behavioral change, I think we'll discuss a little more on that part. But the value engineering, is it not a process improvement that can be done, or is it something that we find that sustainability brings this new imperative and we have to start thinking about each of these steps that a firm does and make people mindful about that?
Absolutely. So the trigger for value engineering is not sustainability, okay, because people may not appreciate it. Let us be very honest about it. Again, as I keep telling, business means make money. Okay, that is the first motto. Okay, if somebody says no, we are doing business for charity and all, I won't believe it. So when we have to make money means profit. Profit is revenue minus cost. So there are 20 ways people are trying to get market share. Okay, premium, brand recognition, and all of those things. So there is one side of things. So if I have to increase the profit, I have to increase the delta between revenue and cost. So the next thing comes is the cost, and that cost reduction becomes a trigger. So it is a very simple word, but trust me, this word was valuable 50 years back. This word is valuable now, and the cost reduction word will be valuable even a century later also. So that triggers, Professor, the value engineering aspect. And while we are thinking of value engineering, that is where if we can start relating that if I do something which benefits the environment also and the cost also, those cases become the first case or priority cases. The second is, yes, it is the ethical aspect that comes into play, and people, organizations, they are definitely accepting some of the elements which may probably at a bit of cost to this initial extent, but people think of the larger benefit and they adopt it. And this is something we have seen in very, like Shubho mentioned about the apparel industry. Apparel industry actually is really trying hard to modernize many things, leverage of certain technology aspects, because the kind of wastages that happen in apparel, it is mind-boggling. Okay, I'm not getting into the stats of things. So that is where, to summarize, cost reduction is the big trigger, and as people get used to how to imbibe certain elements of cost reduction where sustainability also can play an impact, there could be certain other aspects, even though it may not have an impact on cost, people have been adopting that.
Okay, I think this is something which we're literally stretching for a reason. Often we hear that sustainability for a skeptical reason, there is no business case for it. And if there is no business case for it, why should I be moving and doing towards it? Probably in our next round, thinking about making that business case for sustainability through one of the steps that you just mentioned. And moving further, probably we'll take to other views on this as well. So Mahesh, in your experience, you were, yes, absolutely. In your experience, when you were actually describing about where you live influences how you look at the world, similarly applies to the businesses, the way they have been behaving for so long, how that they are going to change when they are finding a new reality, and the element of technological element into that again. So history of the businesses with the technology and with the current thing that you spoke about, if you can help in unraveling that aspect, intersection of technology, sustainability in the businesses.
Absolutely. So maybe I'll start with a question. There is one company that is transformed auto industry forever. Can you name? Absolutely. So, yeah, very valid point. So maybe before coming to that, I'll explain about Tesla, because I one point in time I was living in California, not very far from Tesla factory. It's absolutely amazing car. Every one car out of 10 in California is a Tesla car, right? So it was really disrupted the auto industry. If you look at the challenge, many traditional IC combustion engine automakers are transitioning to electric, but most of them are not really successful. Tesla really transformed the way it is designed, the way battery technology is, the way solar and charging, the whole concept of electrical vehicle has really transformed by Tesla. And it is about 1 trillion. It's valued at 1 trillion. But like you said, last quarter, September, another company called BYD, it has surpassed the sale of Tesla worldwide. BYD, I don't know how many of you know BYD. It is Build Your Dream. It's a Chinese company, established in 1995 as a battery company. And it is one of the largest battery makers in the world, including your mobile phones. This company has again, transformed and overtaken Tesla sales worldwide. So what these two says is really, both these companies have a very clear purpose over profit, right? They're very clear in redefining the way vehicle emissions across the world, how they move from an IC combustion engine to electric engines. In fact, about 10% of the worldwide emissions are coming from cars. So you can see a significant shift from emission from vehicular emission to electricity. Now coming back, I work with one of the largest GCC R&D center in Bangalore, who is into luxury car making. And I don't know how many of you have heard, Tesla introduced software-defined vehicle. Any of you have heard about software-defined vehicle? Basically, you can change everything over the cloud. You can upgrade the vehicle. You can change the telematics. Literally, vehicles are moving like a mobile phone as you move forward, right? So, what I really experience is, how IT consulting is helping this transition is the question. So, in line with, it's not one area that is particularly, focused, but if you look at the entire value chain, like you said, HR, finance, manufacturing, all of them are contributing a part towards the journey. It's not a standalone from a consulting perspective also, it's not one vertical was just focused on sustainability. It cut across the organization, including HR. And again, how do you address from a consulting practices perspective, right? So it's not one technology will really help energy transition or meeting the sustainability goal. So if you look at all technology practices, maybe SAP, data analytics, or Industry 4.0, all of them have a little bit of contribution towards driving these, transformation. So maybe, these are from a consulting perspective, right? How we embed sustainability in every offering that we present to client, right? For example, it is a S4 HANA transformation. Let's take it, that's one of the largest transformation happening today for next 3 years. So if we start embedding our sustainability agenda, which is in line with our board or CEO commitment, there is a higher chance of convincing or winning the whole proposal, right? It is not an additional cost, but you're embedding sustainability as part of the anything that is happening within the IT organization. We'll take a pause, maybe get deep dive as we move forward.
Quite interesting Tesla example. Actually, I can share some of the experiences. I was running last year a group of students thinking about is the future of mobility autonomous vehicles. And if autonomous vehicles is the future of the mobility, how we see that the present industry will change to the future from the industry, what will happen to that? So we have started asking those imaginative questions of future because we are talking. Internal combustion engine and EV, it has almost, while technology was up there, Tesla's appearance, I think after 50 years in US stock market, somebody on the basis of new listing happened actually into a mobility sector. So obviously when we talk about the technology and the new firms or new businesses doing this, both of these firms are not even 20-30-year-old. So obviously when it comes to the consulting and consultants business relationship, we are not essentially just reflecting to
actually reduce that and also incentivize, because if I am sitting in a marketing department, only I am aware of what all things I am doing which is impacting that carbon footprint, and therefore I should be given that incentive to really start thinking about where is it that I can innovate to reduce that carbon footprint. So the two areas that we really need to as organizations get better at is A, educating and training our people in understanding what are the variables that are impacting our carbon footprint, and second, incentivizing people to think sustainability first and work on innovation from there, in relooking at the way we are doing our processes, the way we are working, to be able to actually incorporate that. Yeah.
Thank you. Probably we'll summarize this entire discussion, maybe one round, and I'm looking up to actually use someone who touches almost all the interfaces of sustainability, from policy to academia to practice, and touching it through the behavioral aspects of it. So what could be your, let's say 30,000 feet view onto these different aspects or these different dimensions, looking at sustainability from a consulting firm's perspective?
Okay, so I like this quote from Charlie Chaplin. He says life is a tragedy when you look at it from a close-up, but when you take a long shot, it's a comedy. I can say the same about sustainability. Okay, when you're at the grassroots level, you do see how things are different. Okay, and let's talk about some of the things I touch about it. Yeah, but once you take a 30,000 feet and you look at the strategy, you see that there are certain inherent issues with sustainability as a concept. So it's all good to hear all these things, but let's talk about it for a minute, and I just want to be the devil's advocate. First, sustainability is a very abstract concept. Even United Nations experts do not have an accurate definition about what is sustainability. B, sustainability definition, as we can see, it keeps changing depending on organization, industry, category, people, sector, regulatory environment, it keeps changing. Okay, so it's abstract, so it's very difficult to work that. So let's come to the B, ABC, I'll talk about ABC. The base is a very biased concept. Why is it concept? Because the second half of sustainability is development, and the origin of sustainability was an economic concept of limit to growth. Now it's very easy to say purpose with profit, okay? But the moment you talk about nations, the moment you talk about industries, the moment you talk about it, yeah, that it is an antithesis of economic growth. And who defines it? Is it something that the developed economies will come and tell us that, okay, don't use coal, but you know coal leads to electricity, coal runs the company, coal runs the GDP. So who dictates bias? And within, even if I'm talking about economic development versus sustainable development, the second level of bias is even more complex. It is within sustainability. Now let me give you an example. Yeah, all of us, all consultants, many of you would be hearing this word diversity. Okay, SDG 5 talks about gender. Now can any one of you tell me what is one evil outcome of this gender-based diversity? There are many other diversities which get sidelined because of this. Regional representation, sexual orientation, Tier 2 education, people who do not have access to the Ivy Leagues. So I keep giving this example. Would a topper from a Karnal university be any less than bottom 10 of an Ivy League? But would your organization give them a chance? So these are other aspects. So what happens, the bigger point I'm trying to drive is that within the SDGs, invariably consultants, organizations, nations will do the cherry picking and they'll go for the easier fruits to pluck. So that's the B part of it, the biases that we have to overcome. The C part of it is that it's a very complex domain to handle. All organizations would have a public policy wing, and within this public policy, we will embed some sustainability experts, and that sustainability experts invariably would then be put in a cross-functional team. Okay. However, in reality, to drive things from a behavioral part of it, whether it's organization's behavior or a citizen's behavior, is much more complex. We all are worried about the rich becoming richer and the poor becoming poorer. Let's talk about a very simple show of hands. When was the last time when you got a raise or you earned profits in your organization, you gave the same percentage to your driver to a help? Not in absolute terms, but in terms of percentage terms. Most probably didn't. The same percentage. Now inequality of income or a K-shape is a very fancy word that economists would say, but in your life, that's how it translates to. All this talks about we are sustainable consumers. When was the last time when you walked into a shopping mall, you tried to find out where was this sweatshop? Okay, where did it come from? What was the minimum wages thing? Nobody looks at those things.
Creating a fit for future organization which doesn't need to go through another transformation initiative 5 years down the line, because today you didn't think about what could change, right? So as consultants, that's the first step for us, really understanding what's the context, where is it that businesses would benefit from a bottom line as well as from a top line perspective when we talk sustainability. Once you have done that, then it's an easier conversation for you to have when you are cascading, first when you're defining those metrics, and then eventually when you're cascading them down to people. Because now you can talk to them about why it makes sense from them as professionals to be actually adopting those. So that's on the definition side. I think the challenge often that comes is, as MBA professionals, all of you understand the term of managing tensions with an organization, right? One of the biggest tension that you have to manage on a day in, day out basis is long-term growth versus short-term profit. You can't have a mechanism, a performance evaluation mechanism wherein you say that you would like for you to think sustainability first, but you penalize people when they take measures like not working with a supplier or a client which has unethical practices. You really need to create that safety net, that fail-safe mechanism within your performance evaluation wherein you are allowing people to be able to make those calls because you know it makes sense on a long-term basis, and that flows from the top. That is where your business leaders really need to be, and as consultants that's our role in really advising and making those business leaders aware that these dynamics will exist in your organization which you actually have to work around, right? So creating that safety net which is built in within your mechanism is very important, because otherwise in one cycle of performance evaluation when people will see examples of others being pulled up because they took a strategic call but actually impacted profit, it will falter in that first cycle itself. And then the third thing I think is, often when we talk about concepts like sustainability, we talk very big metrics, we talk carbon neutral, we talk about basically 30,000 feet view. But the point is, there are small measures that actually impact those metrics which will have a long-lasting impact but over a course of time. Are we really creating rewards and recognition mechanism in identifying those and recognizing it at an organizational level, which then incentivizes people to start thinking in that direction, right? Whenever you're doing change management within an organization, which is adopting these interventions, you need to identify your change champions, and those change champions are the ones which you can make examples of, right? But then the mechanism has to be institutionally built where you have actually created opportunities for you to identify how those small mechanisms of, so I'll give you an example, right? One of our clients, they started recognizing departments which have adopted innovative measures of sustainability. And the first people to actually get recognized were actually the HR department, because they started a small campaign that during induction, everybody who joins in new, they're planting a tree in their name. It's a very simple act. It's a very simple thing, right? And one would think, what's so innovative about it? Nothing is innovative about it unless you start thinking, okay, this is a department, or these are people who are now thinking about how in every process that I work, I am actually adopting a green measure, right? And I think as organizations institutionally, those are the opportunities that you really need to identify, recognize and reward at a forum so that people start thinking that way. So I think if you organizationally think of these things, one, just to summarize, one is at a strategic level, are you identifying what will be your measures? Second, are you creating a safety net which is not penalizing people for actually taking that long-term call? And third is small interventions being recognized and rewarded at a forum so you can create that momentum of change within the organization. Yeah.
Well said. I think summarizing it from taking it drilling down from a macro to a micro level. Subho, actually, I was intrigued by the description of what you do is do tank. They say this is the time when we just don't need too many think tanks. We also want there are exemplars who work as a do tank. And in fact, when we think about sustainability, it is about doing on to daily basis things that matters and will matter. So in your experience again of this, I would not say a jargon, but a metaphor of inspiration or aspiration. How do you go about engaging with the people and the organizations on a doing basis?
Interesting. Am I audible? No, fancy. Okay. So all this talk about sustainability, yet nobody has thought of switching off some of the lights. Yeah. So maybe we can switch off some of the lights. We don't need so much of lights. That's the first thing how it happens. Yeah. It happens at a very unconscious level. Behavior change. We know what's right. The way we know that you need to eat healthy, you need to do it, but we don't do it. We always think it will be. So that's an example. Okay, how do we approach and what's the genesis of do tank? Companies and CXOs do know what needs to be done. Because those CXOs have their own mandate, but they're a part of the larger circle, which is the industry. Now, industry is situated in a larger geopolitical sphere. And it has certain regulatory domain under which it's working. So the country dictates to the industry, industry dictates to the company, company dictates to the people. So it's not working in isolation, the sustainability. Countries are dictated by the overarching geopolitical situation of the globe. Yeah. So let's talk about the 30,000 feet and how it gets translated to it. You talk to a CXO, is there a business case for sustainability? There are 4 things that usually people will talk about. And this is very important if you're in consulting. Earlier on, the starting lens for sustainability was the legal lens. That's why early sustainability consultants were more lawyers. Because there was a compliance. There's a regulatory compliance, there's a minimum wage, labor law, environment law, production, supply chain. You had to do it. You would get penalized if you don't do it. Then came the second school of advocates, which was more about the normative or the moral or the ethical, where the human rights advocates and other came in that these are some of the things you ought to be doing. Where the word came in was responsibility. So it does not add to your business, but you still should be doing because it's a moral or your ethical compulsion that you should be doing. So you still find those advocates. More and more we see that there are economists and there are other people who are creating a business case. And this business case is more important for the younger people because most of us will retire in 10, 15, 20. You are going to retire in 20, 60, 65, okay? And things will become more complex, yeah. What are the business cases that we see from the academy and industry collaboration for? One, resources. Today you can exploit the resources, but tomorrow those resources would not be there. So all this talk about EV batteries, but nobody is talking about lithium and how difficult or how challenging it might be in the future to mine it, okay? So you need to start planning today because हम तो चले जाएंगे बस तुम काम करोगे 2040 में 2050 में, okay? So you have to make resources. So it's good that you start working on the supply side, on the resources. Second is the classic one of reputational risk. That one troll does more damage than 20,000 good things as a brand you are doing. Yeah? So we all know about how the FMCGs, how H&M's happen. All of the industries have got, for example, for the younger people, there's an amazing paper written, very controversial paper, which led to a paradigm shift from Oxfam, is called The Truth Behind the Brands, which spoke about the supply chain and how things were made from a labor rights violation and environmental things. So a truth behind that. So there's a reputational risk, is the second R. The third one is regulatory. Given the geopolitical situation, we do not know when the laws will change and your industry will be highly affected. So today, if we think that things are disruptive, going forward, the changes would be much faster. And that's what most of the scientists in innovation cycles are working towards, that innovation came slowly in an industry, but it is getting accelerated. So it's going to take, things are going to change faster. Okay, so third R is regulatory. And the fourth one is revenue streams. We are seeing that there is a very high chance that future consumers, whether it's B2B or B2C or future investors, are more likely to invest in your company if you have a social face, you have a sustainable face to it. In our behavioral science, we call it halo effect. What happens is that as an investor, we see this attribute of yours as an organization and we say, agar aap is cheez mein achhe ho, so you would be good in every other aspect. So you would not be a risky business to investing. So there's empirical evidence that for startups and others, usually people who have a social side to it, they're more likely to get investment. So this board asks, now what do we do in the two tank? It's easier said that. Once you have this form, the kind of work that we do is cleaning up the supply chain. And how does it work? All of them, let's say, she creates something and it has to be followed down the supply chain to tier 1, tier 2. Let's say an Apple company has come up something. Simple things. The document that is created in the head office, most people in the last mile factory don't understand what is there. So they simply would say, इसमें क्या administrative काम है, we'll just tick everything. So that's where a behavioral science company comes in. It makes things easier for people to learn. Okay, it makes easier. The documents are simplified for them. The softwares, if they have to put in something about the emission or something, what is the minimum wage they are giving? And tier 2, let's say a 50 worker MSN, supply chain would go down for the internal. So how do they implement what you're asking them to do? That's what we do on the supply chain side. Okay, that's the purpose of that. Other aspect of it is that if you are consumer facing, then one is that you're making all the sustainable changes in the production, but you also have to shape demand. And the classic bias that we come across, people believe, and it's counterintuitive, that it's against consumerism. Isn't it a core against business? If we ask people not to buy less, then what happens? It's not so. There's huge amount of innovation which has taken place. Alternative purchases are there, premium purchases, and we see this best practices where people or companies or industries are asking younger people, buy less, buy more expensive, buy better. That solves the revenue problem. That actually gives you a value creation. It's a win-win for both. Alternative is denim. How many of you like jeans? Okay. How many of you like cotton? What's the common between both? And from sustainability, what's common between both? Huge amount of water consumption. Okay, even a cotton shirt. So alternative are there too. So it's a bias amongst producers and consumers that when we talk about as a two time, we're talking about don't buy. We're saying buy better, buy less often, and buy alternatives. So that's what we do as a two time. And we work on certain biases.
Thank you. Before we move further, I would like few questions to take up before we get into the final stages. So if there are questions, I'll request volunteers to directly address to the, we have quite a number of them. Please, yeah. So while asking questions, if you are specific to the speaker, that will be good, or if you are specific, generic to the panel, that's also right.
My question is actually to the panel, any one of them can answer. And it's related to Shubho's last point. And it comes also because I work in marketing and branding, which is entirely about generating demand. Right? So the thing is, after the Second World War and the growth of the United States, consumerism actually has become the foundational model of economic development. And if you take a country like India, which is not unlike Brazil and Russia, we are not a resource-based economy, nor really are we like China, an export manufacturing-based economy. Our entire growth model or development model, 6.7 growth, is all percent GDP growth comes out of increase in consumption by Indian consumers. So, in the last 30 years, we as India has progressed economically, we have forgotten all the good habits of thrift, recycling, everything which was good sustainable practice, sourcing locally, not shipping things 1000 miles, etc., etc. But here's my question: how do you address this very foundational contradiction between consumerism as the foundational model of economic growth? Development itself means humongous increase in energy consumption. 80 years ago, this conference might have been happening in Shanti Niketan, sitting under the trees. There is no electricity, there is no air conditioning, there is nothing. And we are all having all this conversation there. But today, you cannot even think of organizing a conference where we are all sitting under the tree. We'll all be huffing and puffing and complaining about sweating and heat. So we have got used to a level of comfort which requires energy. But both of these, foundationally, the problem with sustainability is we are overusing the earth's resources, which is really at the core of sustainability itself as a concept, right? How much of the earth's resources are we over consuming as we develop? So I just want to know from the people who work in large consulting firms. So this is an ethical question that we, in my little company, we debate a lot. That we are partnering companies to teach people to consume more, and at the same time we talk about sustainability, what are we doing, are we doing the right thing?
Okay, so I'll begin with Shubha taking on this, but
I told, that's why I said it's a biased concept. It's a very difficult concept. There's no single answer, and that's why the world is struggling. And there's also scientific divide in it. That what will solve the problem? So it's not an yes or no, but what we need to do is that cannot ignore the sustainable part of it, okay? Along with profitability, and that's why people are not saying anti-consumerism. What the word or the SDG 12 talks about, or what we need to responsible consumption. Because the production has become irresponsible in the last 30 years, to be honest. We have exploited whatever we could lay out and so on. So everything can get shipped to in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, we have produced. Now while the supply side is getting on an innovation cycle to find newer ways of doing it, it's time that the focus of the industry, the nation is on shaping the demand. And it's responsible consumption, because that is the core of it. For driving the economy, the engine has to go. But is that how to drive the car is the question. We're not talking that you don't drive the car. Then there's going to be a standstill. It won't work.
yeah, I will again go back to probably this is a very fundamental question that it rests on these two obvious opposing dynamics. I will go about it.
No, I think I completely agree with what Shubha was saying here. The other thing also we have to see is when we talk sustainability, it's not a binary concept. It can't be a 0 to 1 piece, right? That's at least my view. We can't be, because the most sustainable way to live is possibly how, we were living in Stone Ages, which is not something that is that's a way for us to go, right? The way for us to go is understand how, I think the first piece that we really need to do is become aware of how our actions are actually contributing to the carbon footprint, to the larger sustainability measures, and be conscious about what is being done because it needs to get done, but what is it that we are doing because it's good to have, right? Do you need to have every meeting that you have, by taking a 2-hour flight, or are there 80% of our meetings that could be moved virtually? Those small little actions also contribute a lot, and I know where you will come from. You will possibly say that there will be, I face that a lot, right? There are clients who only want to meet in person. What do I do in that case, right?
My point is this idea that virtual meetings are energy good is actually also false.
I agree. So you have to look at it
Yourself said, search takes 4 units, ChatGPT takes 70 units.
you have-
Similarly, to have this virtual meeting, you need server farms, and those are cooled and have to be kept at a certain temperature. So the amount of energy consumed there, it's like a sleight of hand that is being done, I think, to deceive us, There were virtual meetings, you are not damaging the environment. When you take a flight, you are damaging the environment. I am not so sure.
Yeah. But like I said here, right? Exactly. And that's why I said it's not a binary situation. It can't be a 0 to 1. The only alternative then is to not, if you pick up the phone and have a conversation with somebody, that also consumes energy.
Yeah.
Right? And that's where, and I think all of us are on the same page when I say at the end of the day, we have to figure out what is it that is contributing to what amount of carbon footprint and how is it that we could reduce it. I don't think any of us at any point of time can agree to the fact that we could eliminate it. It is a utopian world for us to even talk about it, and it's something that we will all, say it's very theoretical because it can't be done. But how is it that you ensure that you are optimizing it? It's at least the way I think about it.
Yeah, so actually one of the theorists, I think before we move to take another question as well here on this, a scholar from Victoria University said, the time has come that we should start thinking about techno-economic social optimization. So unless we think about technological optimization, economic one, so she brought a concept or a framework called PLACE, P-L-A-C, I think we can refer back to. And Natalie very beautifully speaks about in trying to come if the places will be degraded, there will be nothing else left. So we need to bring this teaching to the classes, what is the techno-economic and social optimization and all together, rather than just thinking on a single value metric, and probably more clearer understanding and learning will emerge. So as we go along, probably we'll be more informed to make some of these decisions.
I'll just add on actually one more point, adding on to what Jessica said, like you were saying when you are meeting, there are energy servers which are consuming energy. So last year, if you look at the emergence of generative AI has doubled or tripled in the next 2 years the energy consumption. So if you look at top 3 large technology companies are shifting, so they have a commitment. They've made ESG commitment made to the market, and people are watching. Stocks are dependent on. So they are shifting. There is a trend of shifting them to a nuclear energy. There is a lot of trend in it. Both Amazon, Google, and Microsoft have signed certain deals with the nuclear power, generating company. So while the energy is increasing, there is an alternative way to meet the carbon. So things are changing. I just want to add.
So we have, yes, please ask the questions.
Thank you. Good morning, I'm Rahul. I come with 5 years of experience working as a consultant with Deloitte. So just drawing parallels with what Mr. Roy was saying here. Often how companies go for the low-hanging fruit with respect to diversity. And now it's all about mitigation, with respect to Paris Act and everything. Companies go for this carbon credit concept, right? And they call a product net zero. They just trade and they don't actually implement any of those steps in their plan. So as a consultant, I was thinking, is there any other measures or policies like we should put forward? Like for example, how when we go for a loan, we have a credit score. Like a certain score, then you are eligible for the credit. So likewise, should we also put something on that line? I would like to know your remarks on that.
So this specific to
no, any.
Okay, so carbon markets need very strong international compliance. They didn't work. Because the one who was polluting was supposed to acknowledge and give our due. India was a credit surplus, in the carbon credit market, but it didn't work. So though we pushed our agenda through the COP26 and others that we can carry forward the credits, but the market crashed. There's no value for it. So even today at an individual industry level, there are more than enough ways of valuation to see carbon credit, make capital like who is negative. But the thing is, you need an effective market. And if the superpowers are going to, and you know whom I'm referring to, some of the main capitalist countries, if they are going to be the core perpetuators of the carbon markets, then a developing country can't take advantage of it. So we have to find alternate ways how to make that market mechanism work. So there's some papers that I can share with you. An amazing paper about how we can revive the carbon market.
I do see there was students say that. Okay, I'll take one from this quarter and then we'll move to this side. Yeah. Can you just? Morning, sir. Okay, let him ask and then we'll get back. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. This is Venkatesh, and I have over 7 years of experience in infrastructure and oil and gas industry. Industries with a lot of carbon emissions. Right? So, post Paris Agreement, even our industries has a lot of push to move towards energy neutral. And I was part of a group where we were given targets to develop the EV infrastructure across India under FAME 2 model. But there was a push to 2023, and as ma'am has specifically mentioned, there is an issue with the resources. And I have really faced it. We have the issue with resources, and stakeholders are not ready to adopt that fast. And we had a push till 23, but after 23, I have seen the trend has been a little bit low. And on the other side, there was push for the carbon credits as well. And other industries are like hydrogen is the future. Few are like nuclear is the future. Now my question is like from your work's perspective, and you will be having the trends. So what exactly will be the future down the line, maybe 10 to 15 years? Where will we see this is the major contribution of energy? So that's my question.
Yeah, very interesting question, and that maybe I'll answer from a perspective of working with one of the largest, oil and gas companies in the world. So there is something called sky scenario, right? So this company, kind of create 10 years or 20 years, 30 years from now, what would be the energy mix needed for humans to survive, right? And today, if you look at, there is, majority fossil fuel, and then renewable, and then a little bit of nuclear. This is the combination today. And from an energy company perspective, it's very difficult to completely change from one energy form to another, right? So since they are all part of the Paris Agreement and 2050 target, so they are all figuring out how you really transition from today's, because some of the base measurement is 2060 on the emission. So how do you really transition from 2016 to 2050 from an energy carbon neutrality perspective? So it's a very fine balance between transition and making profit, right? So I've seen some point in time this company bought a lot of electricity across the world. Electricity, charging station, and all the companies bought over, in Europe. But some later point and realized that it's not really making profit. Energy buying and then selling is a very thin margin from electricity perspective, right? So companies are there for making profit. So there is a real thin balance how you really transition. That's how companies create a scenarios and then work towards achieving scenarios. So some of the company started moving from low carbon alternative like LPG, those kind of gas, which even though it is burning, but the emission is much lesser. And they really started looking at assets within the industry. How can I let go assets which is creating higher emissions or higher operational, carbon profile. So in summary, what I would say is, it's a very challenging situation, but companies are trying transitioning and making a path and balancing between profit and purpose, right? And that's a way out. It's not an easy journey, but it's a long journey. And if, let's say, company X do not make energy, someone else will make, because world needs energy, right? So that is my good summary.
Yeah, in fact, one of the scholars quite often refers, he has come up with a term called working for a desirable future. So that desirable future is what you imagine, because you are yet not there. And it's a temporal function of human mind. So say, the human mind needs to temporarily think about imagining the desirable futures. And essentially, if anything, that is the tool and topic for the desirability of in the future. Sustainability and energy becoming one. I think there is a lot to learn and go beyond. Thank you for the question. Let me take questions, otherwise I will become, unbalanced.
Hi, first of all, thanks to the panel for addressing us. So my question is more about how much do you think we can improve our sustainability by just reducing our energy consumption? So now if you look at the disparity in the SDG rankings of the states, you look at states like Kerala where the major chunk of energy generation is coming from hydroelectric power, which is almost 10 times to thermal power that is there in Kerala. So we have 35 hydroelectric plants and 3 thermal power plants. But look at the other states where there is almost 90% of the energy is coming from thermal. So how much are we developed in conversion of this non-renewable energy sources and exploiting our renewable energy sources? Given that we are a country like India, which almost 7,500 kilometers of coastline, where we have the opportunity of utilizing our wave energy, tidal energy, geothermal energy, or even the ocean thermal energy. So why don't we look at that rather than optimizing the energy consumption? How would you go about this?
So, see, India, I think there are geographical, I would say, conduits, okay, or differences. Some states, okay, they enjoy the benefit of tidal energy. Some would definitely have lush sunshine, the solar energy aspect. Some would definitely have the benefit of wind. So it is not that all states can get into the renewable energy right at the same pace. Second is the kind of infrastructure that is required to generate renewable energy. It is not easy actually. It's a huge investment. So various state governments, how ready they are to make that investment, number one. Second, the political situation, because this is a relevant fact, and I'm just talking India in this context, and something similar to India applies to certain other countries also. Not that all countries are related. The second point was the political aspect, because there are some vested interests, certain parties, certain influential individuals will actually not let it happen. The second main point, first I was talking about the infrastructure and why it is not setting up. Second is the operations cost, the cost to generate 1 unit of electricity. Again, I am not a subject matter authority in this, but I have read it. Renewables actually cost per unit of electricity is costlier. So that is where no government is looking into some kind of a long-term break-even. People are looking into, I have a 5-year tenure, what can I do and just come out of the risk. These are practical points and this requires to be addressed. Having said that, consumption part, as you talked about, this is something I would suggest that let us take it at an individual consumer level. And actually, I appreciate the point that Shubha was telling, buy less, buy better. And if we extrapolate it, consume less, consume better. As simple. Most of us use the dryer after taking out the clothes from the washing machine. Why do we need that? We are consuming electricity to generate heat. Rather, if we put that somewhere and let the cloth to dry, at least the drying process will absorb some heat. So we are actually not only doing one round of an issue, it is a 2 round of an issue. We are killing one benefit and creating another nuisance. So if small some of these habits we can inculcate, trust me, the energy consumption context will improve. And what many of the companies are doing, at least in home also many of us try to do, leverage of certain technology aspect that can switch on, switch off the energy situations, like, and which can control the consumption of energy based on the actual consumption situation. Like 100 people sitting in the room, all lights are on. Okay, the part of the room energy, the lights get switched off. So AC gets fine-tuned. So which requires some kind of a technology intervention. So I talked about the behavioral pattern, the consumption pattern, the political aspect, the technological aspect. And fourth is the habit. And habit is the most important thing. Like, how do I ensure that as I am leaving the room, I switch it off? And this is a constant tussle like I have at home with my boys. I don't know, they will come out, lights are on, I go and do. I said, it is not a matter of saving electricity bill. It is a habit. Just that we need to adopt it. So this is my, again, thought process. How do we keep it simple, step by step and take it down?
Yeah, we'll take one question from this side. Sir, you were asking. Okay, you can interact. I think that, thank you. One question we'll take from this.
Good morning. My name is Kushan Dey. So I come from the oil and gas EPC industry. I've got five and a half years of experience.
Oh my goodness, is there something wrong with our selection? Why come oil and gas? You should take this back. Anyway,
so when we talk of sustainability, the one thought that comes to my mind is hydrogen. And again, there is blue hydrogen and green hydrogen. So what I would like to ask is that nowadays we talk a lot about hydrogen. The government is giving a boost to hydrogen, but deep down we know that the operating and setup cost of hydrogen is quite large. So this becomes quite paradoxical. Then, as a country in India, how do we move towards the goal of achieving sustainability through hydrogen, as the government is saying?
I think part of this question was answered through some of the things, but nonetheless, I will take a closing.
Do you understand India's energy mix? Actually, around, I think about 50% of India's energy is from coals, right? And then fossil fuel, or other petroleum products. And then about 15 plus is from renewable. So hydrogen is obviously a longer term alternative from an energy standpoint, but it's not yet economical. So all the oil major, NTPC, government, all are investing heavily on how can we make hydrogen, green hydrogen, more economical. You must have seen one of the ministers, right, for transportation, coming in Toyota with the hydrogen powered Toyota. So it is about awareness, how future holds, but still, like you said, it is under the research. And obviously there could be a potential time or maybe near future where it will be more economical to use. And India could be a potential, power to create hydrogen for the rest of the world. Thank you.
I think, as we said, we will have time to interact. I got a little sleep, and which does say something about temporality. We often think in terms of chronos. So chronos is over, but kairos is not. You still will have the opportunity and time to interact with the guests, but for the time for this session is coming to almost a closing end. Before we actually end this session, I'll request, almost a minute pitch about the consulting sustainability and a desirable way of purpose and profit from each of our panelists. A minute each, closing remarks. We can begin from Jaya.
So to summarize, one is the habit, which I would say is the priority. Like as they say, charity begins at home. So what is corporate? Corporate is a bunch of individuals. So if as each individual, I am convinced that yes, there is something that can be done by me, then that can also be supported by my colleague and my colleague and my colleague. That means a corporate is actually getting ready to do that. Second is your think practically. Let's not try to buy something that we cannot chew. So let's take baby steps, practical, rather than making it a fashion statement. I think if we make fashion statement, it will be ending up in an intellectual conversation. So hoping that as we get into our corporate world, back after this course, you have already come from the corporate world. So request is that let's all contribute with a new practical stream of thought so that we kill those jargons, those fashion statements, and tell people this is something, do it, it will matter, and let's do it. Thanks.
So, I'll summarize in a perspective from my consulting or corporate world. So typically when we engage with customers, I would say 3 steps. One, you define the goal, sustainability goal, because different company, different government, different society has a different, targets. So first you set the goal and KPIs, what you really want to achieve. And then second part is, how do you set the data? Because it is very difficult to measure the goals, right? So have a data strategy to measure whatever goals that you have set. And third is, how do you operationalize? In a smaller, like you said, from an individual perspective, from a society perspective, operational perspective, how do you operationalize the ESG goals? And as you're getting into corporate world, I would highly recommend to be the proponent of purpose from a next consulting world, and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think just drawing on to the conversations before me, two things that stand out. Basically, no matter what intersection of consulting you are in, right? Whether you are in customer experience, you are in HR, you are in financial transformation. Like I mentioned earlier, sustainability as a concept is something that we need to understand, and also agree about the fact that it's a change which will happen over time. And you as consultants really need to be aware and cognizant of it when we are talking to clients, right? We have to understand the relevance, the context with which we are entering into advising that particular business, and sort of tailor our conversation around sustainability around that context. So that is a very important piece. But it's important for us as consultants to have the understanding of sustainability measures in the forefront, because whatever you do as advice by way of process transformation, by way of a strategic design, somewhere needs to have that element of sustainability built in, because that's what will actually allow your clients to also get educated about it. So I think from that perspective, even if you are able to incorporate smaller changes, that will be helpful, because at least because you're a part of the solution, you will be able to at least initiate that change, and that's very important as consultants for us to do.
Thank you.
Hello. So my 3 cents. First, from advice to execution. CXOs know what they need to do. You have to do it for them. So focus on, if you are studying career in consulting, in sustainability, learn how to do it, best practices, rather than theory. To do that, you need a team-based skill set. You've got to know their businesses. If you have only a specialization in MBA or for sustainability and you try to go there with an agenda, you don't understand anything about the businesses, that's a thank you. Yeah, so you need to have a team-based skill. You be a generalist about the industry and also specialized about sustainability. That's something, that's second. And third, but not the least, start critiquing it. Sustainability is not a one size that fits all. For example, though the Indian government has come up with the National Hydrogen Mission, okay, but cost of electrolyzer and where India is in terms of innovating and manufacturing different types of electrolyzer compared to other, we are way far behind. So you have to critique it. Only then you will be seen as an expert, and believe you me, only once you execute and be an expert, they will pay you the money. Otherwise they can do it on their own. Thank you.
Job of a moderator is slightly difficult, and and particularly with so much of things being said and done. And I often end up with quoting from my students' side only. What we need to do, or what should be done. So in one of the tests, I gave a question and there were 4 answers, and I had given that, please choose the correct one. So the student at the end of, rather than responding the 4th, he created a 5th one, he said all of the above. So I think the very summary of this session maybe for you all is, let's not cherry pick and choose and make an argument pro and for and against it. Please pay attention to all of the above that has been said here, and keep listening, and I'll request, please view and watch what has been said. There is a lot of text and content analysis thing that you can think of putting it into. Thank you, and
a big thank you to all our esteemed panelists for sharing their valuable insights today. Your contributions have truly set the stage for an enriching discussion. As we reflect on today's discussion, it's clear that sustainability is not a destination, but a journey of continuous improvement. Thank you to our panelists for an insightful discussion on sustainable consulting. We've learned that sustainability objectives are integral to achieving business goals, and that standardization and practicality are the key to overcoming data challenges. We've seen how operational data integration is transforming sustainability with consultants guiding clients to make judicious choices that balance short-term profit with long-term growth. Your insights on responsible consumption, stakeholder alignment, and creating a cascading value system across organizations are invaluable. Let's remember that sustainability is an ongoing optimization, one that consultants help drive by embedding these principles into the core business strategies.
We kindly request Professor Vinayak Tripathi to present the mementos to each of our esteemed panelists as a token of our appreciation for their valuable contributions today. We now invite Mr. Shubhabrata Roy to join us on the stage, please. Ms. Ritika Mathur. Mr. Maheshan Kuttikkaril. Mr. Joy Prakash Somani. Please give all the panelists of today a thundering round of applause. Thank you, everyone.
Leader, he actively contributes to industry discussions while promoting diversity and inclusion. We welcome you, sir, on the stage, please.
We are thrilled to welcome Professor Giridhar Ramachandran, Assistant Professor in the Marketing area at XLRI, as the moderator for Fulcrum 2024. With 14 years of industry experience in auto finance, analytics and global data insights, Professor Giridhar has worked with leading brands like P&G, IBM, Dell and the Ford Motor Company. He holds a PhD in marketing from IIT Madras and an MS in decision sciences from the University of Maryland. At Ford, he led a team of data scientists generating over 100 million in business value. His research on brand and consumption communities have been published in top journals. Professor Ramachandran, over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second round of panel discussion. Thank you for the glorious introductions, Gokul. I feel nice. If you let down, if you're generally feeling down, you should come and do a good introduction. Personally, I had when the team had reached out saying we would be interested in moderating, and they shared the list of topics, I actually tried to ask for this one, and they pandered to my request, and that's because while you all have been have a long exposure and long experience in consulting and advising GCCs, I have a little bit of a lived experience of working in GCCs. So I thought that will help me talk a little more intelligently here. So briefly, the two experiences that I had was one at Dell in Bangalore when Dell started its own Dell International Services, which was and then I was part of the global analytics team. And then more recently, when my PhD was not looking to end, then I was part of Ford and the GCC in Chennai. And that's most of my questions. I'm going to be coming from there, and also all of us, like everybody here, I'm very fascinated by the growth and the surge of GCCs in India. Okay. So before we go on, how many of us know what the GCC is or have worked in one? Right. There is one. You? What's the GCC?
It's a global capability center.
Thank you. Beyond that.
It's about regarding centralizing your business processes.
Okay. And what's so different from it? We'll come to that later. So a lot of us have a different understandings of GCC, right? And I think to me the way it started out was possibly way back when it were all offshore development centers, or when then the companies went and started having their teams here in India, primarily from a cost arbitrage perspective. So my first question is actually around how have you seen this evolution happening, and where are we now in terms? Are they still anchoring on cost arbitrage, or have we moved further and have looked at other ways of adding value using this particular model?
I think that's a very pertinent question, Professor Giri. And so I think, kind of alludes to the question that you asked to your students. And if you were to really look back and look at probably what creates the relevance of the GCCs, that partly answers a bit of this question. So Indian IT, as we know, has obviously the offshoring, the outsourcing, these are the terms that's been associated with Indian IT for a long time. Okay, India's made a lot of money with that. Okay, it has put us on the global tables. Definitely from that standpoint, we've done a good job on that. It is helping India's GDP. So all of that has happened. Okay. However, what one needs to really understand is that if you just take that India part out of it, the way that the execution was happening, if you take that aside for a moment, look at it from a business organization standpoint, from a corporate standpoint. Okay. Companies that are listed on the S&P list, the S&P 500 list, in 1958, the S&P 500 list said that the average lifespan of a company was 61 years. Any guesses what that is now, cut to today? 15, 5, 10, 15, okay, somewhere 18. It's not a number that I've heard, but somewhere it goes by, right? So the average lifespan of corporations, they say, is that it has come down to 18 years, okay, on S&P 500 list. So that tells you, and if you read the PwC global survey, which had come out, we actually do that on an annual basis. Global CEOs told us that 47% of global CEOs said that what we are doing today will not make us sustain over the next 10 years. Beyond 10 years, we'll cease to exist. So that's reality. That's really the reality in the marketplace. And if you look at what are those reasons why that's happening, you are pretty much aware. There is business climate. The business climate and the risk associated with business climate that's changing. There is technology disruption that's happening like nobody's business. Okay, NASSCOM used this term, which I also agree with. It's the decade for tech. Now, the decade for tech actually has been happening not just in this decade. It has also been happening probably over the last 2 decades, but probably at a much more feverish pace. So it's a decade, so to say. And then there are demographic factors as well. A lot of countries are probably not getting that demographic advantage that we get from an Indian standpoint. So all of that combined together is actually causing that kind of stress on organizations to be sustainable. sustainable not from what we discussed in the previous panel, but primarily sustainable in the sense that they are able to do business and earn profits. So from that standpoint, therefore, to your question, so at one point in time, yes, there was that arbitrage story. Would I say that there is no arbitrage story even today? I would be fooling all of you. That's not the case. It is there. But today the arbitrage, and I'm sure my other panelists will also agree with me, it's a talent arbitrage that's happening from an India perspective. So I'll keep it at that, and we'll further, unpeel the onion as we go along. But I would say that we've definitely moved on from where we are, and the way that GCCs are really, I think it is really taking the next step of where India started as being the offshore delivery centers, as being the outsourcing arm, but things have started moving, and I think I'll leave it with that, saying that the wind under the wings is coming from business. What is really negotiating the change for that transition is actually business. So today, apart from just being an offshore service provider to any of your entities which is based anywhere in the globe, okay, people here in the GCCs are understanding the mothership's business. That is what is making the change.
I think Sanjay covered most of it, right? I think we've seen a big shift in the way India is being perceived globally. We've been exporting CEOs, if I was to sort of put it in some way, right? Many global corporations today have intelligent folks who are sitting in the top of their affairs. The startup ecosystem that has been creating a lot of noise in a positive way, the disruption that they are able to bring in the world of financial technology, in terms of how payments happen, in terms of how technology intervenes in our day-to-day life. I think we are in the right place. We have the global attention, and in many ways what this has done is for larger corporations which have wanted to, which originally started off as an offshoring and cost reduction measure, they started changing the way India looked for them. They started looking at India as a talent pool, and as time and graphs would tell you, India also started getting expensive. There was a time we were leasing facilities for clients, 28 rupees a square feet, bare sharing. Today, it's in some geographical locations of Bangalore and Pune, Hyderabad, is as high as 70, 75. So I don't think it's a pure cost arbitrage. I think it's a lot of skill arbitrage. And you have to remember that India is the youngest country in the world, youngest English-speaking country with most STEM education, most STEM-educated population being available. That's not, you won't get this talent pool outside. So for a lot of things, we are in the center, we are in the limelight, and as long as we do the right things from a policy perspective, I think this is just the beginning of what you are seeing in the future to be.
Thank you. And I guess if it was only cost arbitrage, you would not be seeing the number. I think last year I heard 1700 plus GCCs in India, and about 1000 plus has happened in the last 5 years, which is like a tremendous surge. So if that is the case, I would like to know what you think, if you can share some examples of innovation coming out of GCCs, or could even say an innovation could need not necessarily relate to products. It could be in terms of models. It could be in terms of how we look at change. So if any of those, you can share some examples of that for us.
Awesome. So I represent an organization called Zeno. We believe we're the OGs of the GCC consulting world. I didn't see a lot of hands going up, so I want to take a minute to actually explain what GCC is actually, right? Global capability centers. So think of any global organization, say Microsoft, say Google, etc. They could choose to do work from their headquarters, right? Redmond maybe for Microsoft or whatever, right? Walmart. But if they choose to move that work outside to a global location, right, and have their own FTEs as such in a global location, and headquarters working with this location and driving work, that's typically what the GCC is model is, right? You could have what we call as an ODC. Don't confuse this with an ODC. ODC in Offshore Development Center, which typically services organizations have, right? Which is also actually catering to the global, headquarters. But the employees there are not necessarily on the payrolls of, say, a Microsoft or Google. It would be a Wipro or Infosys actually working for Microsoft or Google in capacity of a vendor, right? So that definition is going to be important because a lot of people that I speak to, industry leaders as well, can get confused with that. So that's one. The evolution, the eminent panelists spoke about the evolution. Absolutely, we started off in 1980s, where the first organization, which is Texas Instruments, came into India in Bangalore and set up their shop as a GCC, a global company setting up their R&D center here. From then to now, we've come a long way. 1,700 companies, GCCs that are there today, from across the world have come into and chosen India as the GCC hub. Now there are various reasons why India is in the limelight, right? So think about it. A global company can go anywhere across the world, but why India? There are multiple factors for that, right? One is the scale of talent, right? Just given the population and the young population that we have, it's the largest sizable ecosystem that we have. The second thing is its cost competitive even today, right? If you look at the overall pyramid structure, we have, you look at cost across the pyramid, you will have cost advantage coming in. And the third is the maturity of the talent and the ecosystem. So over the years, right, maybe we've spent about 4 decades of this ecosystem, there are now senior leaders who can drive end-to-end kind of portfolios and drive innovation for these organizations. So those are the key factors, right? One thing that doesn't work for India is perhaps the time zone, right? So a time zone, perhaps if you're a US headquartered company, it is not as favorable, but yet organizations choose to move portfolios of work to India because of the superior quality of work that's being proven to be delivered from the location. So that's just understanding the global understanding of the GCC landscape a little bit. Now to talk about just the evolution and the innovation, think about I'm a consultant, so talking frameworks. Think about a 4-stage maturity framework, right? The first stage is basically where simply orders are given by global headquarter organization and just delivering to those orders, almost like servicing your customer. The second stage is where there are specific kind of modules of work that you can own from India. The third stage is when we say entire product can be developed and delivered and shipped from the country. And the fourth stage is a true transformation hub where not only the product is developed and created, but you're also creating the future roadmap for the entire product or portfolio, right? 10 years back, most of the GCCs were in the stage 2, right? About 50% organization. But cut to 2024, you'll find a staggering number of them have actually moved to stage 3 and stage 4, which basically shows the quality of work and quality of output that is being created from the country, right? Significantly to the panelists that they were alluding to, significant move in the maturity curve. Also, why is this topic important for you folks, right? In the last year alone, if you've analyzed the recruiting scene, right, the top 5 services organizations, right, their net headcount dipped by 20,000. Yeah, you folks know about that? Whereas for the GCC ecosystem, it added 250 employees, right? So that's a clear sign where the newer kind of jobs lie, where the newer roles kind of are being created, right? In terms of some of the examples, in terms of innovation and the great work that's been done across the industry, we've seen these examples. Let me take an example of Mercedes-Benz. You folks know about the S-Class. The latest S-Class that's been developed, right? 27 patents that have gone into that product, and the S-Class, the making S-Class, have been created from India. So they have a large R&D center in Bangalore, and they're responsible for these 27 patents that are actually the products of which technology that has gone into the Mercedes S-Class. Robert Bosch, for example, I often give this this anecdote. You folks know Robert Bosch? What does it do? Yeah. Okay. So it's basically into it's industrial equipment manufacturing, automotive parts, etc. It's a tier 1 in some sorts. It was never a healthcare organization. Bosch was given a mandate to try and disrupt and create new products from India, right, from its German headquarters. They used a 5% of that budget to actually move into healthcare. How do they do that? They worked with Urban Eye Clinic in Tamil Nadu they realized that eye diseases are becoming rampant in India, especially rural India, but there's no infrastructure to actually diagnose this with, say, rural population. So what they really did was they worked with Urban Eye Clinic to develop a lens that could, a camera in some sense, a high resolution one that could actually take it's like a gun, right? You just kind of point it at the eye and it can take a high resolution image. That image, and it's a portable device, a very nimble device. You take that to a rural location, take the image, and through cloud it's transmitted to an ophthalmologist sitting in a tier 1 city, and early eye disease is being diagnosed, right? And that product has been globalized, right? Similarly, the case of GE Healthcare. So GE is known for its, say, CT scan machines, MRI machines. GE wanted to create a low-cost CT scan machine, and that project was given to India. They created the same CT scan machine, same quality at 30% less cost and 20% less energy consumption. And that product was ideally supposed to be sent to rural markets, but today is being exported back into developed markets. So these are the kind of examples of innovation across healthcare, across automotive for that matter, across even software products. How many of you know Google Pay? How many of you use Google Pay? Show of hands. How many of you know that Google Pay was created in India? A lot of you, yes. So was Google Pay, and how was Google Pay created? That was from a GCC in Hyderabad, 7-member team creating a $7 billion product, right? That's the value that we're talking about, and as a result, GCC is becoming indispensable for the global parent organization, right? I can keep going on, but back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Paras. So it does throw us upon a lot of opportunities for us as a class. In fact, sometime back we had Anand from Micron addressing the same audience, and he was very happily and proudly sharing how the number of patents that they have been filing from Micron from India as a GCC has been growing every year, and that's also helping him get better work into India and so on. So which actually
just a couple of points on what has changed between how GCC started to where they are today. I think another important aspect is the whole infusion of technology into the GCCs, which has happened or elevated very recently. So India being a technology powerhouse, you might have heard of a term called Global Business Services or GBS, have you heard? So that is how it actually started, where we are like outsourcing certain processes, companies here are running them and moving on. But in the last few years, the infusion of AI, the infusion of ML, all these kind of technologies which are coming in and making the GCCs much more technology powerful. And in India has been a technology powerhouse. So Paras was talking of talent that is there. Just to give some numbers, in Europe there are about 2 million STEM professionals. Do all of you know what STEM means? STEM? So that's about 2 million STEM professionals. Any guesses how many does India produce every year? About 6 to 7 million every year. So just imagine that Europe has over 2 million and India is actually producing 6 to 7 million such professionals every year. Now bring along that powerhouse, bring along that ecosystem over here and the possibilities that technology can create. So all the innovations that Faraz was just talking about, technology is the back end of it. And that's where you actually get an ecosystem right from the education level to actually a network of companies with whom you can partner, product manufacturing and so on. So companies like P&G, Boeing, all of them are not doing R&D over here. Second is COVID actually played a good role in capitalizing the whole aspect of companies becoming much more comfortable doing work globally. Before that, there was still reservations coming in with our clients when we were talking to them about moving work to India, setting up work in India, Manila and other locations. But after COVID, the acceptance about the fact that you can actually work from anywhere has increased. And companies know that, hey, location doesn't really matter that much. And also the focus on actually integrating these GCCs together with the parent organizations have increased. So earlier it was more like, okay, this is a front-end entity, then there's a back-end entity, and they have to work. But now what has happened is that they're truly treating them as their own, going into the extent of actually even coloring the office with the same locations, even putting like pictures of the headquarters over there and making sure that when people are taking calls, the backgrounds are the same. So you can like think about every minutest detail to actually make sure that they get treated as the same organization. And after COVID, it has literally boomed like anything. So that is an aspect which is something also which has fueled. So a lot of stuff gets talked about moving from cost to value for GCCs, which is what has happened. So these are also two things which have actually moved forward in the maturity.
Thank you, Param. In fact, that leads into my next question, and that's around talent. Right? And also there are two parts to the question. One is, of course, the more visible part, which is as GCs become more attractive, right? Then you're talking about services having a different recruitment, and GCs is increasing the recruitment. The other important thing is GCs pay better too, right? So it's a double win if we are going to. So if that is happening, that the consequent challenge therefore is managing talent at the GCC, right? And then you see a lot of people actually using this demand supply inequality and doing a lot of, and there's a lot of attrition happening. So how do you see GCCs managing this attrition? That is one question. The other part of that is you talked about how companies are very happy to, there's no back-end, front-end, etc. and all, right? So I feel this is a very good, this is possibly very true as a leadership orientation in both the places. The leadership orientation headquarters and the leadership orientation at the GCC level. But somewhere like yesterday we were talking about in the middle level, I'm not very sure if that's the same spirit carried forward, and because the incentives for the leadership and the incentives for the middle management are different. It's very likely that you're probably taking my job and I'm going to be training you for that. So is that something playing in those people's minds? These are some things that I want to ask from a people perspective.
So first of all, I think on the talent aspect, what's also important to understand is why GCCs are now able to afford people much better than what they could do earlier. Like when we started off in maybe early 2000s and all that, it was not that GCCs were like considered the highest pay masters and all that stuff. In fact, that whole BPO tag continued to be there going forward. But what's happened is with all these innovations, with all these shift from cost to value, GCCs are no longer cost centers. And for all of you, I mean, cost centers are the centers within the company in which they are not generating revenue, they are basically saving costs. But today, GCCs have moved to a point where many of them are actually providing services to the end customers from the organizations we have and actually earning revenues. So that's where the affordability also starts coming in. But then talent obviously continues to be a big imperative right now for all the GCCs. And the way the progressive GCCs today are tackling this is by having different approaches for different levels. So the thing is, compensation will never be able to like retain people beyond a certain point. People can simply move between GCCs and all that. But there has to be effective focus starting right from the very top. Like a lot of leaders who are right now leading the GCCs in India, there's a good amount of focus going on there to enable them with future skills. Whether this is about future skills with respect to the AI technology, or these are future skills with respect to being a much more solid change management professional, or these are future skills with respect to how do they intersect their business with the whole process alignments and the process efficiencies. There's a lot of focus and a lot of gap at the leadership level also about training people, enabling them. And that's one of the aspects which is also critical from the perspective of making sure that we give that kind of a growth within the GCCs to make sure that the leaders are able to then stick around, they are able to then truly feel invested. The other aspect which is very important from that side is having a seat on the table for the GCC people within the corporate headquarters. So in earlier days, what used to happen was that all the decisions actually got taken from the core company headquarters and all that, and they were like then triggered down to the GCCs. Today, the GCC people actually have a seat on the table with respect to the decisions. They are like having a significant chunk of workforce for the entire company and going on. Then when it comes down together, you mentioned middle management, and that's actually a very brilliant point, because they are the ones who are actually the intersection between the top management and the bulk of the employees who are at junior levels. And the people at the junior levels, they are like more inclined towards getting influenced by the people immediately above them than the top leaders. And this is where in the middle management, what many VCs are trying to do, they're trying to restructure themselves in a way that this team actually gets a good growth journey. The career paths are being defined in a way that people are getting lateral opportunities, people are getting upskilling opportunities beyond their immediate areas. People are having something to look beyond the fact that, hey, I'm getting paid more and so on. Many cases we are also seeing certain positions being held in GCC, which ideally would have earlier been held in the corporate side. Like in many cases, senior innovation positions are actually right now sitting with GCC. Product development positions, they are sitting with GCC. So it's moved beyond just process efficiency and doing sasta work. It's actually moving to the point wherein people are feeling that value coming in from the perspective that, hey, I can play that role. And once that goes down, obviously, people will feel that there's a sense of purpose, people will feel that they are actually learning more stuff, and it helps in talent retention. So these are just some of the strategies which are there, but there are of course a lot more depending on the type of GCC, the type of business, the type of industry, and so on.
Just to, I'd like to add to that, right? So, again, a show of hands. How many of you know GPTW, Great Places to Work? Yeah? So, can you guess out of the top 100 places to work, what percentage of that is GCCs? Half. Somebody said half. 30%. Okay. It's actually 70%. 70% of the top employers in India are GCCs. And that's a clear testament to the fact that people want to work for these global organizations, right? And why do they want to work for these organizations is because of a lot of the points that Farah mentioned. But frankly, if you look at the pecking order, okay, and there's a different take on this. If you look at the pecking order of employers of choice, right, whom do you really, when a young talent was like you really go out and look at the market and organizations, we believe that the higher chance of attraction is where the layers of separation to the end customer are a lot lower. What do I mean by that? Think about startups. Why do people like to work with startups? Because you're creating a product and you're selling that solution or a product to a customer and seeing that feedback immediately, right? And that gives you instant gratification. It gives you, instant, it's almost a measure of success of your work, right? That's called layers of separation. Now think about a services company. Now you have a global customer, right? Say Microsoft, and then you have the Microsoft's account team that's there, globally. And then you have, the India team, and then eventually there's you, where eventually you'll have to basically work through the layers to even understand what the customer really wants, right? And that layers of separation makes it very difficult to be attractive as an organization itself, right? So that's one key aspect. Apart from that, I think on a general basis about compensation, benefits, just the overall kind of culture of organizations, to the points that were mentioned, are superior in the sense that they're global in nature. They are, in fact, if you look at it, for some top roles, say principal architects, chief technologists, etc., and we know this for the gamma organizations, if a job is not kind of filled in a certain period in the US or any headquarter location, it's opened up across the world, any GCC that they can find the same skill at the same compensation, same package, right? So that's the kind of incentives that companies are providing in the GCC space.
And just to sort of, in some way clarify or supplement that thought is, I think this middle managed conundrum is, getting everybody today. It's important to clarify that it's not a GCC problem. It's the gap between the population that is built it so far versus the population that's going to build it going forward. And I think it stems out of a very natural human limitation that, look, I've worked for 25 years, 20 years or whatever, and I prefer a slight bit of status quo versus, if you take a quick survey of all the young minds sitting here in this room, they would be wanting to, disrupt in a very different way, right? So, as much as this is a GCC problem, this is my problem. This is, I'm sure every business today is facing this limitation of what do I do with these people who got me so far, and how do we make them continue the journey and yet achieve innovation and disruption, right? So, it's not a GCC problem, and in many ways today GCCs are becoming a platform for solving these issues because they are able to offer a lot more upskilling by virtue of access to global programs, by access to certification courses, by tying up with institute like yours. And very recently when the NVIDIA interview was happening in India, he mentioned that he is upskilled as many as 200,000 people in India, right? So I think there is the front lead on upskilling and making that investment is actually by the GCCs, and then the rest of us are trying to follow and catch up in many ways on what we can do to solve this for ourselves.
How many of you remember that ad, Daag Acha Hai? Right? Attrition Acha Hai? So, I mean, attrition is a reality, right? Every business, sometime in the future when you start leading teams and start leading business, you will be faced with the same challenge, right? There will be attrition. But I think the interesting here, and again, the fact here is also, as consultants, facts are sacred to us all the time. GCCs on an average has been anywhere between 5 to 15%. 15% is obviously on the higher end of the tipping scale. It is normally in single digits or around the 10%, right? And why do I say that dark stroke attrition acha hai is because at the end of the day, the point that one of my panelists made, that we are talking about an ecosystem, right? And the ecosystem only becomes relevant and effective if there is exchange of ideas and there is exchange of energy. End of the day, when people are moving around, it is exchange of ideas and energy, right? And we are an idea-powered economy as of today. And GCCs are one semblance of that course. So therefore, to that extent, that's there. And then I'll just compliment what Ritesh was saying on that middle management problem. Okay, it's there, it's ubiquitous. Okay, but I think the core thing here is that where I left off in my previous conversation is that understanding the business part, right? That's really key. So if you look at how the service companies have graduated, or middle managers, how they've grown in service companies, they were managing IT SMEs for the most part, right? They were managing IT SMEs. How much opportunity do they have to really understand that what are the business KPIs that this really translates into? Okay? There were few, and the few are the ones who really outshone the others. Whereas, if you cut to chase, especially in a GCC world, you are really changing that paradigm because you are dealing with business problems day in and day out. So therefore, what will start happening is that this middle management, and again, none of us are soothsayers, we're not oracle, but at the same time, we would say that there will probably sometime down the line, there will be some weight of complacency that might creep in. There might be situations in the future that there will be a middle management problem, which will be very unique to a GCC world, which will come out in the future. But at this point in time, everybody is running a million miles per hour just to stand still because the businesses are changing in a transformative pace, right? We spoke about the tech disruption. We spoke about the business disruption that's happening there. And therefore, if you have to solve that, then the GCCs really have to add value to the mothership. And that is why, people who really have made that transition in the ecosystem. Now the ecosystem at one end, like Faraz was saying, that one end of the ecosystem are your service organizations. The other end of the ecosystems are your startups. And there is help, there is osmosis that's happening between them. Both reverse and forward. And I think to that extent, if it's managed, I think it's a healthy proposition. Finally, from an outcome standpoint.
Thank you, Sanjay. So, all of you have been consistently sharing that we are in a better place now, and we have moved from cost arbitrage, and we're seeing a lot more interesting things coming out. So obviously, the talent has remained the same. The talent pool has remained the same, as in the access to talent has remained the same, and for a long time, this talent was finding itself in services organizations, right? And then they were saying in service organizations, the orientation was possibly very different, and so on. In fact, some time back, I had an opportunity to do a workshop for a GCC in Bangalore, and then the question they had was, what they wanted to work on was, how do I make the employees dare to make difficult choices? And the difficult choices in this case is like, how do I make them stand up and ask, not say yes always, right? Or be comfortable in giving their ideas proactively. A lot of those things, right? So my mind, I'm thinking this is possibly one. Of course, we can apply a brush of culture and all of that as well. But is there something also as a legacy of the service decade that we have had? Is that something that is also recent? And what is it that companies are trying to do about it?
So Dinda, if you again go back 10 years, 15 years, and when we first started our careers at that time, so obviously we have seen this thing very closely. The way GCCs used to work was you set up a team and then you bring in a leader from outside and they actually then lead the GCC. There was not enough confidence at that point of time that a local leader can actually lead a GCC, and many of the significant positions continued to be handled by people from outside. I think today that has changed. But why that has changed is I think two things. One is empowerment, second is accountability. I think a lot of GCCs have now realized the truth that basically if you continue with that kind of a model, it's not sustainable. Like after a while, you need to understand the local nuances, you need to understand the local culture, you need to understand the local talent needs. And this localization aspect, as you increase the workforce, as you work in a very competitive sphere in which we are trying to retain people and all that stuff, it becomes very important. Plus, from a long-term perspective, that is how it ideally should be. So one is that aspect that a lot of companies are now deliberately focused on enabling their people to actually hold up those positions across all levels. Like the challenge that you spoke about, ability to say yes and all that kind of stuff, may still be there at the junior levels. And I think that's, a lot of that is also coming traditionally from how we have operated as a country. I mean, I don't think we are taught in schools to basically question, say no and all that. At least our generation did not. Maybe the next generation, there's a significant gap coming in, like we see new people being very, very clear about what they want and being even more clear about what they do not want. But we were not like that. I mean, in earlier times it was more like, just do it and just move forward with it and so on. So I think there is a shift coming in there. At the same time, what's also important is the accountability aspect. You know, if you're accountable for something, you're accountable for certain results, you have very specific business metrics tied up to it, it automatically leads you to have a better decision making. The whole aspect around failing, the fear would be always there, but then you learn from those failures. You're able to experiment a bit more. You're able to then try out your own thing. So I think these two, enablement, accountability, has helped shift around. But overall, also from a talent perspective, I think the new generation which is coming in now, specifically the youngsters who are joining these industries, I think they are making a significant difference. Like personally, I'm learning a lot more from the new people who are joining my organization than possibly I would have imagined. There's a lot of reverse mentoring. Like something I've learned very well from the new bunch is how to say no, because we have traditionally not been brought up that way how to say no, but people are very clear about how to say no, and we're like, yeah, this is how it should be. In fact, 2 days back, I think there was a LinkedIn thing trending around in which one of the Gen Zs was just sending an email saying that, hey, I'm off for these 2 days, and people are like praising that how it should be. And you compare it to the way leave letters were written maybe a few years back, hey, I need to go so and so, hence I will not be available, but please feel free to contact me, all that kind of stuff. Because you were like feeling that way that if I'm taking a leave, then basically I'm still accountable to the organization. So there are a lot of cultural shifts which are also coming in the workforce, both enabled by the GCCs, enabled by the education system, enabled by the type of people that are coming in, and that's all helping.
Just to sort of pick on that point, right? Habits that I have. So yesterday I was on an afternoon flight from Bangalore to Ranchi, and you know how afternoons are like. You've got your work days going, and just for 2 minutes before landing, something compelled me to go on WhatsApp, put up a status saying on a flight for the next 2.5 hours. Please drop me a message and I'll come back, right? So, to what Param is saying, right? So there is a generation that grew up in fear, and that if you sort of in many ways zoom out, right, and it speaks to what we are as a country, and in many ways the bitter experience that we gave foreigners, loosely speaking of it, if I may, that, see, until 90s you had a very thorough license raj, right? And everything you did in India was completely by licenses and permits. You had to pay heavy taxes. Having been bitten once, you wanted to be very sure that FDI was only in select sectors. We didn't want too much foreign participation, and that changed since the 90s and more actively in 2000s, right? So the early stages when you would set up a GCC, or including when you wanted to come to India to access the local market, the simple choice people would make is hire the local staff, but get someone to monitor from outside. And if you look closely, unfortunately, even today with a lot of Japanese companies, they have this natural preference to, oh no, we need one of our own to sit there and monitor. And in a city like Bangalore, which is a lot more cosmopolitan, you will see that most of the schools that our children go to have friends who are either Japanese or Korean. So unfortunately, we've had a rough experience ourselves as a country, and we've projected that on to the world for a very long time. We've allowed for a lot of false narratives on India as an extremely corrupt jurisdiction. Everything here is bright and people find their way through this. So we've allowed for the world to talk about this negatively, and because we've not had the courage in the generation that was growing up in fear, we never went and encountered somebody who said, oh, your country is a corrupt country, and then we never said, by the way, have you looked at yours? Right? We always said, yeah, you know what, but we have a way of doing things. We had some geniuses who wrote books on what is the jugaad economy. So we've done this to ourselves. Let's admit it. We are fools in a manner where we said, oh, paisa de raha hai, let him come and insult me. Right? So I think that's a bad start. And what is happening today is a huge shift from that perspective. Right? Today, I think geopolitically as well, and as looking at it from ourselves, right? We have the courage to say no. We realize the power of Indian consumption, and if stats is something to look at, just look at the average growth in the GST collection, right? And why is GST collection a good indicator? Because there is no GST on exports. So all the GST collections that are happening in this country today, which has crossed 1.5 lakh crores a month, and this is on an average of 12% of the total consumption. So let's say 12-14 is your average GST rate, right? So in that bracket, you're doing a 1.5 lakh crore a month revenue collection on GST, excluding exports. Imagine the size of the local economy, right? So it's taken us 70 years to realize, we are actually large enough to be sufficient ourselves. And today you walk into a supermarket, and look at most of the FMCG brands, you will quickly realize none of them are Indian. Right? Most FMCG brands that sell products, be it your Kellogg's or your Pepsi's and Lay's and everything that you consume daily is actually, you're making profits for the world. We've come to a realization where we are like, boss, you know what? We know who we are and what our capabilities are. From a skill perspective, we've become the innovation hub for the world. And like Mukesh Ambani said, GCCs are not capability center, but they're now becoming competency centers. You have the world looking at translating English into regional languages for us. So there is a whole shift that's happening, and this is going to take us another 10 years to achieve good amount of peak potential and peak performance. But we are in that journey now.
Yeah, just to add to the two speakers, Paramitesh, the term that we use for these expats coming into India and serving for a particular period and then moving out is called mercenary leadership, right? So typically what happens is mercenary leadership typically doesn't work, right? And I'll tell you where it works, where it doesn't work. It doesn't work because typically when this global leader comes down, first year is just spent in understanding the culture, the dynamics of India, etc. Second year, there's some work that's done. Third year, what happens is typically they are looking at their next opportunity. Like, okay, which other global center do I need to go, or what other job do I need to pick? It's typically 3 years stint, right? So that's where it doesn't work. But why do organizations choose to kind of bring in global leaders? I think the big part of your the question that you asked was, where are we missing out, or where are we kind of losing out? Is, I think, to understand the culture of the organization and culture of perhaps the headquarters, right? And that's going to be very, very important. And that's the reason why there's still the need of having global leaders perhaps come in, spend some time with India leaders. How many of you have read the book, The Culture Map by Erin Meyer? Okay, so as budding consultants, you folks should read that, especially working in a global environment today. That book talks about how different cultures respond to different situations differently. For example, feedback, right? If you're working in a German environment, the feedback's very direct. Hey, you did a bad job. But what happens in India? Yeah, सब कुछ तो अच्छा था, but you know what? That could have been slightly better, right? So that's a very different. So we need to understand the nuances, right? Also context. India is a very high context environment. You need to know the backgrounds a little bit to be able to understand what's really required of you. Versus perhaps US, you say, hey, just get that done, and you will typically, as somebody who's grown up in that ecosystem and environment, you will understand what's really required, right? You can almost what we call as read between the lines. And this is not me saying this is the book. If you should read the book, and this is thousands of data points and kind of cultures analyzed to be able to kind of draw these insights. Yeah, long story short, I believe that understanding the culture is critical, and to Sanjoy's point earlier, understanding the business, right, is very, very important. It's not a product you are creating; it's product eventually to drive business outcomes that you're creating.
And it's interesting you brought the culture point.
Yeah, I'll just add a little bit to what Faraz just finished talking about the culture. So, very interestingly, let's accept we are a conformist culture. Okay? And I'm saying that in a positive way and not a negative way. The reason why I say that in a positive way and not a negative way is that we are not aggressionary and expansionist by nature. That is why I say it's a positive thing. But you've seen those memes, you've heard, all those jokes being made is that, if you have to get work done in India, and by the way, this is what our Western colleagues really said about India at one point in time, that unless the guy nods thrice, you wouldn't be sure that you'll get an output. The first time he nods is he's listening. The second time he nods is he understands. And the third time he nods is that he's going to do it. Now these are narratives, which are very colored narratives, a point that Ritesh was also mentioning. Okay? But having said that, I think we are a conformist culture. And I think within our culture, there are a lot of value systems that is ingrained in our culture, which actually allows us to see the other side while we accept our agenda. Right? And I think that we should not lose. In any of this, we should not lose that mojo of ours. That at the end of the day, we are respectful. That's a strength. In our being a conformist, we are still respectful. We are mindful of boundaries, and it doesn't matter that whether you are, which year you were born to be classified under that category. It absolutely doesn't matter. You could be an alpha or a Z or whatever, call it by whatever number. But end of the day, I think that's in our parenting. That has happened. Now, if you take that to the business, then what are we saying? We're saying that, guys, we genuinely want to understand the business. And what we're trying to throw back now, in front of the GCCs from a business context, is these guys coming to the table and saying that, and it could be at various layers of hierarchy within that organization. They're saying that we understand this is where you are in the firm. Okay? We understand this is where the competition is going. We understand that these are the forces which are playing around it. Okay? And therefore we are saying that if we could work across ABC, okay, this is going to add value. Now, a German does it in a very different way, an American does it in a very different way, a Brit does it in a very different way, an Indian does it in a very different way. Right? Sometimes we are not that forceful enough to get this across. Sometimes the loudest voice gets heard, and therefore sometimes value is seen to be associated with that person who shouts the loudest, but that's not necessarily true. And I think GCs are proving that. And at the end of the day, you can still be very sober. Okay, you can be very sober, but at the same time, you're resolute. Okay, and you know what you're talking about and what you're doing. And I think gradually what we are seeing is that this is being accepted. So therefore, that's probably the transition that's happening.
Thank you. I'll just give you an example about the culture part. That often when we talk about culture, we think about higher levels, like about the cultural attributes and all those things. But it just brought me back to an example I personally faced. So I was in Manila, where we had a GCC for a large products client, like a consumer manufacturer. And the GCC used to serve the APAC region, and the project that we were doing was to expand it to global. Now, Philippines, if any of you have worked there or know, I mean, the people over there are like very family oriented, very personalized in their interactions, and they have their own inherent culture when you talk about Filipinos. So they had this habit of actually decorating their desks very heavily. So they had like a lot of pictures of their family members over there. They had a lot of fancy stuff that they were creating, Hello Kitty stuff and all those type of things are very common over there in Philippines. So when this expansion plan came in, they were told that you will be working in shift, so you will not have fixed desks. So you have to clean up your desk before you actually go back at the end of the day. And it was a very normal thing for the US headquartered company to actually say that, because that's how it works. But the amount of hue and cry that received from the local population was immense. It almost went to the point that there was a town hall happening, and people are saying, hey, if I haven't seen my son's photograph in front of me, I won't feel motivated to work, and all that kind of stuff coming in. And eventually there was a middle path that was arrived, which was that it was said that, okay, no, we can now create a new building just because we need to actually decorate your desks and all that. But they were being given lockers, so then you can decorate the lockers. And that's what you can do personally, and to kind of promote that we ran competitions on who has the best locker and all that kind of stuff, just to make sure that it is there. But just a little example of how the cultural integration from both sides is very important. So on one side, for us, it's important that the GCC people understand the culture of the parent organization, but it's the other way around also. And which is also why it's important to have that local leadership coming in. But it's easier said than done. But truly progressive GCCs today are actually focusing on culture as a very important aspect while they're setting up. Because otherwise these little examples like this can lead to a lot of demotivation within the employees.
Thank you, Param. Yeah, that was a very nice sort of interesting insights coming out, examples coming out. So this actually makes me want to the next question. So every company which has a GCC, it's not every company. There are companies which have a GCC in India and they have India offices. So you might have Philips in India as a GCC and Philips in India as a business, Ford India and so on. So have you seen any impact of A on B or B on A, right, in terms of how things have changed? As the nice things, of course I don't see pay coming, but as anything else changed?
Yeah, maybe I can take that. There are many examples of that, right? So, say Robert Bosch having a Robert Bosch manufacturing entity as well as a commercial entity. So, if you think about the entities, you can have a GCC, you can have a commercial entity which is a sales office, and you can have a manufacturing. And in a software product environment, you can have a services entity, right? So, Microsoft, for example, has about 5 or 6 such entities. They have R&D, they have a GCC, they have a not manufacturing, the services entity, which caters to post cancer services, so on and so forth. Many examples and great examples. One that I'd like to talk about is of Renault, right? Renault, how many of you must be aware of Quid, right? The car Quid. So Quid, very interestingly, was end-to-end built in India, right? So from the design of the platform to the technology that went into it, to be able to actually put it on the shop floor, manufacture it, and actually put it out in the market, was a classic use case of end-to-end kind of product development from the country. And of course, the cars are sold in India and kind of saw some sort of a success. But that's not it, right? So that's a classic example of your GCC, which is your engineering teams or R&D teams working with your say local manufacturing units and working with your sales teams or the entire value chain coming to picture and delivering a good. So that's one of the classic examples. But that's not where they stopped. Renault today actually develops these cars not only for the India market, actually also exports, right? So Renault saw lukewarm response, for Kwid, lukewarm response here. But they saw that this similar kind of cars were sold in Brazil, right? But they were branded and positioned as mini SUVs, right? So what Renault did was they increased the height of the chassis and height of the springs and sold it as mini SUVs in Brazil, and it's a super hit in Brazil. That's one of the compact, mini SUVs that they branded as, and huge success. After that success, a lot of the other models of Scala and Fluence, etc., are also created in India and actually exported back into these countries. That's one example in terms of how the entire value chain has been integrated. There's another company called Visteon, right? So Visteon is another organization which actually today, a lot of the Mahindra XUV infotainment systems are today created by Visteon in India, collaborating with Mahindra to be able to deliver to the Indian customers, right? So that's another classic example that we've seen.
So that is about how what's developed in the GCC is either in collaboration or they're taking out inputs in the office. I'm talking about things like, has there been benefits of the process or the efficiency or all those things that come in because of a very close interaction with the headquarters that the GCC is privy to? Has that translated to the India teams? Has that helped in way we manage talent, the way we do that's a very good.
Yeah. So I'll give one example here. Continental Automotive. So if you look at it, the way they've structured it, they have the TCI, which is the Technical Center India, and you have the Continental Automotive, which is the commercial entity. The talent, at least the talent leader, actually reports into the overall India leader, which actually encourages them to cross-pollinate some of these practices. Of course, there could be some policies you can't implement in a manufacturing setup, but there's absolutely methods and governance that companies have created so that there's cross-pollination of these best practices in terms of the global best practices to India best practices going about each other, these organizations. So one such example there.
If you look at it in our consulting world, right? You don't have to go to other extent. All consulting firms globally today have, in many ways, in India offshoring or in India GCC, right? At video also, we do have the India practice, which is the Video India practice, similar to how I'm sure PwC has it and EY has it and KPMG has it. But at the same time, all of us have what we call a global center. We call them differently, right? Some may call it Global Delivery Center, some may call it Global Solution Center. But ultimately, we've all sort of, we've been doing this for many years now. If you ask us, has it had an impact on the way you nurture Indian talent? I think in a significantly big way, because what we've also been doing is allowing cross-pollination of talent between these two. While functionally, what both these centers do are very, very different. When I serve an Indian client, I'm expected to know the laws of India, the world of India. Whereas if you look at when a global center delivers to a UK client, they are being trained completely in UK laws and UK audit procedures and all of this, right? What we've seen interestingly is when folks move from the GCC to the India practice, they start to question, why are you not doing this, right? So, and that could be from a people perspective, culture perspective, technical work also, right? Sometimes we may not be looking at a certain audit standard as closely, but those folks in the UK, because of their maturity in going through reviews, they may say, look, maybe this is a value. Regulatory complexity is not, and vice versa. You will have the Indian folks go and say, look, I think you're going around your face to catch your nose, but here is how we've been doing similar. So it works both ways. At least I have known of many people who come from GCC into the India practice have been extremely successful, and vice versa. So I think that cross-pollination of talent is always welcoming fresh perspective. And also I think the way then global starts to look at you, saying that, you know, if I'm doing a certain practice in my GCC, maybe we should adopt this across all our India practices, right? Your concept of the year-end break, the December 25th onwards, the break that started, it's a concept that was happening in the GCC where India practice said, hey, look, you know, are we not supposed to be getting the same thing? And then we invited it on ourselves, right? So that's really, you know, some examples of how we've seen this particular cross-pollination.
I think we are now getting very close to being between lunch and so I will open the floor for questions, and there are some few questions. There are a few questions we can have.
Good afternoon, panelists. So my question is, when we talk about GCCs, so in India we have taught a lot of competencies in the IT tech world. But when it comes to manufacturing, the only competency that the world sees is the cost. So what is the main problem that we can't have a manufacturing or a heavily dependent manufacturing GCC in India? So is it the understanding about the business or the unawareness of the use case applications, or maybe higher capital investment? Because India in 2030 is planning to have a Indian engineering export to 300 billion. So for that to happen, what are your take on that?
Honestly, our biggest problem in manufacturing is shortage of resources. And when I say shortage, I'm referring to shortage in the sense of willingness to give. Today, we don't have enough power, right? So if you want to do semiconductor development, you want to manufacture a product in India, you need industrial power to be continuously available. Water is another example. Power, I think all of these are basic essentials which I don't think we are at a point where we are able to fulfill our local demand. So that's one issue, right? And then second is how complex our land acquisition laws are. Actually, what do you say? In India, acquiring land for industrial purpose is not very easy. So you will have times when governments will come and tell you that, look, we are going to give away X land, and why don't you, start developing your manufacturing facilities there. What we don't realize is that land is so far away, there is no human habitation there. How do I get skilled resources to go into that factory? Where do I hire from? Right? So, more often than not, then manufacturing becomes concentrated in a few hubs. Like, there are cities which are known for certain things. There are areas where, like, for example, if you go towards Belgaum in Karnataka, you will see a lot of aerospace companies. Because back in the day, there was, a little focus on aerospace, and all global manufacturers of aerospace or aerospace equipment came there and then started making it a hub. So manufacturing is going to take us a while, but design for manufacturing, product design, anything the output of which is non-tangible, we are going to lead the way with significant way.
Probably to add to that, another, if you look at manufacturing from a different lens, not necessarily just the capital part of it or just the heavy industries associated with manufacturing. Software itself is manufacturing, and GCCs is the biggest, I think, poster boy make in India from a manufacturing standpoint. So from this perspective, if you look at the relevance that the GCCs are doing, sitting here in India, you're consuming the local talent, you're actually using the local talent to solve global issues and to solve global problems. So yes, it's a different take on manufacturing. Like Ritesh mentioned, those points are absolutely correct. But the other side is that if you are looking at a Viksit Bharat, and if you have to really make India strong, this is one of the aspects which is happening. probably on the digital side of manufacturing, if you will, but that's something that's happening.
Hello. Hello. My name is Raghu. 5 years of experience, etc. My question to you would be that with the recent changes in the geopolitical scenario, especially within the past couple of days, how will this change the relationship between the parent and the GCC, especially the US parent and the GCC in India?
Okay, so you're talking about the recent US elections in Brazil. Okay. So two ways to look at it, right? One is the overall dependency of global organizations and GCCs has increased so much that in some shape or form they cannot live without them, right? Because like I said, a large part of the IP is now being developed out of the GCC ecosystem, and as a result, that needs to go on, right? It could in some shape or form alter, but massive changes are highly unlikely, right? Unless you are way down. I spoke with the 4 stages. If you're in stage 1 or stage 2, maybe, right, if that gets impacted. But stage 3, stage 4, we don't foresee a lot of change there, right? That's one. Second thing, actually, if you think about it, if the new US government actually cut down on immigration, people coming into the country, they need to still find labor and skilled labor, and that's when countries are compelled to actually even go more to global say GCCs or global hotspots to find that talent. So we believe, in fact, it could be a blessing in disguise for the global capability center ecosystem in India and across the world as well. So that's our take on jobs. We truly believe that it's not going to make a big impact.
And Param, I'll say from an Accenture standpoint, it's if you take Accenture as an example of a larger services-based organization, and the GCC itself, Accenture, it's a GCC based out of India. If you look at the number of leadership roles that actually happens out of Accenture in India today, it's just phenomenal. And if you just extrapolate that within the overall GCC ecosystem, as Paras corrected me, I knew there were close to about 5,000 global CXO roles which are in the offing from India, and Paras corrected me and said that 6,500. So that just says that that's the level of relevance that the GCCs are doing. So whether you have an election or not, really doesn't matter. End of the day, they need us more than we need them now.
But a broader aspect that you brought forward here, I think it's also an important point, is GCCs are also being used by companies today to hedge some of the risks that they may face because of geopolitical scenarios. Now the reality is GCCs are much more neutral to the geopolitical stuff that's happening across the world. So whether it's about Ukraine, Russia, or what's happening in US or China, Taiwan and all that, the GCC being there in a neutral position, businesses are still able to drive that continuity forward. It also happened with COVID, but the fact is, you talk about big supply chains, companies like Maersk having like their GCCs in India and all that. It actually helps to not be involved to that level of details in this. So GCCs being, by the virtue of the design in which they are, actually it's helping companies becoming more and more, I would say, immune to what's happening. Today, if you look at the world, there are at least 6 or 7 geopolitical inflection points happening across the globe. I mean, many of them can be triggered into a bigger setup very soon. But that's where GCCs are actually playing a much more larger role. So support the fact that it's not going to impact too much, but overall also with bigger scenarios like this, I think it helps the organizations.
Thank you.
Thank you for the very interesting discussion. So I come from the startup incubation space. I come from the startup incubation space. I have about 5 years of experience in marketing and startup incubation, and I was actually very curious to know. So while GCCs are good, interesting cost centers, and but I wanted to understand how can they encourage innovation, because since they will be doing the actual work, how do they give room for discovering new ways of doing things with innovation? So one of the examples that comes to mind is in the pharma and life sciences, which is basically an intersection of biology, classical biology, and digital technologies, as digital biology as we call it today.
Now, if you look at it from that perspective, there are a number of, so you had your contract research agencies at one point in time, your CRO organizations, which undertook some of the R&D work and those kind of things at one point in time. Now, these startups have come up in a very, very big way on that same side. So, the generation of the drug molecule itself, cutting down the clinical trial processes. Now, this is something which I think is working very, very symbiotically well with the GCCs and the startup ecosystems. So that's just an example of where I think innovation will only self-propel itself. And we all of us spoke about the ecosystem, and therefore the startup is a very, very relevant part, given the fact that startups are extremely nimble, agile. They have the ability to actually think beyond and think outside the box. Okay? And the third is that they have the wind under the wings, because the GCCs now understand the business priorities that the mothership is actually facing, and therefore they can give them the right use cases to work.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of the session. It was really great pleasure. I learned a lot, and coming in with a little bit of a skepticism, it was really nice to see the real positive orientation that you have given to us, and the kind of hope that we all can have for the students as well as for India in the way the GCCs are growing, and what we see as the spillover of all of that. Like when we talked about how immediately in the India organization and also broadly raising the talent quality, process efficiency quality, all of that. So thank you very much for the session, and it was really nice.
A big thank you to all our esteemed panelists and Professor Giri for sharing the valuable insights today. Your contributions have laid a strong foundation for a highly insightful discussion. In this tech era, adaptability is the key to survival, and understanding culture and business is central to navigating the future. The insights shared today have highlighted the evolving role of GCCs as innovation hubs, encompassing talent skill arbitrage and highlighting the significance of cultural integration. With corporate lifespans shrinking, leadership mobility introduces fresh perspectives that drive accountability and enhance decision making. As local leadership strengthens within these centers, businesses benefit from more agile, mindful and purpose-driven leadership that aligns with Gen Z values. Furthermore, the development of GCCs helps businesses remain resilient and immune to geopolitical changes. The key takeaway from this discussion is clear. Aligning strategy with values is crucial for long-term growth and sustainable success. Ultimately, the future of business lies in creating purpose-driven outcomes that endure and thrive.
Thank you all. We kindly request Professor Giri to present the mementos to each of our esteemed panelists as a token of our appreciation for their valuable contributions today. We now invite our esteemed panelists to join us on the stage. I'd like to invite Mr. Sanjoy Banerjee. Thank you all. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Ritesh Kumar. As Mr. Parampuneet Singh couldn't join us at the inaugural session, now we'd like to welcome him to receive the bouquet as well as the memento. We don't want to miss out on this. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Mohammad Faraz Khan. Thank you all and thank you, Professor. We kindly invite all the panelists of the panel 2 and the moderator to come on in front of the stage for a group picture. So we'll also be taking a group picture at the end of
We also take a selfie. I think we should take a selfie, right? And you folks show some more energy.
Yeah, but what do you have to then come forward?
Enriching discussions from earlier today. They beautifully encapsulated and explored how sustainability now transcends environmental goals, becoming integral to business strategy, employee engagement, and stakeholder value, with practical steps, evolving matrix, and accountability to balance growth with immediate goals. The second panel highlighted India's GCCs as innovation hubs, leveraging talent and cost advantages to drive global growth, foster collaboration, and adapt through tech infusion and bridging talent gaps.
Indeed, Sonal. Before we dive into the session, let me introduce my co-host, Sonal Khanna. With over 6 years of experience in BFSI, Sonal brings expertise in consumer lending and stakeholder management. At Indian Bank, she honed her skills in detail-oriented strategic problem solving, positively impacting clients' financial health. Now at XLRI, she is expanding her knowledge in corporate finance and strategic planning, always staying ahead in this fast-evolving industry. Please join me in welcoming someone truly committed to excellence and research, Sonal Khanna.
And I am thrilled to introduce my co-host today, Mr. Venkatesh Gadavelli. Venkatesh brings over 7 years of experience in the infrastructure and oil and gas industries. Academically, he holds a master's degree from IIT Delhi and a BTech from NIT Silchar, and he is currently advancing his strategic expertise at XLRI. His contributions also include conference publications in the AGC field, reflecting his commitment to staying at the forefront of industry developments. Please join me in welcoming Venkatesh. Together, we are excited to guide you through today's discussion on the future of consulting. Now, as we dive into the second half of our conclave, we'll be exploring two crucial themes that define the future of consulting: This session promises insights into the evolving nature of consulting, with our experts guiding us on how innovation, digital transformation, and resilience are shaping the industry's landscape.
Before we go ahead, just a quick question to the audience. Have you ever come across the term VUCA?
What does it stand for?
VUCA stands for? Great, that's perfect. Just to reiterate to the audience who haven't heard, it stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Quite a mouthful, right? But it perfectly captures the business world we are navigating today. Ask any industry veteran, and they will tell you this term couldn't be more accurate. Think about it. Business challenges today are rarely simple. Companies are up against unpredictable disruptions, rapid technology shifts, increasingly complex regulations, fierce competition, and let's not forget the rising demand for sustainable growth. In this VUCA world, consulting has become more crucial than ever, helping businesses steer through this storm of uncertainty.
I couldn't agree more with you, Venkatesh. And having said that, I can't help but put forward Peter Drucker's famous quote. The greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence. It is to act with yesterday's logic. It is safe to say that traditional linear problem-solving models no longer suffice today's turbulent times. Today, we are joined by consulting industry experts who tackle business challenges in dynamic environments. Our next discussion takes us into new approaches for solving 21st century business problems, where we'll dive deeper and explore how innovative disciplines like design thinking, behavioral science, and data analytics are reshaping problem solving in today's dynamic business world.
Without any further delay, let me call upon the panelists for this session. We are excited to introduce our first panelist, Mr. Varun Sadhi. Mr. Varun Sadhi from Protivity brings over 15 years of experience in strategic leadership as Managing Director in the Internal Audit and Financial Advisory Practice. Mr. Sadhi brings expertise in developing internal controls, risk mitigation, and compliance frameworks, collaborating with leaders to strengthen governance. A proponent of cloud and AI, he aligns risk management with key business priorities. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Varun Sadhi with a huge round of applause.
I'd now like to welcome our second panelist on stage, Mr. Rupam Chaudhary, Global Partner at Aon, where he leads the talent and rewards consulting business in India. With over 21 years in management consulting and a rich background in HR practices, Mr. Chaudhary is known for his thought leadership in talent trends and his extensive work with media partners, making him a pivotal figure in HR consulting. Let's all show our appreciation with a warm round of applause to Mr. Rupam.
Please join us in welcoming our third panelist on stage, Ms. Hamsini Shivakumar. Ms. Hamsini Shivakumar, Founder Director of Leapfrog Strategy Consulting, is an expert in applied semiotics for marketing. With her 30 years in brand strategy and qualitative research, she brings a unique perspective on how consulting can leverage cultural insights to drive brand success. Ms. Shivakumar's work has traveled the world, making her a true global thinker. Please join us in welcoming Ms. Hamsini Shivakumar with a huge round of applause.
Joining us next is Mr. Dev Majumdar. With nearly 30 years of experience in management consulting, Mr. Majumdar, partner at IBM, leads data and technology service line in India, developing innovative solutions and delivery strategies in cutting-edge areas like GenAI, advanced analytics, edge and 5G, automation, IoT, and blockchain. In addition, Mr. Majumdar leads IBM's talent transformation service line, delivering strategic HR and talent solutions to global companies with a focus on consulting and technology implementation. Let's all extend a warm welcome to him with a huge round of applause.
Welcoming our next panelist on stage, Mr. Vic Behel. Mr. Vic Behel is a client partner at Conclave, specializing in executive talent acquisition for industrial, automotive, and high-tech sectors. With close to 20 years of experience, he combines expertise in business transformation with a passion for identifying impactful leaders. His previous roles at leading consultancy firms focused on strategy, customer acquisition, and process improvement have provided a strong foundation for his current work in executive search. Let's all extend a warm welcome to him with a huge round of applause.
We are honored to introduce our moderator for the panel, Dr. Rahul Kumar Shukla, Professor in the General Management area at XLRI, a distinguished Fulbright scholar and recipient of the prestigious Star Talk Assistantship at the University of Pennsylvania. Dr. Shukla holds a PhD from the University of Lucknow. With extensive expertise in gender communication, organizational communication, and discourse analysis, Dr. Shukla brings a unique perspective on effective communication strategies in business and organizational settings. Over to you, Professor. The stage is all yours.
I once again welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. So to start with, I've been told to give some instructions, especially safety instructions. So there's this author, his name is Daniel H. Pick, who has written a book called Web. And that book, he talks about the circadian rhythm we carry. He says that if you get up at 6 a.m. in the morning, for next 8 hours, your energy would be amazing. So till 2 o'clock, you will have a lot of energy. And as a manager, you should actually try to do a lot of analytical work in that zone. After 2, your energy starts dipping. And it continues for next 1 to 2 hours. And this is that zone, correct? And after 2 hours again, there's a rebound phase where you cannot do analytical work, but definitely you can do a lot of creative stuff, right? But we will be in that draft zone, right? So the safety instruction is, he suggests that you can take Nappuccino, which is like you can take a black coffee with a nap of 10 to 20 minutes that will help you regain energy. But here we don't have a coffee and you're not allowed to sleep, right? So the best is that, my suggestion would be, you stay overly focused, right? That's what he says. He says in offices you don't have choice. So you be focused, you keep yourself awake, try to be analytical even if nobody is making any sense. Tell your brain that it is making sense. That will help you, get connected. So welcome again, sirs, and now very happy to be with everybody here. I went through the profiles, I tried to understand what they do. Definitely I'm not the right person to ask so many questions, and I'm very worried and I'm also a little scared because when consultants, especially, the consultants like them, the best of the best, if they are sitting, it's very difficult to stop. And they're only given me 1 hour, 20 minutes. And that I have to also take the questions of audience, right? So very challenging, I will try my best. If I stop you, please don't mind. I know that you people talk and you also talk logically. So that's a problem, right? If somebody is illogical, I can understand, right? But I will try my best. So to start with, I have made a list of questions. I scared them by sending them 12 questions. Then last night I reduced them to 4 questions, right? But definitely it's not about questions. It's more about sharing your experiences. You are free to share your knowledge. There is no boundary. And I want it to be more like a conversation. If you come from a background, it will help our students more. The biggest issue here at XLRI is they all believe consulting is a glam business, right? It's like Bollywood. It's not like that at all. They know how hard they work. They go in the offices in the morning. They come back to their rooms at night. They may be staying in, Sheraton or all those big hotels, and they post one picture in the evening of a pool, and you feel like they are enjoying the That's not true, right? I'm sure they will actually agree with me. They are putting efforts, and I'm sure they are doing wonders. So to start with, this question open to all of you because you have a lot of experience. What are some of the most impactful changes you have seen in consulting practices based on your background, especially in 21st century? Open to anybody and everybody.
Thank you, Professor Shukla, for that question. Thank you for having us here. It's an honor. So let me quickly start by thanking everyone for hosting us today. Thank you for this question as well, where you asked what are some of the biggest changes that consulting has seen in the 21st century. One thing that highlights 21st century is change in the structure. And we as consultants directly affected by some of these changes or disruptions that are happening. In disruption, if we talk about today, what's leading destruction is technology. In a good way, in a bad way, whatever, we've got perspectives. But a consultant's life is not immune to these changes. It's actually one of the most affected professions because traditionally a consultant is expected to be an SME. And when a change happens, it is assumed that the consultant would know what has happened and how to cope with it. But the fact is we don't. We are having to cope up with these changes and become a subject matter expert, which is expected out of us at a very rapid pace. So what today's consultant is doing is we've got a very short headway now. We need to adapt to those changes. No more, and this is a personal opinion, I think a consultant is shifting from an SME to a term which is what I like to call an interdisciplinary expert. We cannot work in silos anymore. We are no more problem solvers. The consultants now need to become trusted advisors, and that can only happen when you become an interdisciplinary expert. I cannot solve a supply chain problem without knowing its impact on, let's say, a finance or a marketing. So now I can't just restrict myself to supply chain. I also need to understand how human resources work, because there is design thinking that has come in, and it's more about understanding the psychological impact of changes or a solution that we are implementing rather than the operational efficiency it will bring in. Now to do that, again, a consultant cannot be like, I don't understand psychology. Unfortunately, that is not, can't say or can't do is not an answer in a consultant's life. That is also the charm of being in this business. It's constantly evolving and it's changing at a very rapid pace. So if that's something that you can enjoy and you can live with the ambiguity, I think consulting is for you. And that is what most of consultants, who've been in this field for very long, they'll tell you that we've learned to live with ambiguity and it's going to increase furthermore. So back to your question, 21st century, I think navigating the grey has been one of the biggest challenges that have been faced by consultants, and I think it will continue to grow, and you will see a very evolved consultant that you see today, going into the second half of the century, so on and so forth.
Thank you. I would ask Rupant, like he's talking about ambiguity, he's talking about collaborative approach. What is your take?
So first of all, I'd like to say, Mr. Shukla, that you have chosen the 5 most difficult questions. Well, I went through the 12 and I realized that you have chosen the most tough as the short list. And second thing, I'm just surprised that when I came here, I hadn't any sort of notes and everything. And when I saw all my other peer panelists, everybody is taking notes, making notes. So what is it about B School which makes everybody so competitive to make notes as well? So I don't think it ever dies. But coming back to your point, well, I mean, if I look at the 21st century problems, generically for consultants, I agree with Varun that it's becoming more about not only problem solving but being a trusted advisor. So the client wants you to be working along with him or her to finish the problem, not necessarily just giving a template or a design, which consultants are very well known for. We are very well known for fancy templates, fancy presentations. I think today's clients don't want that. They want you to sit with them in the trenches, do the hard work and finish things until the time that they have what they want. Right? That's one big change. As a result, and because I come from a HR consulting a firm, what we are seeing is that what we are solving now are lesser HR problems and more business problems. Our clientele is less CHRO, more CXO and more CEOs, and they want us to solve problems for them, not necessarily giving it to the CHRO. So clearly HR has a seat on the table and it is driving a much bigger agenda than just being a support enabler. And 2 other points I'd like to make about 21st century complex problems. We do a lot of things working with organizations, but I think 2 areas which have become very important, and I think somebody spoke about this in the morning session as well. In consulting now, we are actually focusing on problems which include diversity. So within our gamut of HR consulting, we have a DEI practice which tries to improve how diversity actually goes up, actually leads to better productivity, and what can organizations do to fix diversity, which is honestly a lip service. People talk about it, but nobody does anything about it. The second part is I think the compare mentioned about the VUCA term, right? And VUCA is here to stay, which means that as you have a lot of uncertainty, you also have to become okay with recessions and difficult business cycles. So what do you need in that situation? You need resilience, the ability to withstand problems and the ability to bounce back. So within the world of consulting, which is a very relevant problem now, we are trying to focus on building resilient leaders. So everybody has heard about leadership development, right? That how do you groom people to become a CXO or a CXO or a CEO and do the right things. But what we realized is that one big quality which is required in the 21st century, especially in the era of volatility, is how resilient you are to actually face problem, manage crisis and come out better than that. So I would say that those two things, to summarize, are critical areas which were possibly not as important in maybe a decade back, have become clear problems that we are trying to solve within our consulting world.
Thank you, Pam. Himanshi, what do you think?
Sorry, my domain is marketing, branding, communication. So the area therefore we partner with clients, CMO is actually demand side. It's not supply side and not operations. It is all to do with how do I generate consumer demand and how do I get consumer preference for my brand. Now in this area there are 2-3 shifts that I have seen and which I anticipate will continue. One is of course, long ago it was that as a consultant you were supposedly the expert who would come and give yarn to the client. That is totally, non-existent today. You have to co-create solutions with the client, which means that you have to win their trust first, and then you have to show that you understand their problem or you can help them frame their problem statement in a more accurate way or in a way that will help them drive the business. So that framing and problem articulation clearly in a short while is actually a key skill that you need to have or capability that you need to have. The third thing is you have to have real know-how. Because in marketing, the creative part of marketing today is actually, there's so much content online and there's so much of visual material online. It's got devalued to the point where the CMO thinks if I hire MBA students like you and give them an internship in summer, they will give me things which are 90% of what an external agency will give because you are all educated, creative, younger generation and equipped with ChatGPT, visual, what is that visual one? Sorry? DALI is one and there's another one. Yeah, now anyway you want something, a new packaging design, you don't have to go even there. Go into WhatsApp and type in and say I want a new packaging for a coffee brand. And within, I don't know how, no time at all, you will have 3 options or 5 options. So it's that quick, right? So therefore a lot of what was considered creative has actually got totally democratized and so easily accessible. So the real value that you bring to client is neither from your creative thinking nor from your general background understanding. You have to have real know-how as to what will turn the needle with the consumer. That requires your ability to integrate all your thinking better, put it across, work with them, also find new angles to solve the problem, approach the consumer in a different way, etc. So to summarize, creativity is democratized, its value add is in most aspects. Okay, if I can get Piyush Pandey to write me an ad, that's a different thing, but otherwise, it's quite democratized. Knowledge, so to say, is also highly democratized. When I started working, Unilever had brand key and it was like this holy grail that everybody was trained on and you had special access to it. Today you go to Google and say brand positioning framework and if you put 20 frameworks in front of you, take whatever you like and so framework, thought, knowledge, all that is like totally democratized. Anybody can get it in a second. So it's all about that ability to partner, ability when you have the real know-how on what will move the needle, and then to co-create that solution with the client. That's what works today, and that's how things have changed from the past. Going forward, I think it will be more in this direction only, because the influx of AI into your creative process, development process and all is only going to increase, it's not going to decrease.
But just to understand, because you're talking about knowledge is democratized, creativity is democratized. I went through your profile and you do something in the area of semiotics, right? Which is very subjective, right? Like how you understand colors, the aesthetic part. Has it been handled well the way humans handle, if for instance in place of humans we are using something like ChatGPT or any of such artificial intelligence platforms?
Okay, so first, semiotics is not subjective, it's actually very evidence-based. It's just that you look for many more examples to find the patterns which lead to a certain meaning. So the machines are actually very well trained in pattern finding. So which is the reason why if I type in and say give me packaging for a coffee brand, what it will put in front of you will be 5 examples of what packaging for coffee brands looks like. Because it's been trained to recognize the visual patterns in coffee packaging. It's been trained in hundreds of examples. So what it will synthesize and put in front of you will be a very good baseline. So the challenge is how do you go above that baseline? That's where that real deep understanding, who is that consumer, will the way you have expressed it really resonate, will it give you that differentiation that you are looking for? So you, the human mind, have to think much more deeply about each element and say how do I make it better, how do I make it sharper, how do I make it more emotionally resonant with the consumer.
That's the point now. So this hermeneutics or interpretation of those patterns is where actually I guess human element is important. Right?
Yes, absolutely.
So we can never discount the contributions of human, even if we are
No,
alive.
that I 100% agree. But the question was that in today's marketing or branding area, if you want to be an effective consultant, the fact that you have a creative mind and you can create or you can, put frameworks and all these things are not the differentiators and not the ones that will move the needle with your client who's your customer. What will move the needle is your ability to go beyond, because this is table stakes. It's available in minutes from the machine. That was my point.
Thank you. So Madhumeta sir,
he's the one who is in the business that's training the machines. If we have a problem, he's the man to blame.
So what changes have you seen? You have an experience of 3 decades, right? You would have seen that shift, that dramatic change. What is your take on it?
Okay, I first want to check whether everyone is awake. How many of you do not want to be a consultant? Okay. 1. Brave guy. You heard the question right? I said how many of you do not want to become a consultant?
1.
2. Okay, brilliant. 4. Brilliant. Okay. So, Professor Shukla, let me answer this question. The life of a consultant has not changed. It has not changed at all. There has been some small changes. When I started my consulting career, it was analog. Now it's digital. Okay, very small change. When I started my consulting career, it was predominantly research-based, paper deliverable. Now it's the golden age of AI. Very little change. So if you look at the role of a consultant does, there are 4 things that you will do. What do? You solve client's problem. Consultants used to solve the problem 30 years later, you also will solve it 30 years later. Okay? And we are trying to solve it today. Why do you solve it? Because that needs to be solved and you need to earn money and you need to make a lot of money so that you can live life like ours, hopefully, and much better than what we do, keeping in mind non-sustainable practices. So that was the first one. What do we do? Why do we do? How do we do? is getting a bit tricky. Okay, earlier used to go paper deliverables, talk to clients, and there was this jargon when we started that what I was sharing with Professor Shukla yesterday, because at dinner I was asked this question, why are you so quiet? I basically said that when I started my consulting career, one senior partner in PwC Consulting told me that as a consultant, the first attribute is listen. Listen, listen, and listen. Because if you listen, you will understand the problem, and most probably the person who's telling you the problem will also give you the solution. He doesn't know that the solution resides in his head. So that's the third part where the how part of it is getting a bit difficult, okay? Because of the advent of exponential technology and in the world that we live in today. And the fourth one is the most difficult one, when. If you go to a client and you ask that client, okay sir, when we started, we said, when do you want it? Okay, you can give me up to 6 months or 3 months or something, do an as-is study, to-be study. You go and ask the client, when do you want to solve this problem? Most probably all of us who are in the markets will say, the client will say, as of yesterday. Okay. So these 4 things, as I said, the shift has been very, very simple. What are the other changes that we have seen? Earlier as consultant, we used to give vision to clients, right? Today, if you go and just give a vision to a client, the client will put it, I'm putting it in a consultant's word. They will most probably tell you vision without execution is hallucination. Okay? So they will ask you to have a skin in the game. When we started our consulting journey, companies used to fight with companies. Today, companies don't fight with companies. It is ecosystem that fights with ecosystems. Okay? Again, what is the keyword fight? Who solves it? Consultants. I get a lot of questions, people ask me, Dave, generative AI, the role of consultants will go away. And I was sharing my personal experience to some of your friends. You even asked me 50 questions today. I will log on to my IBM website. I have something called the IBM Consulting Advantage. I will ask those questions. I will get those answers based on 113 years of IBM's IP and experience in the market. Within the next 10 years, it improves my productivity. My job is done. But that's what people feel. A recent study says that today, approximately 2.8% of a company's revenue is invested in consulting. Next year, in the next 12 to 18 months, they are saying it's going to go up to 4.1%. Again, as I said, this is a big shift. 2.8 to 4.1 is big. Again, as I said, consulting stays. There are some small shifts that you have to do. It's only for us to understand what is the small shift. The small shifts are very simple, I think everyone mentioned. You need to have a T-shaped skills. And all the attributes, the ABCD, I have till about ABCD, EF, GH, IJ, the attributes of a consultant, those remains the same. Okay? It's only those 4 parameters. What you do remains the same. Why you do, how you do, and when you do are things that will change. It has changed over the period of my experience, and it will change over the period of your professional career. And consulting is sexy, consulting is interesting, consulting is intoxicating, but there are a lot of battle scars that all of us carry.
Thank you. Mr. Behar, I would like you to actually build on what you do and how you actually think about what they have told about, for instance, how consulting is evolving, how it is changing, how they look at it, and when you as a partner look at it, what is your approach?
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Shukla. And just a bit of a background so that everyone understands where I am coming from, because I am coming from consulting for almost 17 years, and for the last year and a half, I have moved out of consulting consciously to do something different. Now I place CXOs as a partner in Conclave. Conclave also has a consulting wing. 1.5 billion of our 3 billion turnover comes from consulting, but I am in executive search and I outplace BCG and McKinsey partners in the industry. So, and of course, Big Four partners and so on and so forth. So I'm looking at it from a different angle altogether of value creation. While I was myself a partner in consulting till April 2023. So, just I'll come to the second part later, like what do I see in these people, because I am now like a funnel where I'm not talking basis only my experience, but I'm talking basis experience of so many people that I have kind of assessed for CXO roles, who are senior partners in world's largest consulting firms, and how has their life panned out versus how my life also panned out. And also one big difference between me and some of the other esteemed panelists is that I have also worked in boutique firms, which are like 25, 30 people on ground, and I've also worked with EY and KPMG. So I bring that perspective of how big and small firms work differently and how's that changed. So one of my firms where I worked is called Avalon Consulting. It's India's oldest consulting firm, owned, operated in India since 1980s, when consulting was pretty much unknown. In their Bombay office, when I joined as a consultant, I went one day and there was a pile of spiral bound sheets lying there. So I asked one of the old partners who's no longer with us, and he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm just curious, what are all these things?" He said, "Those are deliverables from 1993. And I said, "Can I take a look?" He said, "Of course, yes." And of course, I was busy making PPTs day and night, of course. So, and those people actually use that compass to draw the pie chart, and then they used to shade. Like this was a black shading, this is this, and then they used to pull that arrow out and actually write. So what I'm trying to allude to is those were the slides. Like no one thought that Bill Gates will create PowerPoint and so on and so forth. But there was a title to that A4 size sheet. There were those pie charts, there were those boxes, and there were those bullet points. And they still exist. The way, as he was also mentioning, the way we do it is changing. And why is it changing is that, and I will be very honest because I don't want to use consulting jargons, the world is in a hurry. Clients are in a hurry to build a $1 billion unicorn business. Like we all know Byju's wanted to, buy all football clubs, sponsor the World Cup football and become like multi-billion. Everybody's in a hurry suddenly, like, our wheels spread out and everyone's going to buy our product tomorrow and so on and so forth. Clients are in a hurry. Our youth is in a hurry, frankly. I've been speaking to a lot of aspiring management consultants and all. They are in a hurry to, reach the top very quickly. I'm saying there are certain things which will only come with days, weeks, months and years of experience. You can't really reach there without the maturity that it needs to bring, the maturity that backs you, right? So, and the grey hair that backs you, it increases our charge rates, and although my charge rates still remain low, declines, but everybody's in a hurry, and that's, I think, the biggest shift that I see. A very fundamental, deep thought that I'm trying to allude to is that as the client is in a hurry, and as you were saying, he wants everything as of yesterday, that's changing so fast. And the most successful consulting partners, and when I'm saying it, partner is basically all partners run their own P&Ls, right? And every company is a franchise of the global company, and every partner is a franchise of the company, and so on and so forth. That's how consulting works. The most successful partners are the ones who deliver return on consulting spend at the earliest. And that's a term I used to use in my proposals. And this is the proposal value, and this is what I'm going to deliver to you, scenario 1, 2, 3, and all those 3 scenarios give you a return on consulting spend. Over the first year, like maybe you break even, and over the next 5 years, maybe you make 500% of what you're going to pay me and my team to do this. Also, so that was about time criticality. Second, I would say that, implementation orientation, like ownership given to consulting companies of implementing and pegging their fees on that implementation is the way consulting is done, which was not the way it was done in 2005-06 when I started. It has toppled over. 80% of the consulting was fixed fee. You build a strategy, showcase that strategy to the board, they give you a pat on the back, feed you a nice lunch. You all wear your jackets back and walk in your nice taxis and go back to your hotel. So that was 2005. Now you find those people on the streets, in the plants, traveling left, right and center, actually delivering results and getting paid out of what they're delivering. For example, a project for India's largest listed pumps company that I led for 18 months was to take their turnover upwards of 120 crores from literally zero within 12 months. And we need to implement it to actually earn our bread. Otherwise, if that doesn't happen, I barely recover my cost. McKinsey, and this is a public project, so I can mention McKinsey did a cost reduction for Hero MotoCorp, and it was 100% variable fee project. They're not charging a single penny of consulting fee. Over 100 people worked on it. They saved them 1,800 crores over a period of time, and they made a bomb out of it. Of course, there was a big percentage of the first year saving that McKinsey will take as fee. So that's what clients need. So that's like the second big change. One was time criticality, second is implementation, and one more fundamental thing that has actually changed is that the gut feel part has gone down and data has come up. Because earlier, because we have forgotten the days where we did not have data. And now we have so much that we don't remember, that we used to struggle. Like, I remember my consultants used to sit in a basement room with a phone on the whole day, asking price points, doing primary research. And just to give the batch here the reality of consulting, there was a project that Tata Strategic Management Group did in 2003 for a very large global waste management company that wanted the proportion of plastic versus other type of garbage that goes on. And an IIM Ahmedabad pass out, who was my colleague, said that I used to stay outside garbage bins and I used to assess with my eyes, naked eyes, how much is plastic and how much not, with my nose being covered with my handkerchief. That was, now that data more or less most probably, as she was also saying, might be available. So the gut feel has gone down, data has gone up, but gut feel is not zero. That's where our value stays. Otherwise, we'll become AI very soon. The slides can be made automatically based on the data that's available, and thanks to him, because a lot of it available and a lot of it can be made available. But clients still want that gut feel. They want the grey hair to talk and to tell them in that boardroom, this is what you should go for and why. And they want to shake that hand and sign that contract. And I don't think, as you were saying, for the next 30 years also that's going away. But the means and ways of doing will keep changing, and that's what we bring to the table as the primary value proposition, that we are absolutely agile human beings. We cannot be rigid. And because the sectors that I service, at least the industrial sector, is rigid, that's what gives us our most business, because to make them change, to deliver that value, we definitely need a fresh set of brains, which will be try to stay positive.
Thank you. So interesting reflections, perspectives. But on a lighter note, I want to understand. You all are consultants doing consulting for years. Is there any role of experience in consulting? When I'm saying lighter note, what I mean is, actually there's this author called Robert Sapolsky. He has written a book called Behave. He says that when you are a child, the color of your neurons is white, and as you grow old, it becomes grey. And when it is white, the current which flows from your emotional brain, amygdala, to your logical brain is very slow. That's why youngsters take very quick emotional decisions. But as you grow in life, your white color becomes grey, and this current flow inside your brain becomes faster. So when you grow old or senior in life, you think a lot, right? And that also feeds into your what we call gut feeling, which gut guidance also talks about. So is there a role of experience of people like our students who are sitting over here, very young, they are about to get into industry soon? Can they also be as great as you people are with a lot of experience? Anybody can take this question.
I can give it a shot. It goes back to the exact definition of the book that you gave. In my career, I have always had teams where I had the fresh joiner coming in my team. And if the way we work in our organization is like that, like you, there will be someone whose way of thinking is like you beautifully mentioned, the white to the grey. My thinking would be on the grey, obviously, based on my grey hairs. For them, it will be predominantly around the white part of it. And that is where the synergy of the grey and the white needs to come in. And that's what exactly the clients are working. Because if you ask me today, especially in the Indian market, who are the biggest consumers of anything that we do? They are the biggest consumers. They know what they want. Sometimes they struggle in terms of articulating a value proposition because they have not thought themselves to be as the consumer. Think yourself as the consumer, okay, I will buy this product, why will I buy this product? That is something that is so inherent. And to answer your question, everyone in this room can become a great consultant, provided you have the right attitude. that attitude part of consulting is extremely, extremely important, because that's the only English word that gives you a full 100%. You take the alphabets and you add it, gives you a perfect. And it's a big, big word.
Fair enough. So why am I asking this? Because the other name of consulting is the advice business. And nobody wants to go to youngsters for advices. Right? They love to go to people who have already good work ethics. So that's where I guess the people who have a legacy of experience, quality of experience, they get an advantage. Please help me with this.
So going back to Dick's point, it's true that sometimes the client is extremely specific to say that I want grey hair or no hair. But basically anything which symbolizes that you are old. And this used to be even more dominant maybe a decade back, especially if you look at the public sector. Right, many of the state-owned corporations, they had a mindset where they felt because they were much older, only somebody older can come and give them a piece of advice or a point of view. There was a time when it would be a little difficult for them to comprehend somebody completely fresh, very young, coming and giving a point of view about them, about their industry, right? So I think there are 2-3 ways to look at it. I think it has definitely become quite different now. I would say that many organizations that we work with, even the public sector, large promoters, while they want to see grey hair in the beginning, they want a partner to be around, but I have seen young people with their ability and attitude being able to turn them around and actually win them over and bring in the conviction that they can actually do a great job as well. I mean, it's but obvious, right? If you have somebody who's a CEO, who's been in this industry for 30 years and has a youngster who's just 1 year in the system, giving a point of view on the industry where he or she has no experience, it's but obvious that the person is going to walk. I think there you also have to be smart. If you want to have a fresher out of college going and presenting to a board or an NRC, I don't think it will probably go, because it's also about stakeholder management, right? So you need to know where seniority or experience or expertise comes into play and how you manage that. But there is enough evidence that if you are on the ball, if you've done your research, in fact there are CEOs and CXOs who like it when they are pushed back by consultants. In fact, many clients tell us that don't say yes to everything that we are saying. Push back. Question the status quo, and if you have a strong argument, they actually respect you and appreciate you more. That's one more joy of consulting. You can have a point of view and you may not agree and you can walk away. Hopefully the client will pay you. Sometimes they don't. But the fact is that it's about your point of view. And many of those areas can be a little grey, they can be subjective. But as long as you have logic in your argument, you have done your research, the person across the table will definitely respect.
I wanted to actually build on what Rupam just said, and there's some interesting real life case studies that I wanted to share, and it sort of also is part of my experience and what I am today. You know, he said, you know, you got clients who push back and who you go prepared, and you know they'll appreciate your point of view. Yes, we do all of that. But very early in my career, we happened to engage with one of the largest telecom service provider of this country. Meeting with the CXOs where, you know, it was about talking about the project plan, what we're going to do, what's going to be a scope, you know, roadmap, etc., etc. And I did all my research, and so did my partners back then. And we walked into this meeting and the CEO said, so have you researched about telecom as an industry? I said, yes, of course. So he said, you're in the wrong room because I'm not a telecom company. And they were all stunned because we did extensive research on telecom. And he said, look, I'm an FMCG company. Do you know my business model? I got people like Nokia, Siemens Network and Ericsson's building calling minutes for me. And I got someone selling for me. And I'm just a trader in between. So I'm selling calling minutes, that's it. So you guys don't even understand my industry. Why don't you go back and redo what you've done? A similar exercise happened where we met a promoter of a large airline company, and this conversation was to be around succession planning and whatnot in his organization, the next CEO. And you know, super prepared with all our data points, and you know, we've done analysis of his leadership team, who's got what skill sets, gaps, you know, and it was about the CEO and what should be his succession planning. And We walk into the room and the promoter says, yeah, I actually don't believe in this. My last CEO is a lawyer. And he's built the biggest airline for me. I think most of you would have guessed what airline I'm talking about. He said, I don't even believe in this concept. And out goes all that planning. That's one more charm with consulting. And it's part of the experience that we gain. You will run into situations where the client will feel that they know more than you and they'll be very clear in terms of what they want. Or sometimes not very clear on what they want. And still you need to learn to navigate those conversations. And I think a lot of how you successfully do that comes with a lot of experience that I think possibly consulting gives you a lot of it. So yeah, I think it just wanted to add to what Rupan said and it just clicked my mind and I thought I'd share with everyone.
Thank you. Ma'am, you are also in brand management, right? Does this experience have a role to play over there or you go with youngsters because of their creativity, emotional thinking?
Yes, but clients actually want to see that mix. And I personally also enjoy working with young people because they are from a different generation, they do think differently. And in our space, when you have to understand popular culture, what is trending and all of that, they are the ones watching all that content and they know all of it and I don't. So I definitely need young people on my team to be effective with clients. The clients are appreciate, meaning the hierarchy is less, I would say, it's not absent, but it's less. Clients appreciate insights and creative thinking from young people, but they would like to have that senior person who can distill out of all of it that which is most valuable to you. That's where they want the experience, because the experience allows you to distill out and filter out, that which is very interesting because it's so creative, but will it really work for you in your business, with your consumer, in your market situation? That filtering is what they want to experience.
I'm happy that youngsters still have a scope in consulting. Otherwise, if you take medicine or law, youngsters have to work for a very long time with seniors to understand how it works, right? Because especially in medicine, young doctors are not taken very seriously. As you grow old, your value goes up. I'm sure consulting also has that, but definitely in law and medicine it goes. Coming back to Mr. Behel, you made a very interesting point. You said that gut is also important, right? Just want to understand, because when you handle clients, they are more into understanding how logically a particular problem can be handled or addressed, right? At the same time, you also have gut when you don't have data or you don't know how to go directly about it. But you have this feeling because you have a lot of experience, right? So how do you convince the client in those scenarios where your gut says something, but data is not exactly helping you in supporting what you're thinking about?
It's a difficult situation for sure. If data does not support it, and you need to tell the client that you still go by what we are telling you to do. So that will be an exceptional situation. But the data is pointing towards something, but it's not convincing enough. But the gut says that, maybe you don't have 100% of the data that you need, but go with it because that's what my experience says that this is going to happen. That comes with a lot of correlation that goes on in a consultant's mind. And when I say correlation, maybe I'll take 2 steps back. Why has the client hired a consulting partner? Because look, I'll be very honest, and to your question of young versus experienced, so on and so forth. Clients hire a partner. Project is sold by a partner. Project is not sold by a consultant or a senior consultant or a project leader or an engagement manager. At least a director partner or a principal associate partner. That layer is what goes, pitches and sells. That is the neck to choke for the client if anything goes wrong. And that's the back to back if anything goes right. From a delivery perspective, consultants work very hard as a part of a team and with the guidance of the partner to deliver results, so on and so forth. So this partner, and I'm again and again using the term partner, and I know all of us are, is very important because the term is, of course, I am a partner in the firm because that's the equity partner, that's more a legal term, but I am also a partner to the CEO or the CHRO or the CFO. and I am the guide for a potential multi-billion dollar or at least hundreds of million dollar worth of outcomes for them. This is what I'm telling them to do. And if they need to do it only basis data, nothing else, they will hire an IMI. They will have wealth of data, right? They can do primary research, there are so many databases. And if you want only data, of course consultants also rely on databases, like we have subscriptions and so on and so forth. But what they want is a top up to all of that data of a lot of correlations. So when I was advising the company for a $2.5 billion capex, that's the biggest project that I did in my life in terms of the value of my advice. You know, telling $15 billion company on a potential $2.5 billion capex in India, there was data, but there was a lot of correlation that maturity and experience will bring you. There was a correlation to geopolitics. Like someone asked a question in the morning about US elections. I can tell you a lot of decisions of capex deployment have changed in the last 48 hours. Lot. Billions of dollars of capex decisions would have gone in a slightly different direction. Maybe timing, maybe the amount, maybe complete withdrawal, maybe double downing on capex, anything can happen. And this was a semiconductor project that I did. It's a pure play geopolitical industry. Like Indian government coming up with a scheme to give 50% of the capex as a subsidy was also to some extent driven by me and my team. While I was working with this client, I used to do a lot of policy advocacy to the government, going to Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology and so on and so forth. So coming back to your question, what I'm trying to say is that clients appreciate the maturity, experience, and hence the gut feel, or if there's a better word there, that the senior person is bringing to the table, and it is backed by the right data, which is directionally also pointing towards that. And that's why we are not market research companies or pure data analytics companies, and there are plenty of those. We are consulting firms because they want us to talk. They don't want the Excel sheet to talk only. The Excel sheet can very well throw an answer. But what does that mean for them today, short term, medium term, long term, their fortunes, the scenarios, the risks, the mitigation plans? We have thought through till the T for you in the next 10 years. That's something that only data will never be able to do. We need a human brain on it.
Thank you, interesting insights. So, one more area where we all are very confused. You people are the right people to comment upon. So normally we understand consulting in these books is like cramming lots of frameworks, then applying those frameworks, coming out with some outcomes, trying to understand if those outcomes can be implemented. That's how we look at it. But there is something called non-linearity, which is full of risk, and we don't know what would be the outcome. Like there is something called scenario planning over forecasting. Forecasting is like to extend your present to your future. But scenario planning is you try to imagine different types of futures. Right? How do you handle linearity in this business where your clients are highly bothered about the risk that would come along if you are using a non-linear approach or thinking out of the box in a particular problem? So open to anybody.
So in the case of marketing and the linear approach is essentially going and talking to consumers and asking them questions, whether you do it in a qualitative manner or in a quantitative manner, survey data. So most clients will, in my experience, because what I do in semiotics, we don't go and talk to consumers at all. We study consumer surround, means the material that they see, the objects that they engage with. So if I'm doing a study on packaging, I will not go and talk to consumers about packaging, but I will scan 150 packs and I will study 150 out of those 150 packs and then tell them what they should do with their packaging. Not go and ask consumers what do you understand, what do you like, what do you dislike, because I know for sure that the consumer will, with full sincerity, misguide. Because they don't give that much thought to it at all. You're forcing them to do things that they normally would not do. And then sound intelligent because you're asking them. They have to sound intelligent when you ask them. So they tell you lots of things, 90% of which will be only misguiding you. But for the client to reach a point where they are willing to consider something so unorthodox means that they should have tried and tested and failed. So they reach a point where they say, if I know what the answer that the consumer is going to give, and I know that all my competitors would have the same answers, I need something more. That's when they are willing to consider non-linear approaches, which is the non-tried and tested approach. In my line of work, that's been my experience.
Maybe I'll just give an example, and I think this example can wake some students up if they're feeling that hit that you had mentioned earlier. So, Michelin came to India. It's a premium tire brand. You must be aware about it. It sponsors all events. Premium tires, imported tires, best quality, best of the best of the world. They wanted to sell in India. More expensive. 50-60% of India's tire market consumption basis tonnage of the tires that are sold, not just the number of tires, because that's not the right way to measure, is commercial vehicles. So if you need to create a dent in the tires market, you need to sell more to trucks, right? Because they run almost 24/7 and the number of tires are big and the price per tire is high. Michelin wanted to crack that market. The linear consultant would have thought that let's create a value proposition, create a marketing plan, hire the right team, put them in these districts. Look, this is all logical thinking, right? Wherever there's a transport nagar, a guy will go, try to sell, try to say that hamara better hai, ye Apollo hai, Michelin, French company, whatever. Like, all that is linear thinking. He may be able to sell some tires, but definitely no truck driver will say that from tomorrow in such a extremely competitive, commoditized industry like logistics, I am going to just buy the best tire. That's not a wine in the evening kind of a conversation amongst socializing, right? What tire do you have? They'll talk about the watch or they'll talk about the suit, but no one cares about the tire. It's something that bites the dust every day. So Accenture was given this project, if I remember correctly, and I don't know the person who would have thought about this brilliant idea, that he said that, I'm not going to sell the tire. I'm going to sell the cost per kilometer for the tire. And then Michelin management asked them, how am I going to sell it to a guy who's sitting in Namakkal? That's a transportation town near Salem in Tamil Nadu. It's full of trucks anytime you go. Namakkal. He said those people who understand cost per kilometer only will take maybe 6 months to understand the term. So then they came up with a very simple tool that will monitor the life of your tire that you put in of Michelin in your truck, and in the other truck put an Apollo or an MRF, whatever you want. And they on their cost will put in an Accenture analyst who will sit in the transport fleet's office and monitor it for you. And slowly and steadily, Michelin is one of the leaders in this industry because everybody else was selling tires, but they were selling cost per kilometer of their tires. So this is, for me, one of the biggest examples of non-linear thinking. And now you see there's a purifier company that's selling per liter of water. So everyone wants to sell their products as service. But I think that this was a story that I will always remember, that one thought that comes to a person's mind which defies just the logical way of doing things can create disproportionate value.
If you want to add something. So I think the way I see non-linear thinking in the kind of consulting we do, and that also sort of overlaps with a little bit of the non-logical data part, which goes back to the whole part of gut and experience. Now, just to take a couple of examples. You've designed a fancy new grade structure, and we use the linear method. We have done the job evaluation, grading, use the scores, and this is what the grade shows us. Everything is great. But what you don't realize is that in people consulting, what you're impacting is the people. That is the bread and butter, and that is going to be the hardest hitting. when you start implementing some of those changes, be around compensation or grades, those are very, very close to people's heart. If you go by pure linear approaches, which is focused on cost, focused on the purest approach, you'll have a workforce which is hugely disengaged. So you have to take certain calls which may not be linear or logical, but also have to sort of combine logic, but also the culture, the values, and the drivers which will keep a workforce engaged. Because here you are talking about people, you're not talking about machine, you're not talking about technology. This hits the hardest, right? We as consultants are called in to do some dirty work as well, right? Workforce planning, redeployment. When companies go into recession, we have a field day because companies call us and say, okay, tell us which jobs need to be hacked. Tell us which people need to be asked to go. Now, linear thinking would simply mean that, okay, we are the highest paying jobs, you need to focus on your bottom line, go ahead, right? But CEOs, along with our help, need to figure out what is a fine balance between redeployment, right sizing, and also being able to create a culture which talks about the fact that the firm stood in the right way. And COVID was a big, big shift in this. Many employees who felt that their organizations followed a linear approach in looking at cutting jobs and firing them, never went back to those companies. It was the companies who stood by those employees when they were going through a very difficult point, though the numbers pointed out to say that you should be doing ABC, actually stood the test of time. In HR consulting, things like culture, values, which are softer areas, they can be measured, but they are somewhere, underlined. They are not necessarily right up there when you use tools, right? Which is why companies which pay the most don't necessarily have the lowest attrition. Which is why companies who have the best compensation packages don't have the highest engagement levels, because it's counterintuitive. People leave for money, but they don't stay back for money. When you have to engage them, you have to look at many different drivers, and many of those areas are much softer, which can't be clearly demarcated under the garb of linear models.
Fair enough. So thank you that non-linearity is important, and we also train our students in thinking non-linearly, system 2 thinking. I'm sure you would have heard of linear canonical idea. We try to do that. But now there are disruptions, right? Like for instance, we have generative AI coming in, right? I guess they was talking about, the virtual assistant, right? Now the problem is like normally initially you were valued as a person who would give me a solution, right? As a consultant, I will pay you and you will give me a solution. Now you are giving me a solution, and I'm also simultaneously testing your solution using generative AI, right? We had some discussion last evening also, right? How do you convince your client that what you are saying is any day better than what AI is saying? Because AI keeps generating. How do you bring that conviction or to satisfy a client to understand that generative AI somewhere is helpful, but what I am saying is more meaningful or has more gravity? Just want to understand your point on this.
Okay, we generally say that AI or generative AI or any form of AI is supposed to augment human intelligence and human decision making. Okay, it is not a replacement. I think that is what majority of clients still struggle. They feel that they will come and they will replace humans. Okay, but it is supposed to come and augment human beings in their decision making. Yes, at the same time, repetitive, boring pieces of work will go away because no human being wants to do boring and repetitive piece of work. Look, the biggest, to answer your question as to how do you convince, and today, if you go and talk, generative AI is a much maligned word in the industry today. Okay, everyone talks about generative AI. Good thing for me from a generative AI point of view was I had to pay millions of dollars to get a data scientist. They have democratized data scientists. So generative AI, you don't need a top-notch, high-paying data scientist, so it's easy for me. Now, what is it that clients need to understand today? Like even if you're talking about gut and the decision making, for every dollar of revenue that we get from, or generally consultants or any industry get from AI, $3 of revenue is generated from data. Okay. You cannot have AI and generative AI if your data is cracking. Clients have today if you go to any large multinational client, the first thing they will tell you about AI is the fatigue of doing POCs. They're absolutely fatigued to the core that we have done POCs. The technology works. Now, why are they not able to scale up and create those values, unleash their productivity, it's only because the data. Now, people might ask me then, why haven't they done something? It is where the human element and the consulting element have not come into those clients. What has happened? Before the golden age of AI, there was this age of cloud, right? And cloud, the world of cloud was hybrid cloud. Client felt what was the business proposition that was given, and that is what we were constantly trying to educate our clients. Some of them got it, some of them did not get it. I can't take names because most of them now are our predominant partners. The prime theme of moving to cloud was you save cost. From your data center, you take it to a cloud, it is scalable, you don't have to worry about anything, and we will manage it for you. We basically said that is not the business case for cloud. If you move your data, but you don't transform the data, the next stage of transformation will not come. And that is what clients are facing today. They have taken the data from their premises, moved it to the cloud, no transformation, they want to do AI, the data is not ready, and their cloud bills have gone up. Because if you have not transformed your data, every transaction that you do between the cloud and to your system, someone is minting money like a taximeter. Okay, the yellow taxi still in Calcutta exists. It's like that. So I think the most important thing that I think all of you must understand is that, and clients are beginning to understand, your output coming out of generative AI is the data itself. Like people talk about ChatGPT. I very rarely talk about ChatGPT. Because the output for a ChatGPT is a derivative of someone's work. Okay, if ChatGPT or OpenAI sits on your data, then you are safe. If you are taking data as a consultant from ChatGPT in the public forum, if you are in any large MNC, they will most probably ask you to leave. Because it's a derivative of someone's work, and it is that person, and if you have made $100 million out of it, that person will say, this is my IP. And you've taken money of it. So I think it's a vast topic, huge scope, huge scope, but fundamental things have to be addressed in this scope. That the data is for the client. We generally go and tell the client that the data is yours. We give the consulting on the model and the solutioning, but for that we will tell you what data is required. You need to have the data, you need to have the AI layer, and you need to have the governance layer. Not everyone needs to look at all your data. That is the biggest problem. The guy who got the Nobel Prize basically is saying that I have, on AI, has basically come and said that I have created a Frankenstein, right? He's basically saying that if you don't control it, it will go out of control. Okay. Today, the world of consulting that we are in today, there was a client that I was talking to a CXO. He was basically saying that will we move into a stage where a digital assistant from my organization can hook up to your digital assistant and ask consulting questions? The answer is yes. Where do the consultant come in? Consultant comes in on that answer on that question. How relevant is it? Does it contain all the things of ethics, explainability, trust, bias? And the last thing is obviously generative AI in this entire solution is prohibitively expensive. Very, very expensive. Okay, if you ask me my personal opinion, and everything that I've said is my personal opinion, AI has peaked. Now it will go through a stage of plateau. Why are CIOs and CTOs of organization so scared of this entire technology? It is because we have all the providers of AI, the hyperscalers, who are fighting with every day, coming up with new models. 15 years back, if someone from consulting was made an offer that will you join as a CIO, I don't know if you guys might be able to, they would most probably say, yeah, I will go. Today, if you ask someone to take the role of a CIO, the role of a CIO is very, very scary today. Very, very scary. He just doesn't know what he will get into. And he doesn't know what exists in his organization today. So it's a great opportunity for consultants, really, really great opportunity. But the consultant needs to understand the value of data. Only when you're, and it's not only structured data, it is the unstructured data that creates maximum impact in businesses. Clients that have been able to blend structured data with unstructured data are getting the benefits out of generative AI. And I have lots of successful stories in our organization where they have used structured as well as unstructured data.
Thank you, sir. So to keep it structured, I want to note that we need to open our discussion to audience also. So now we are open to questions. If you have questions, we have our esteemed panel over here. You can ask questions, but keep them short. They should be more of clarifying nature, not that you explain and they listen. Let them talk. Thank you.
Hello sir, hi, my name is Sridip. I have worked for 6 years in consulting firm. So as sir mentioned that when Michelin came, like they were wanting to have a different kind of delivery model in which they'll be tracking the kilometers driven per kilometer driven than the cost of the tire. So in that kind of model we were also discussing internally this MG has got a new car in which they will be having like a very less price for the car, but they'll be charging on per kilometer basis on the electricity that they have charged. Yeah, it's a battery car, so like they'll be charging you on the amount of battery you have consumed. So in that we both were not able to come to a solution that okay, this solution will work and this car will work. So because we are not able to calculate like what is the exact value that is generated out of having the car. So how do you make sense of that? Like when we are discussing, we were not able to get to a conclusion that this will be a viable solution.
Firstly, happy to spend time separately on understanding what are your calculations. So MG, and they must have hired a consultant by the way to plan this business model. So I trust that some management consultant would have done its job. But broadly speaking, the concept that we are talking about is something called TCO, total cost of ownership, in which what are the variables? The cost of acquisition, O&M, which is operations and maintenance, and other additional costs like insurance, etc., etc. Then the running cost, which is the electricity, and then you might just let the salvage value get out of it. So it's a typical, just take it as a typical capex that you're deploying, and capex also has the same things, right? There's O&M, depreciation, salvage value, cost of running, which is utilities, and so on and so forth. So it is a model where definitely MG is not going to lose any money, for sure. And this is not just a model, I'll explain it to you in a very simple term, what is Sun Mobility doing? You'll understand better. Sun Mobility is a Bangalore-based organization, which is, the investor is the Mehdi family, who launched the first electric car in India. If you guys remember, there used to be a car called Reva, very small, like if there's a traffic jam, I could actually pick up the car and walk, and then sit in it and go again. So it was so light and small, just kidding, it was not that light, but yeah, it was small, plasticky vehicle. So that family, of course, sold its business to Mahindra's and then is now invested in a company called Sun Mobility. Sun Mobility is India's largest battery swapping company. So if you buy an Ather scooter, and also some other companies are tied up with Sun Mobility, you can either buy it with the battery or you can buy it with a battery provided by Sun Mobility. So your cost of the scooter comes down at 1.5 lakh scooter typically costs you 90,000. While the battery is fully owned by Sun Mobility, scooter is owned by you, and whenever your battery is dying, you just go to a close by docking station of batteries of Sun Mobility, take out a small RFID chip, put it there, your Paytm money will get reduced, a new battery will come out, your battery will go into charging, put it in a scooter. It takes, I've seen it live, the CEO showed me, it takes less than 45 seconds to do that. So it is something very similar. They have just extrapolated something that exists in two-wheelers to cars. But I am also a fanatic of automotive sector, so would love to understand the problem in detail and try to answer more questions. But I hope directionally I was able to answer.
Any other questions?
Hello, good afternoon to all the panelists. Hamsini ma'am, I had a question for you. So as you rightly mentioned, AI is really revolutionizing the way marketers or even consultants for that matter, thought of bringing a solution at the click of a button. Just wanted to know, given there's so much AI technology evolving, how do you find a balance or how do you communicate with your client to ensure that emotional intelligence and human connections still don't falter or take a back seat? Especially, there are very stringent deadlines, right, that clients give you and even the tight budgets that they have. So how do you ensure or come to a conclusion when you're providing a solution to them?
Actually, clients we are not execution agencies, so therefore clients actually give us time to think, which is a luxury, but we do get it. The second thing is, we ourselves use that material as a starting point and then we think about it. So therefore it's not like we just take something, type it into any AI and then take it and then give it to the client. We look at a wide range of material, some of which may be AI generated as well. So therefore we are not in that sense directly impacted, except in as much as you have to show that you can bring value over what is available for virtually free, that's all. You can prove that, then we don't have an issue because of this. The people who have an issue would be a design agency. If I am running a packaging design agency, then I do have a challenge, because if I am an entrepreneur who's launching a new brand of coffee, I think why should I pay you your fee? I might as well get it free or near free, and then I'll get somebody to do some of the basic tinkering work. So therefore instead of paying you 20 lakhs for the design, I'll get it done for 1 lakh. If I'm an entrepreneur. If I am PepsiCo, obviously I'm not going to do that.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Isha Banerjee and I have over 5 years of experience as a software developer. So my question is, like in sectors such as finance or let's say healthcare sectors, they are highly regulated sectors. So let's say in Europe we have GDPR and all. So in such sectors, how do consultants balance the innovation and the compliance, the regulatory compliances? How the balance is maintained between that?
So you raise a very pertinent question around how to balance innovation along with regulatory compliance. Any innovation at a large scale cannot be in silos. It does have to go hand in hand, and I think someone earlier mentioned that compliance is an important aspect, and as you rightly said, GDPR or in healthcare, HIPAA, even in India we're talking about data protection laws coming. There is definitely an element of compliance that needs to be taken care of when we talk about innovation, and I think we as consultants, we've got access to all such resources which help us curate such solutions for our clients. So the more we break the silos, the more we have multiple disciplines working and coming together, the more accurate compliance solutions we'll be able to provide our clients. And I think that's where the role of a consultant and a consulting company now evolves. You need to be a one-stop shop instead of talking to 4 different teams. Now you get one integrated solution, and a lot of consulting firms have created what we call platforms. They've got different names for it. Deals is one such platform. You don't do due diligence separate, but tax diligence separate, and then HR diligence separate. Now you have one platform. These platforms have been created by consulting firms to address challenges like what you've just spoken. Yes, depending on the region, the regulations change, and a lot of these consulting firms are global consulting firms, so we work very closely. And thanks to the globalization that has happened, it's been made easy with all the tools and technologies available to us. So to answer your question, they now work hand in hand. Consulting firms are much more strongly equipped to tackle such challenges thanks to technological advancements and changing models, and we therefore see innovation, especially coming from large consulting organizations, that are much more regulatory compliant as compared to, I would discount innovation that happens at a freelance level. I can't comment on it. But if you look at any large innovation, so we've got a tool, in-house tool which replicates ChatGPT, we call it ProGPT. It's gone through extensive risk management to say, are we going to infringe upon any sort of intellectual property? Even all our reports that go out, they have a very stringent measure of ensuring that we are not, accused of plagiarism. There are tools that are available that help you do that. So technology plays a big part in, handling such situations. But yes, consulting firms are very well equipped. They've got these tools that handle such situations. I hope I've been able to answer your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So quickly, one last question in the interest of time.
Hello panelists, thank you for the wonderful discussion. My name is Nachiket and I come with 5 years of experience in function safety, software development. So my question is alluding to the remark that Vic sir made, that gut feel is something that is indispensable, that AI can never really take over, right? So I was able to relate it to the movie Interstellar in a way that even though they were sending out people to different exoplanets to see if even though robots were highly capable of doing it, they sent humans because this fear of death was something that AI could never have. So similarly on that line, what are some intrinsic human values that, as a batch you can tell us to, develop ourselves in, that will be indispensable for us in the future, that AI can never really take over?
That's a beautiful question to end the session, if it's the last question, by the way. Thanks for asking it. And so let me just topple over a little over question. I'll tell you, because this topic related to consulting, and my remark was also related to consulting as a profession, that our gut feel always remains. And that's actually a quote by a person called Toto Wolff, who's the manager of Mercedes, AMG, Petronas, Formula One team, that whatever he does, there's a part data and part gut. And that's why he had the winning driver, Lewis Hamilton, for a number of years. And he said that, and that has stayed with me as a motorsports fan also. But I can tell you a few traits that if you bring, forget the AI part, but I somehow also feel that we are being pushed AI. I never wanted that meta box on my WhatsApp when I'm searching for a name to chat with, but I've been pushed that. Okay? While I'm typing an email on Outlook, I'm being pushed by Outlook that the next word has to be this. I don't like it, but I can remove it also now. Like, there's no way to revert back to base. So a lot of this agenda is also to make sure that the investments are adopted by the consumers. They want it or they don't want it, it doesn't matter. I can't go to the previous version of WhatsApp, I can't go to the previous version of Outlook, and so on and so forth, right? And I'm a person who would like to write my own email, by the way I want, and I hate that when that word appears by itself, okay? So I'm just taking these examples because it's frustrating me now. A lot of it pushed to me it's starting to get a lot of frustration on a daily basis. But coming back, the traits that you should have as a successful management consultant, firstly remember the 3 C's, okay? Context, clarity, conduct, and if you have the right context of the client, you need to, as he said, that you need to listen, You listen and then translate into your own means and ways in your mind. And a lot of my calls, I tell the client, this is a listening call. Don't ask me any question. You need to talk. Because till the time this call doesn't happen, I can't start the project properly. So get the context right. Then get the clarity in your mind around that context. Okay? Complete clarity will come to you, and I'll add one more C after this, so there are 4 C's. Complete clarity will come with your experiences of previous projects, with the circle of experts. Because consulting is a fraternity. Consulting is not a single human being doing a job. You'll see a lot of us in pubs, like me and my dear friend Saket. We're going to be in a pub today, in the evening we are meeting at Grant Thornton, and he's here. And we're going to discuss not just general things, we're going to discuss industry, we both love automotive as a sector. So, that clarity will be driven by a lot of data points that are in your mind, basis that context of the client. So that's the second C. The third C is content that you create for the client, basis that context and the clarity that you have. Now you're translating it into advice, but delivering it is also, the client hasn't hired you to take zillions of years to come to a solution, right? So you have to have a timed way of delivering it as content. And the final one is conduct. As a consultant, you need to be disciplined. You cannot be late. You definitely, those are small things, clients appreciate it. Only by driving discipline, I have driven few percentage EBITDA changes in my client organizations. Just discipline, nothing. I didn't touch a single thing. I just said that you need to have this bloody meeting on time every day. The stand-up meeting that is in calendar, it buzzes, people snooze it, and no one appears. I started those meetings, people started talking only, and that conduct is what client really values. Even if you have to travel to Bombay for a 2-hour meeting, as I was saying earlier, you have to be on time, you have to be dressed properly, you need to have your content ready, printouts required, what slide, who would talk, which bullet point, what to double click on, what to ignore, what are the potential questions that the client can potentially ask. What are the answers to those questions? We prepare for our meetings, so you might see 10 slides, but there's a preparation of 100 worth of slides that goes behind it. And that's when the client starts appreciating it. These guys are human beings. My team, the CEO, office and others are good, but these guys are different. And at this stage, I would also like to mention to all of you to get some context of how a consultant's paid. So an MBB, when they do a due diligence, is paid $250,000 a week to deliver a due diligence. Like this is like maybe Walmart hired them while they were acquiring Flipkart, something of that sort. So that's the level of importance these clients put on us, and that's the kind of fee they're ready to pay. So they value these 4 C's too much, and I think it is indispensable. Like we will always have a very important role to play, and this industry will always sustain, and AI will always keep complementing our work in the right way.
I'd like to add just one point to what Vic said. I don't have a C to add, I have an E to add, right? Now, you can be a machine, and a machine will give you results and logic and everything, but what a machine doesn't have is empathy. When you are a human being, end of the day, you are a human working with another human, right? You're not working for a machine, and you're not a machine working for somebody, right? So when you are working with clients, I think it is important to understand where they're coming from and put yourself in their shoes, which is what empathy means, to try and get to the problem. Because if you were just a consultant and you were to use cold logic, you would give them the numbers, the design, and whatever makes sense, right? But you need to understand what is in it for them, what are they trying to achieve, what are their constraints, right, and what are they fighting against. That machine can't do. That AI can't do. That is where human intervention is so important, because the humane part, the part of actually being a person in the other person's shoes, only comes when you are there across the table, and which is where you'll always be valued. And which is why in consulting, many times you'll see different models. There are franchisees that sell. McKinsey is a big brand name, great, right? But there are also individual consultants whose brand name is very important, right? And many times clients go to not only the companies but also to the consultant, because the consultant demonstrated that empathy, that value by working with that client, which is remembered much later after your AI systems are done with.
Okay, so here we come to the closure, and I'm congratulating you all. We all were able to overcome this tough zone, right? All was away. And definitely I enjoyed the session. I enjoyed talking to the best of the best. In fact, one of my colleagues, he saw all these panelists came and said, I want to sit through, but because I have a class, I have to go. So I'm very happy that you enjoyed the discussion, the insights, and I'm sure you will use these insights in your future assignments, and that will make you future leaders. Over to you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And thank you.
Thank you to our panelists for an engaging discussion of how consulting is transforming in today's dynamic environment. They highlighted the shift from traditional expertise to a more collaborative, agile approach, where consultants blend deep industry insight with fresh data-driven perspectives for real-time impact and meaningful client partnerships. The focus on speed, customization and value shows how responsive consulting has become to client needs. With these insights in mind, I invite our moderator and panelists to kindly gather for a picture. So you can have your pictures together. Yes.
Now, to show our heartfelt appreciation, we would like to invite Professor Rahul Shukla to present mementos to our esteemed guests as a token of our gratitude and appreciation. I would like to invite Mr. Varun Sati to receive the memento.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Rupang Chaudhary to receive his memento.
Next, I'd like to invite Ms. Hamsini Shivkumar to receive the memento.
I would like to invite Mr. Dev Majumdar to receive his memento.
Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Vic Behel to receive the memento. And here is an interesting fact, Mr. Behel is an alumnus of XLRI.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists for those enlightening perspectives. We'll now take a short break, giving everyone a moment to connect and reflect on the insights shared. I request you not to stray too far because we'll be back with another compelling session on harnessing digital transformation for strategic advantage. Enjoy the break and we'll see you shortly. In 10 minutes. We'll stick to the time guide. We are now moving into our final panel discussion, harnessing digital transformation for strategic advantage. Digital transformation has become essential in reshaping industries and redefining how companies operate. In this growth journey, consultants are not just advisors but protagonists, helping organizations harness digital tools to stay agile, competitive and resilient.
Indeed, Sonal. This idea was beautifully encapsulated by Satya Nadella when he said, technology alone is not enough. It's technology married with business strategy and culture that delivers true transformation. And that's where consultants step in, making this union possible. Translating technology into strategic actions that align with a company's culture and goals. Without any further delay, let me call upon the panelists for this session. We are excited to introduce our first panelist, Mr. Vipin Gupta. Mr. Vipin Gupta, partner with EY's digital transformation practice, where he guides clients on digital strategy, sales and marketing technologies, focusing on consumer products and retail. With over 20 years of experience across healthcare, banking and telecom in North America and Asia, his insights are invaluable. Previously, as CTO for Starbucks India and head of digital for KFC India, he led pivotal digital transformation efforts. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Vipin Gupta with a huge round of applause.
We are delighted to welcome our next panelist, Mr. Saket Mehra, the national leader for the automotive practice at Grant Thornton, Bharat. With a career spanning over 20 years, Mr. Mehra has led advisory engagements in enterprise risk management, corporate governance, internal audits, and forensic reviews across a variety of industries. His expertise in continuous control monitoring and advanced data analytics has been instrumental in helping clients strengthen their internal control environments. Please join me in welcoming him with a huge round of applause.
Please join us in welcoming our third panelist on stage, Mr. Prashant Prabhakara. Mr. Prashant Prabhakara is a partner at KPMG Global Services, leading core technology capabilities like data analytics and AI. Mr. Prabhakara has been instrumental in setting up and scaling KPMG's IT advisory and cloud engineering consulting practices globally. His experience spans across major markets, making him a key player in the digital transformation space. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Prashant Prabhakara with a huge round of applause.
Let's now welcome our fourth panelist on stage. Joining us from IBM is Mr. King Shukre, whose 25 years of consulting experience span financial services and entrepreneurial innovation. Currently a partner at IBM Consulting, Mr. Ray drives transformation programs for banking clients worldwide. His international perspective and passion for digital innovation are a true asset to our discussion. Please join me in welcoming him with a round of applause.
Please join us in welcoming our next panelist on stage, Mr. Jaydev Rajak. Mr. Rajak is a managing director at Accenture's India business within Client Group's product focusing on consumer goods industry. With our two decades of experience, he specializes in devising business strategies and transforming organizations to drive growth and profitability. Mr. Rajak is known for his expertise in aligning operational efficiency with strategic goals to create sustainable value for clients. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Jaydev Rajak with a huge round of applause.
I am now honored to announce the moderator for this panel, Professor Saurabh Snevrat, the Professor of Strategic Management at XLRI. He has over a decade of corporate experience in IT, finance and pharmaceuticals. He consults and trains on innovation, strategy and leadership for major firms and holds a PhD from IIM Ranchi and an MBA from the University of Michigan. Dr. Saurabh also serves as a convener for XLRI's Center for Inclusiveness and Entrepreneurship and is a core member of the working group on the gig economy for India's Chief Secretary Conference. Let's welcome our panelist and moderator as we take the stage for this crucial discussion on harnessing digital transformation for strategic advancement. Over to you, Professor.
All right, so I think it's still okay. It's good evening, everybody. Good evening, sir. So we live in dangerous times. There are wars going on, there are conflicts going on, there are pandemics and so on. There's one more danger, that this is the last session. And so I know you've been through the whole day. So we will try and keep it as engaging as possible. I would like to start off by taking a pulse here about how many in the audience have worked in the digital transformation space before coming to XLRI. Okay, so around 20-30% is what I see. Also, how many of you are, have some knowledge either from the business side of seeing, of hearing in your organizations about what digital transformation actually entails? Alright, so that's a bigger number. Okay, so that's great. That still leaves out around at least 30-40%, which might not have direct exposure to digital transformation. So again, these are just straw poll numbers. So today we are going to talk about digital transformation and how to harness it for strategic advantage. So before we get into the strategic advantage piece, digital transformation itself is a topic on which the panel of experts, and we have an awesome group of experts here, we can talk for a couple of days, I think. Then maybe take one or two breaks. So the idea that we have is we'll try and funnel it. That means we'll go with the broader topics first, and then slowly go into specifics, and then take question and answers. I think you will find this space of digital transformation as a very intriguing career opportunity or career possibility. So I think with that, I would like to start off with opening statements. I would like to request all our experts to talk about the various flavors of digital transformation. So when we say it's a big umbrella of projects, what do you think, or if you can tell us about some insights into the flavors of digital transformation. So maybe 3 to 4 minutes per person, and please feel free to make it an opening statement. So can we start with Mr. Bipin, please?
Hi, good evening everyone. Professor, thank you very much for inviting me to the panel here. And I think it was a bit, because I remember XLRI when we were doing our MBA, it was very difficult to get into the school. Well, we couldn't get into school, but at least getting invited here, and I think interacting with a great bunch of students, I got the opportunity in the last 12 hours or so to, I think, great. So digital transformation, I think digital transformation is a very broad concept. And I think it's a very, I think if you were to ask somebody to define digital transformation, I bet you'll get 100 definitions if you ask 100 people. So I think, but at the fundamentally, and I think given that I have the opportunity to advise clients and also lead digital transformation for a couple of multinational brands in India, I think digital transformation at the core of it is to basically say, so for example, I work for KFC or I work for Starbucks. I sell chicken and I sell coffee. Right? How do I now make my business grow or make my business more profitable using technology? That is the underlying fundamental. I think this is what we've been doing for the last 25 years, right? Since the time internet came in. Now only the flavors have evolved over time. We used to talk about automation earlier, then people started talking about cloud, then people talk about mobility, analytics, and Gen AI is a buzzword on the now. So it's just how do you continue to leverage technology to really create that impact for your consumers and your stakeholders, including investors as well as business users, right? So that is a fundamental crux of it. Now, and there are various frameworks and the cuts that you can take, right? So digital transformation, so for example, you can take a cut where you say that, okay, this is my value chain. Now let's say Starbucks value chain, I source coffee from US, I store it in a warehouse, I send it to all my stores, then I serve coffee to consumers, and then I have loyalty so that people can come. Now where can I leverage technology? And digital transformation definitions can be varied, right? If you go to, let's say, a trend, where we I think we were speaking here last night, that Zudio said, I won't sell online. Now for Zudio, a digital transformation is purely on the supply chain and the finance part. They say, I want to make sure right products are available at the right store, at the right time, and I understand my P&L finances to the T. For somebody like Starbucks, digital transformation means more on the front end. How do I create really great customer experience for my consumers, which actually is both supplementing the coffee experience in the stores. So for example, a couple of examples I'll take, which the project which I did is like, for example, we have a mobile app. Now in a mobile app, we have, it has to be fancy, it has to be bringing all the brand elements. So whenever you interact with the digital platforms, you feel that you're interacting with Starbucks. The whole personalization element. We used Gen AI to generate individual messages, greeting messages for 150,000 gold consumers. So every day if you open the app, you'll actually get a fresh message on the app. And that is done humanlessly, without human intervention using Gen AI. Wi-Fi. So one of the common complaints was that when I come to the store, I can't access loyalty because there is no signal or because store is inside the mall. We said, okay, we'll implement auto Wi-Fi, where basically if you give me the right permissions on the phone,
The moment you walk into the Starbucks store, your phone automatically gets connected to the Wi-Fi. Starbucks India was the first retailer globally to have such a feature on the app. So things like that, right? So for them, it was the front end. For somebody, it's middle office. For some, it is back end. So that is one cut where you can take the value chain view and say where do I want to focus on, which will create value for my business at that point in time. The second cut, I think, also is then the foundational transformation and exploratory. That's what typically I sometimes use. That for somebody, as I said, just doing a SAP implementation as a foundational is digital transformation. For somebody saying, I'm going to use analytics, I'm going to use advanced MarTech, I'm going to use more IoT and all these things to do to further improve my business, that is transformation. That can be digital transformation. For other people, let's say for more mature, advanced customers, let's say if you go to Domino's, they don't talk about, they have been in digital journey in India for many years now. They won't talk about back office or middle office as something they call digital, right? That is BAU. Like upgrading SAP or implementing SAP is business as usual. And then I was speaking to the CIO a few days ago. It's like the CIO told me that the SAP implementation is not even a CIO's KPI. They said, I will put this -2 of your KPI of yours. So he's saying, he's telling the CIO, tell me how can you reduce cost for me, reduce cost of business for me, tell me how would you actually increase revenue for me, that is your KPI. So for somebody then exploratory, then he's exploring all these technologies around 20-minute delivery, how can you use more, like all those fancy stuff he's doing. So that is there. So again, I said, I think digital transformation is very broad, but the crux of it is that how do you take a business and how do you overlay the technology there to create basically shareholder value for the company that's
Okay, that's great start to the discussion. Thank you, Vipin.
So, thank you, Professor, for having me over here. I would completely agree what Vipin just talked about. Transformation or digital transformation completely means different to different set of stakeholders. When we advise our clients, and when I talk about clients, these would be, I would say, largest of the largest clients or even the mid-sized companies. What is really happening is that today as we speak to them, I think it has become a buzzword. It has literally become a buzzword. In fact, when we speak to our, I would say, set of clients who are not so mature, who are not mid-sized clients, even forget the larger clients, they're in a scare zone. Like they're really scared of what digital transformation is and how it will impact them. So in turn, what has happened is there is some kind of a non-existential risk which has created as to what I need to do about digital transformation. Imagine a company who's a very small-sized company, who has been working on, say, a standalone accounting package. They don't have a mature ERP. For them, even moving into an ERP is a digital transformation, because that calls for a lot of changes to the business processes, revisiting the roles, responsibilities of the people, or redesigning their entire value chain. So it means different to different people. I think in our experience, what is really important is that how do we identify first as an organization as to what are those interventions wherein I need to go in for a digitization or a digitalization. As Vipin was talking about, let's say in case of Domino's, they have been on the digital platforms for years and years. For them, upgrading their recipes or their ERPs is not something which is a digital transformation. For them, how they can engage much better with the customers, and the examples which Vipin gave was absolutely on point in terms of how the companies can engage with their customers much better is the digital transformation. How I can engage with my supplier ecosystem, more importantly, is digital transformation. So it varies from companies to companies. Now, going back to the point which I talked about, that there is a set of companies, a set of companies in India or wherever, who are scared to move into this direction. I think for people like you, when you come out of the institute and when you kind of start consulting, I would say it's so important for you guys to really look at the problem statements of those companies or even the other set of companies and give them a roadmap. Give them a roadmap which could be a 2-year, 3-year, 5-year roadmap as to which are those processes which are really inefficient, which can then be digitized through different technologies, could be AI, could be any other technology, could be blockchain. And that's where the clients will get to see the results coming out. Not everything can be done in a single day. And we have had experiences with our clients who wanted to spend billions and billions of dollars, and they thought overnight they can turn around the things by spending money. No, it doesn't happen like that. There has to be a roadmap, there has to be an alignment of the process owners, there has to be a consensus within the organization for them to move into this journey. That's what I would say, Professor.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks. Mr. Prashant.
See, digital transformation is, it's an ocean, right? Let's say, but there's few definitions. There's multiple definitions. I'll talk about one definition so I can detail about what it means, right? So it's basically the process of developing organization and technology capabilities, right? Two important things: organization, not only technology. Yeah. Why do they do that? To allow a company to continuously improve. Again, continuous improvement is a very key word. Improve what? Could depend, customer experience, their cost, the cost. But more importantly, the main thing is what they call competitive advantage, right? As Saket mentioned, why do you need to do that? Very important. One key common thing is competitive advantage, right? The reason I mentioned this is each one of these is very critical as consultants, right? When you go into given a task, you need to understand the various reasons why organizations do that, and there could be multiple reasons, right? But at least it has to tick at least one of these boxes for them to do it. Yeah? And there's various flavors. I can start with an excellent example of digital transformation. I say this entire event, at least from us, was organized on WhatsApp. Right? Completely paper-based, right? Seamlessly done, right? From the time I was in Bangalore, Gurgaon, wherever we are, until now, minute by minute, you see paper? No. Everything went on right. So, what simple use case, right? Of what is digital transformation? It's everywhere. We don't see it, but it's already into our lives, right? So there's, I call it two angles. One, you can say direct to consumer, right? Example of WhatsApp. Yeah? Very easy to understand. And that, I think, it's almost completely ingrained. None of us can escape digital transformation, right? It's there. We can improve slightly here and there. That's where the continuous improvement exists, and all these product vendors are doing it. But as consultants, the issue is on enterprise adoption of digital transformation, right? What they can do, why they should do, because the cost implications. Digital transformation doesn't come free, right? Otherwise, everyone would have implemented the best technologies in the world and be exactly the same, right? The reason why, Vipin said Zudio does not have online sales, there's a reason, right? Focus on certain things. So it's very important to figure out what works well for whom. You need not be, I'm sure you heard the use cases on Netflix, Kodak, Nokia and all that, right? Those are all history now. Right? So I think what's important to see what's coming next that a lot of organizations are not seeing, right? And I think one key flavor there is, fortunately, unfortunately, is AI, Gen AI. I've got to see how it impacts, everything and everything that we do. But there are multiple more, right? So again, technology is one flavor, but where predominantly enterprises miss and fail in a lot of places is missing the organization bit. Right? So it comes to what you call as shadow IT. Right? So a lot of these large enterprises, you have these multiple flavors of digital transformation, because some business head says, this is very easy. My daughter can look at YouTube, figure out and work. Right? I don't need an expert, a consultant to run for my business. I will work with a product vendor, they will implement digital transformation for me, right? They will implement a technology for them, right? It's not a transformation. Yeah? So, and that leads to, we call digital sprawl, broader issues, and that's when people like, I can say, us come in to solve them. So it's a good problem to have. figure out why this crawl is happening and how to fix it. So, no, tech is easy, but the organization capability is extremely complex. In order to make it viable to meet the three goals: competitive advantage, cost, and managing customers.
Okay, great inputs. Yes, Diksha, please.
Thank you, Professor, for having us here, having me here. And I must say that, once I reach the stage, my respect for my erstwhile professors is jumped up. As I can see 100 scrutinizing days, it's not easy.
Yeah, that's a skill.
And,
That's a secret. Yes, yes.
And they are all armed with AI and the recent advances. So let me just zoom out a bit, because there's a pretty diverse audience, and I can imagine there's a latitude of opinions, experiences, and so on. So let me just zoom out a bit as to on this topic. First is what is getting transformed is important. So let's work with a very simple example. Imagine you are an organization, and I like to tell this that you have a central nervous system, right, which pretty much controls, how you behave and how you act and how you can respond. Digital transformation is in similar terms, transforming the central nervous system of an organization, making it maybe 100x more efficient. That's the goal, 100x or 1000x. And that's the goal. Okay. Now the question is, how do you do it? And what's feasible and what's reality? Yeah. Further simplify this abstraction that I'm talking about. In an organization, the central nervous system essentially has at one end people process, which is employees, people process and products or services. On the other end, you have the ecosystem it's serving, which is essentially your buyers, your suppliers, and your facilitators. Facilitator is very important, and start on that. We'll come back to that and why it's important. Now, essentially, what digital transformation does is that it makes all these connections far more efficient than what it used to be. Okay, and the way you do it, in the course of this discussion, we'll come to it and the nuances of it and how it's done. The second part of it is that, so what's happening in digital transformation, essentially, you're saying anything that has inertia in the organization, I will try to make a data representation of it so that I can move it faster, I can make decisions on it, I can compare with data and so on and so forth. Now, just pin the thought in your mind, and we just step aside and understand one more aspect of it, which is you have organizations which are of different shapes and sizes and they behave differently. What I mean by that is the following. For example, we were talking about Starbucks. So you have Starbucks, you have McDonald's. Just to give you an example, they have high levels of standardization and high replication across their units, right? But they don't need to integrate across their units because it's not essential, right? And then you will have organizations which work as a monolithic, one piece. You will have family offices and family businesses which behave like that. Then you will have organizations which have high degree of replication but no standardization. For example, medical, organizations which produce medical equipment, you have to standardize the process. So when you try to change the central nervous system, it will collide with the structure of the organization as the first thing. Okay, and that's where things get complicated. So we'll park that for a moment for the future rounds, and we will discuss more on that. That becomes critical. So think three vertices of a triangle. You're trying to change the central nervous system. You're going to collide with the structure of the organization. And the third thing is, how are you going to progress through the stages of it? Yeah. So as you digitize and your decisions become faster, information moves faster, you're able to interact with your ecosystem faster. Typically organizations, as we see, they go through these stages. They first try to make the way they are more efficient, which means they operationally become more efficient first. Yeah. Then they try to monetize that efficiency. So, for example, Caterpillar, you equipment, heavy equipment category. They would put sensors in their equipments and find their motor gator, and they will find that, well, I produced it for leveling heavy dirt, but the way my equipment is often being used is for leveling light gravel. So then they will optimize their product. So a feedback loop will start, and they'll start optimizing the products and services. It happens in banking also. In banking, it happens much faster. Then people go one step further. For example, GE puts in significant amount of sensors in their flight engines, and they collect a hell lot of data. What they do is they use that to optimize and tell the aviation industry that you don't have to pay for it, but we'll tell you how to optimize for fuel, and that's in millions of dollars. And so they say that you can purchase, we can share the profits of what you save. So that's another step forward. And even beyond that is, once you have crossed that level of maturity, you get to a stage where you're starting to monetize your digital transformation and the data it is producing and the insights you have into platforms. And that's when you start to change as an organization. You start to become a platform-based organization. And we'll come to that more in the subsequent rounds. With that was.
That's a great input. Yeah, Jaidev, please.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you are awake. I see some drooping people, but it's okay. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's wonderful to be back in Jamshedpur after a very long time. I started my career from Jamshedpur in Tata Motors. It's a wonderful city and wonderful, an amazing group of people I see here. A lot of inquisitiveness and energy. It takes tremendous amount of effort and initiative to organize such an initiative at scale. So hats off to all of you guys. Let me start with an anecdote. My friends have defined a lot of digital transformation, so I will try to relate it to one of my personal life examples. As a child, I loved to visit marketplaces with my parents. We call it usually bazaar, where you get to see a lot of stuff, wearing food items, clothes, colorful things, toys, and you like something and you want it. And in those days, the buyers and the sellers will come together through a human interaction. The sellers will ask about your family, how has it been going. That human touch used to exist. Okay, you came last time, you bought this. Are you still looking for the same item? I did not have it available last time. Sometimes you would ask for something, they would say, okay, this would come in stock in 3 days. That human touch was there. Now with population expanding, the needs growing, new products, new players coming in, new shoppers coming in, new funding coming in, it has become quite a challenge for smaller retailers, the shops. And there came in the marketplace a few years ago. The Amazon, aapki apni dukaan. That's what the market concerns. What did they do? They gave visibility to inventory to the seller, the demand, and what's selling in that particular area. They tried to digitize not only demand, but sense the supply. What is selling in which area, how much. They also customize promotions for the sellers. If you sell this along with this, you get this much of benefit. All this came through what? Through digitization. So digitization, in a way, and I'm not defining it for you, you have to define it for yourself. Because it's very hard to tell you something, such bright minds, which you may not have heard of. But maybe it's a new performance frontier. That new performance frontier is boundaryless. It breaks organizational silos, from demand to supply to manufacturing to distribution. Product engineering as well. It is beyond benchmarks. Traditionally, organizations have worked with benchmarks. my competitors are achieving this much through this channel, I can do more or I need to do better than them. It is anchored in talent. Talent needs to be reinvented with a new technology, with the new ways of working. And needless to say, the gap to responsible AI needs to be closed. It cannot sustain without sustainability in every aspect of life. And last but not the least, the objective of digital transformation is not a one-time activity. It's about enabling businesses to be able to continuously adapt themselves to shifting market and consumer demands. That will be from my side.
All right. I think that's a great. If I summarize a little bit, you can see 5 different flavors from 5 different people, and that's the nature of digital transformation. Like from the outside, it will look like it's a very cut and dry job, but there are so many variations in digital transformation. There are 2 other things that I want to talk about. Every time you ask a digital transformation consultant, ask them, how's business going? The answer I have seen the same for last 20 years. It's highly uncertain, right? Before this session, I was just checking the numbers, and it looks like the global market size of digital transformation is upwards of $900 billion. And it's supposed to grow at 20% CAGR in the next 7 years. So although the group here will be highly unassuming, and if you ask them, how's business going to be, they'll be like, there are so many headwinds and there's so many things. This is a huge business opportunity. And I'm so proud that India has made its mark in this field. And this, by 2030, there's some absurd numbers of, $1,500 billion of total digital transformation, depending upon whom you ask to. So, so what I would like to put it in the perspective of XLRI students, why should they get into digital transformation? I think I gave you an answer. This is a huge ocean of opportunity. And I would say, don't always listen to these guys. They will say, lots of things are not working and things like that. There's huge business, and India is, one rock, and it's built itself as a rock over the last 30, 40 years. And we are very fortunate to have such a promising industry in front. And these are the guys who are needing it. So I would like to hear from all of you. As an XLRI student, why should they get into digital transformation? Or why should they not get into digital transformation? So what skills would you like to absolutely have, or what you would not like to have? I think if we can, then do you want to change the order, or we can go? Okay, Vipin has to leave, so let's start with Vipin as well. Yes.
So I think, as I said in my earlier comment, digital transformation is very broad, right? And I think if you really want to get into digital, a career where you will be helping clients, or you will be working as part of an organization where you will be part of the digital transformation, then I think there are 2, at least I can think of right now, there are 2 choices, and I'm sure my fellow panelists will add more. One is that you can go deep in tech, or you can be the guy who actually translates business to technology. And I think if you, if you ask my opinion, and some may differ, I think people who are actually deep experts, let's say a person who understands deep data, deep analytics, deep SAP, deep Microsoft, you can actually, there is a lot of course there is skill set in certain area, but still there are a lot of people actually who can do that. But the people who actually can understand a business and then translate a business to saying this is what you should be using, and this technology can actually give you this demonstrable benefit, that skill actually is very important. Because for that you actually need a strong understanding of the business model, the business processes, and also the technology aspect and how the technology can fulfill the business. That actually skill is very big. And I think if you ask me, coming out of MBA school, actually you very, I think a great opportunity to step into that shoes, because imagine if you work in oil and gas and now you actually have done this MBA now, and if you step into that shoes, see, you actually can then play that role. Because it will be very difficult for us to, let's say for example tomorrow Indian Oil asks me saying, can you please do a digital strategy for me? I can't do it unless there is actually two people in my team who actually understands the value chain of an oil and gas. Whenever, today whenever somebody calls me from a new industry saying, can you please come and speak to us about digital transformation, the first question I go into my repository and find the value chain of that industry. Both L1, L2 processes, and which process actually can be, can be digitized or digitalized, and how. So I think that's where I would say, and I think the other elements doesn't, I think the whole, the skills that MBA teaches in terms of the structuring, the problem solving, ability to bring in finance view, marketing view, and all the multi-disciplinary view to any problem. I think that again is very priceless. Because when you go and sitting, because I think a lot of the buyers these days, you'll be surprised to find a lot of the buyers of digital transformation is actually not CIOs. A lot of the buyers of digital transformation is actually CMOs, CFOs, and CEOs. Because what is happening is, and again, it's internal. Most organizations struggle through this. The money everybody wants to keep. So for example, today the CEO says, I have X dollars. 3% of my revenue or 2% of my revenue will go to digital and 1% to BAU. Now that 2% everybody wants. No, and the CIO is the last person that they will want to give it to. So at many places, so then if I'm going to meet a CMO or a CFO, I need to understand the business. I can't say, the other day we were talking for a large hotel company, and I was saying, my partners that we have to go and talk to them about digital transformation. And then I was telling my partner, saying, "नहीं app होता है उसका business case तो होता नहीं है, वो तो overtime आता है." We can't do that. If a CMO has to go and sell that, okay, I want to do this app for my business, what is the ROI? What is the attribution? So, hence I say that I think somebody who's an MBA who has actually worked in the past, maybe in tech or a certain domain area, and there is an interest in digital transformation, I think it's a great point to be able to bring that entire structuring, complex problem solving, and then the functional knowledge to see how technology can help business grow.
Yeah, thanks. So I would completely agree with what Vipin said. Why? Because I've been an enterprise risk consultant all throughout my life. My last over 2 decades of experience has been to kind of help clients in managing and identifying their risk and develop mitigation strategies. Over the years, what has really happened is that technology, as we all know, has been playing a very, very significant role. So the crux lies really as a consultant, and this is something what you guys should really be focusing upon, is that wherever and whenever you get an opportunity to work on a client or an industry, just get into the thick of the industry. Just try to understand how the industry works. What's the value chain? What really drives that industry? Why exactly is that company part of that industry? What brings their competition? What drives the competition landscape? Because unless you not understand that, you won't be able to give the right piece of advice to your clients, to your companies, as to where the digital transformation needs to get initiated. I'll give you one example. I mean, this is something which I recall we were doing an engagement for a large hospitality chain in India, which has got some 15-20 odd projects in India, like properties. And these are all high-end properties in India. Now imagine if all their properties put together on a daily basis, they had multiple check-ins and check-outs happening 24/7. And when these check-in, check-outs happen, imagine the kind of transactions which were getting processed. The amount of payments which were happening through credit cards, the amount of payments which happened through UPI, cash transactions. Credit is not much in hospitality, but still there were few credit transactions also. Now, when we were actually doing a risk assessment, one of the fundamental risks which we came out with, was the reconciliation. Reconciliation and proper and a timely accounting of all those receipts from all those 20 odd properties in India. It was a task for the corporate office to really get a hang of as to how much is my actual collection, how much is through credit cards, how have the payments actually gone through the gateway. But today as we speak, those reconciliations which earlier used to take days and days is a fraction of a second, only because of the digital intervention. And this is just only one of the examples. Now, when we pointed out and we brought in our experts, who understand technology better, who understand as to what possibly could be the solution, they could actually think and derive and could actually comment upon as to what can be done from a technology standpoint to mitigate this as a risk. So that's the kind of an approach which consultants typically need to keep in terms of identifying as to what's the bottom line of or what's the root cause of the problem.
Just to add, I think you might want to check the time. Yeah. So, okay, I think he has a date to catch, so thank you very much for coming. All right. So, just before you speak, Prashant, some of these students will face companies, and one of the things that might be scary there is all this technology and all this that's hitting, it feels like every day there's a new technology update that you don't know anything about. So, should they be scared in that setting? Should that be, like, is digital transformation a career path for them? That's something that they would be interested to know. Yeah, please.
Sure. See, that's an easy answer, right? But at this point in time, as Professor said, money is in digital transformation. Simple, right? And to extrapolate that, just for GenAI, the expectation in the next 8 years, it will be around 900 million, right? Just GenAI, which is a fraction of digital transformation, right? I'm sure none of us are that, not aware, not to follow the money. This is where the industry is going. This is the easiest way to kind of get in line with what you want to do in careers in a good way, right? I don't think there's any other way to do it, because everyone is in this, in this journey, and they're giving us a big empty train, right? Jump in. Unless you are dumb enough to say jump in front of the train, that's different. But I hope all of you jump onto the train without any fear. It's very important. And all of you have it. A lot of people come with previous work experience. We thought a work experience is slightly different. But I heard in the previous thing, a lot of work experience in maybe technical space and things like that. I think it's a no-brainer. Yeah? I know there's a lot of technologies, but the good thing is, if you learn something now, if there's a data science course, I will do it in the next 3 months. Next year, who knows what will be there, right? So please don't do that. Don't make a mistake of learning SAP tables, learning, GenAI, LLM models, transformation cycles and all that, right? Don't do that. Yeah? However, what you need to do is smart enough to understand why that's there. Basics of technology is important, right? And a basic of technology means different to different people, right? For a software architect, it will be different. For somebody coming from a medical background, could be something different. For a commerce, is something different. However, having some understanding of technology is very important. Some people talked about T model earlier, right? My interpretation for a digital journey is you need to be a V model. Okay, slightly different, because we don't know what will happen next year, right? So you just can't have one T, right? You may have one T right now, the depth which is at least one expertise on one area. I would keep your eyes open and have varying levels of expertise in maybe 10 other things, right? Something related to that, not something totally disparate to what your core expertise is, right? Because that is what is needed from a consultant, and it's happening in KPMG as well. I think all of the consulting companies, right? Everyone is expected to, the magic word is now cross-skilling. What it means is, okay, I'll be a month,
The client wants it, you can do it, learn it, do it, right? So, should take it to the heart, have the basics right, jump on the journey, it's easily doable, you know. GenAI will be there to help you, right? Not a problem. All of you have GenAI phones. Somewhere question, it doesn't take more than 10 seconds to figure out what they're talking about. So very easy, right? But understand the basics of technology, and as an MBA, how it relates to business, as I mentioned, related to domain and sector is very important. Somebody comes with a strong sector background, they have a very, very distinct advantage over others, guaranteed. Yeah, and use it to your advantage.
That'll be music to ears to some of the students at least. Yeah, so.
So first of all, you guys are smart, amazing, and you're going to crack it, so don't worry first. Okay, let me come to the edge for added effect. Professor asked about why should you get into it, or should you invest your mind space into it? The critical thing is that, let's just roll back. You know, when COVID happened and the world was abuzz with the recovery is K-shaped, one more letter, K-shaped recovery. The reality is, which means people who have been able to adapt versus people who have not been able to adapt, and those who have not been able to adapt are falling behind, etc. and all of that. But the reality of India is, what's happening is the economy is becoming K-shaped. It's not the recovery, but the economy is, there is a divide between those who have and those who doesn't have. And what's going to happen is in the next several years, you're going to see very large-scale transformation programs in India, which are going to be fundamentally digital-led, and you all will be leading it. We would have gracefully faded away. And you all will find yourself in mission mode leading those. Of course, you will use other technologies that will put digital transformation on steroids, which is could be AI, could be blockchain, and several aspects, several other newer technologies that will come in. But fundamentally, in India, digital transformation is not shall we have it. It's an imperative, and it has to happen for India to become multiplier of what the current economy is.
The population growing, new products, new players coming in, new shoppers coming in, new funding coming in. It has become quite challenge for smaller retailers, the shops. And there came in the marketplace a few years ago. The Amazon, aapki apni dukaan. That's what the market concerns. What did they do? They gave visibility to inventory to the seller, the demand, and what's selling in that particular area. They tried to digitize not only demand but sense the supply. What is selling in which area, how much. They also customize promotions for the sellers. If you sell this along with this, you get this much of benefit. All this came through what? Through digitization. So digitization, in a way, and I'm not defining it for you, you have to define it for yourself, because it's very hard to tell you something, such bright minds, which you may not have heard of. But maybe it's a new performance frontier. That new performance frontier is boundaryless. It breaks organizational silos, from demand to supply to manufacturing to distribution, product engineering as well. It is beyond benchmarks. Traditionally, organizations have worked with benchmarks. My competitors are achieving this much through this channel, I can do more, or I need to do better than them. It is anchored in talent. Talent needs to be reinvented with a new technology, with the new ways of working. And needless to say, the gap to responsible AI needs to be closed. It cannot sustain without sustainability in every aspect of life. And last but not the least, the objective of digital transformation is not a one-time activity. It's about enabling businesses to be able to continuously adapt themselves to shifting market and consumer demands. That will be from my side.
All right. I think that's a great. If I summarize a little bit, you can see 5 different flavors from 5 different people, and that's the nature of digital transformation. Like from the outside, it will look like it's a very cut and dry job, but there are so many variations in digital transformation. There are 2 other things that I want to talk about. Every time you ask a digital transformation consultant, ask them, how's business going? The answer I have seen the same for last 20 years. It's highly uncertain, right? Before this session, I was just checking the numbers, and it looks like the global market size of digital transformation is upwards of $900 billion. And it's supposed to grow at 20% CAGR in the next 7 years. So although the group here will be highly unassuming, and if you ask them, how's business going to be, they'll be like, there are so many headwinds and there's so many things. This is a huge business opportunity. And I'm so proud that India has made its mark in this field. And this, by 2030, there's some absurd numbers of, $1,500 billion of total digital transformation, depending upon whom you ask to. So, so what I would like to put it in the perspective of XLRI students, why should they get into digital transformation? I think I gave you an answer. This is a huge ocean of opportunity. And I would say, don't always listen to these guys. They will say, lots of things are not working and things like that. There's huge business, and India is, one rock, and it's built itself as a rock over the last 30, 40 years. And we are very fortunate to have such a promising industry in front. And these are the guys who are leading it. So I would like to hear from all of you. As an XLRI student, why should they get into digital transformation? Or why should they not get into digital transformation? So what skills would you like to absolutely have, or what you would not like to have? I think if we can, then do you want to change the order, or we can go? Okay, Vipin has to leave, so let's start with Vipin as well. Yes.
So I think, as I said in my earlier comment, digital transformation is very broad, right? And I think if you really want to get into digital, a career where you will be helping clients, or you will be working as part of an organization where you will be part of the digital transformation, then I think there are 2, at least I can think of right now, there are 2 choices, and I'm sure my fellow panelists will add more. One is that you can go deep in tech, or you can be the guy who actually translates business to technology. And I think if you, I think if you ask my opinion, and some may differ, I think people who are actually deep experts, let's say a person who understands deep data, deep analytics, deep SAP, deep Microsoft, you can actually, there is a lot of course there is scarcity in skill set in certain area, but still there are a lot of people actually who can do that. But the people who actually can understand a business and then translate a business to saying this is what you should be using, and this technology can actually give you this demonstrable benefit, that skill actually is very important. Because for that you actually need a strong understanding of the business model, the business processes, and also the technology aspect and how the technology can fulfill the business. That actually skill is very big. And I think if you ask me, coming out of MBA school, actually you have very I think a great opportunity to step into that shoes, because imagine if you work in oil and gas, and now you actually have done this MBA now, and if you step into that shoes, see, you actually can then play that role. Because it will be very difficult for us to, let's say for example tomorrow Indian Oil asks me saying, can you please do a digital strategy for me? I can't do it unless there is actually 2 people in my team who actually understands the value chain of an oil and gas. Whenever, today, whenever somebody calls me from a new industry saying, can you please come and speak to us about digital transformation, the first question I go into my repository and find the value chain of that industry.
both L1, L2 processes, and how which process actually can be can be digitized or digitalized, and how. So I think that's where I would say, and I think the other elements doesn't I think the whole the skills that MBA teaches in terms of the structuring, the problem solving, ability to bring in finance view, marketing view, and all the multi-disciplinary view to any problem. I think that again is very priceless. Because when you go and sitting, because I think a lot of the buyers these days, you'll be surprised to find a lot of the buyers of digital transformation is actually not CIOs. A lot of the buyers of digital transformation is actually CMOs, CFOs, and CEOs. Because what is happening is, and again, it's internal. Most organizations struggle through this. The money everybody wants to keep. So for example, today the CEO says, I have X dollars. 3% of my revenue or 2% of my revenue will go to digital and 1% to BAU. Now that 2% everybody wants. No, and the CIO is the last person that they will want to give it to. So at many places, so then if I'm going to meet a CMO or a CFO, I need to understand the business. I can't say, the other day we were talking for a large hotel company, and I was saying, my partners, we have to go and talk to them about digital transformation. And then I was telling my partner, saying, नहीं app होता है उसका यार business case तो होता नहीं है, वो तो overtime आता है. Like we can't do that. If a CMO has to go and sell that, okay, I want to do this app for my business, what is the ROI? What is the attribution? So hence I say that I think somebody who's an MBA who has actually worked in the past, maybe in tech or a certain domain area, and there is an interest in digital transformation, I think it's a great point to be able to bring that entire structuring, complex problem solving, and then the functional knowledge to see how technology can help business grow.
Yeah, thanks. So I would completely agree with what Vipin said. Why? Because I've been an enterprise risk consultant all throughout my life. My last over 2 decades of experience have been to kind of help clients in managing and identifying their risk and develop mitigation strategies. Over the years, what has really happened is that technology, as we all know, has been playing a very, very significant role. So the crux lies really as a consultant, and this is something what you guys should really be focusing upon, is that wherever and whenever you get an opportunity to work on a client or an industry, just get into the thick of the industry. Just try to understand how the industry works. What's the value chain? What really drives that industry? Why exactly is that company part of that industry? What brings their competition? What drives the competition landscape? Because unless you not understand that, you won't be able to give the right piece of advice to your clients, to your companies, as to where the digital transformation needs to get initiated. I'll give you one example. I mean, this is something which I recall we were doing an engagement for a large hospitality chain in India, which has got some 15-20 odd projects in India, like properties. And these are all high-end properties in India.
Now we have seen is the organization starts to feel, I'm not getting enough for the amount of money that we are putting in, and then they start to get frustrated. The second thing is that a lot of digital transformations where things go a little awry is that people consider that the organization remains static, but only a part of it changes in the digital transformation. And people in the organization, they resist change, and when they resist change, many aspects of the digital transformation starts to fail or starts to have high friction. And when it starts to have high friction with people who are the key elements in our organization, the cumulative effect or the compounding effect starts to diminish. And when that happens, the perception develops that this is not really working out. These two are two critical things that we have seen, and organizations which are sufficiently agile and understand that we do not know tomorrow, and we will figure it out, or we do not know day after tomorrow, we will figure out what is day after tomorrow, and we will adapt. So those organizations typically do well. Large organizations are typically they resist change, they move more slowly. They are like glaciers, they will grind its way through, and it's a journey of perseverance.
So
Just to add, right, there are two things why I've seen it fail, right? One is, it has to be top down. Right? So what happens is if somebody thinks a tool can solve their problem, that's what, it really breaks down. And that's where ABS helps. When I say top down, both from a hierarchy perspective, an organization where it's top down, driven from the CXOs, CEOs and CIOs all the way down. Second one is the way we implement it. There's a multiple layers of transformation. First starts with, for example, an operating model. Right? You start aligned with what we got to do, basics. And who creates the operating model? Generally, I think hopefully some people in the room will do that once tomorrow, right? So it has to be aligned with a proper strategy in the plan. And I've seen multiple things failure when we feel a vendor comes, sells them something, shows them the moon, and then nobody buys it. Yeah? Second one is I mentioned change management, very important. Why do people use it in a buy-in? Right? For example, Digi anyone uses here in airports? Has somebody asked you to use it? Right? So I think people should think through when they design a transformation on what's in it for me. Right? Nobody likes to be told, even in organizations, right? If I tell my team, you got to use it, right? It takes maybe 3 months for them to start using it. However, if the messaging and the change management is such that they really understand the true value of it, it's much easier, it's a big success, right? And the third one, when it fails, not only ROI, is there's a broad piece with Saki does really well on the compliance piece, right? Which is, it's a wall middle of implementation and everything collapses. The entire investment is kind of dead because they've not got the security requirements, compliance, regulatory, etc. Right? So these are three things generally that we've seen as common across organizations.
I'd like to sum probably what my friends have said into a framework. I would say MELTS, M-E-L-T-S. M is mindset, organization mindset. E is experimentation. And I think one of you guys in some discussion mentioned fail fast. I think some of you have said fail fast is one approach which is important before you start on a grand journey. That is leadership, D is data. And in the previous panel discussion, some of the panelists emphasized upon the necessary data. Skills is the missing middle phenomenon, because of which most of the digital transformation is failed. If all these 5 ingredients are present together, then the digital transformations are set up for success. Else, here and there, things may slip. Value tracking is another aspect which goes hand in hand. Well, everybody will have a value case. Right? We all know that value case and business case is important. But value tracking, till value is realized, is something most of these organizations take very lightly. And they say that they will be able to do it. Oh no, because consultants will ask for more money. These are the success ingredients, or you can say absence of them are the failure reasons.
Pretty valid, Jay. I think just to add to it, and since Professor you asked about the ROI, it reminds me of one case study, I think, of this Russian Airlines, who somehow their brand perception has not been so very good. And they struggled over the years in terms of really coming back into the business and all. But in 2010, when they started on their digital transformation journey, so-called, they took it in a very, I would say, a process-driven approach in terms of really identifying those sub-processes, sub-areas, sub-functions which really need the digital intervention and which really need benefits to them in the long run. So something, if you all know about NPS, which is Net Promoter Score, which is in terms of how my customers really recommending me as a service provider. So this Russian Airlines company NPS went up from 46% to almost 75%. So that's one attribute, which typically, which can be attributed as one of the key success factors to really determine whether my investment on digital transformation journey has been successful or not so successful. So it's not always quantitative, it's qualitative as well. Monetary wise, yes, you may say that yes, my passenger load has gone up and my revenues have increased. But how much have I been able to connect with my customers, and how much have my customers been able to recommend me as a service provider is also a very important parameter. So just to your point in terms of ROI, this is something which might include. I think in terms of failure, as I said earlier, in majority of the cases that we have seen with our clients, the failure point has really been because of the companies not really identifying as to what should be the priority areas for them to go in for a digitization. They think that yes, if I were to digitize each and every aspect of my business, I should be achieving the benefits right up and then, which is not the case. In all the success stories that we have seen with our clients, it's generally a roadmap, and the roadmap ranges maybe from 2 years to 5 years. It's not an overnight story anywhere. So the key really lies in terms of identifying, or as consultants, when you step out, you helping your clients or your customers identify as to where the root cause of the problems are residing. What are those inefficiencies which are residing in the processes? What are those duplicate steps which are being done by the people? Can any advanced technology replace those inefficiencies? That's where your ROI will certainly go.
Just to kind of ground it, I mean, while I was sitting, in other sessions, I was just looking at, does this digital transformation, let's just ground it in some numbers. So, because we have been giving you, giving you some qualitative answers. So we just take 4 industries, and just one example of each, and you all can look up much more. You look at manufacturing, does this digital transformation really give benefits? What's the ROI? I think you talked about ROI. So let's just look at manufacturing. Schneider, with its digital transformation, has been able to increase its productivity by 40%. Bajaj Auto, as you see, it has been able to save 25 million annually using the digital transformation. This is real, and this is real money. And in banking, of course, there's plethora of examples. You look at DBS Bank, which is DBS Singapore, and I've been quite closely involved with them. They have done phenomenal, and they have increased their productivity by 20%. You can see bank in India like HDFC, which has one of the lowest cost to income ratio. How did they do it? It's through that. Then in retail, Walmart has about 1% of revenue savings. That's huge, because Walmart's revenue is huge. 1% savings is tremendous. And Big Basket, which is our homegrown brand, it has been able to reduce this cost by 25% by applying not just digital transformation, but allied technologies that piggyback on it and then give the benefit. Then UPS, it's about $300 to $400 million a year. That's their savings. That's pretty significant. And this is delivery, which has been able to reduce, do about a 15% transportation cost reduction. These are all real numbers, and if you go to other, same is so on and so forth. For example, I know State Bank of India, with their digital transformation, they have unlocked thousands of crores. And the texture of the bank itself has changed, and it is going to change in your lifetime. So it's going to become a very different organization.
I thought I would never see the day when we would talk about SBI, and they're improving so much. That's great news. Yes.
And I know one person who hates SBI's digital transformation. I met him in person, right? It was a bank, old gentleman. He said he's come there, why? To get a statement. Right? I said, what do you need statement? He goes, online. You know what I said? Jonai reads it. He's a retired ISRO engineer in-house. Both of us, sons are the US. I said, I'm bored at home. The only person I speak to is my wife. I can't talk to her entire day. I come here, I spend 1 hour, all of them know me. I know I can do my phone, I don't want to do it. I miss standing in lines, I miss talking to people. No, that was my going. This last one.
That's what I think precisely Jay talked about, in his childhood days, or the customer engagement which used to happen, right?
Yeah. So maybe, in terms of time, I think we want to give around 20 minutes for questions and answers. We also want to talk about some of the emerging trends. And probably this is one of the emerging trends, that some people are revolting against the system and saying, no more computers, I want a human touch. But that's probably on the lighter side. If by your permission, would you like to go to the questions or spend some, on emerging trends? We can talk about it. Okay. So maybe, quick round of, what emerging trends that we want to see. I think Gen AI is something that obviously something that we are looking at. What other than Gen AI? That is also something that, so right now every student has Gen AI on their minds. What other technologies you should not ignore? Maybe, or some business models that you want to talk about. Maybe we can start with Gen AI, please.
I wanted to go for the questions, but my friend
This is when interface does not work well.
Anyways, see, I am a big fan of intersection of functions, technology, business processes, human plus machine. And I have seen that, especially in the manufacturing, we now call it industrial AI. Now, industrial AI, it does not work in its own. It has IoT-enabled sensors on the machine line, because most of the manufacturing, be it an automotive or consumer goods, those are very old machines. SCADA machines, FANUC machines. These machines cannot speak to softwares outside of the manufacturer coding. And you cannot modify those softwares because the machines will be out of quality. These are very expensive machines. So there is sensorization happening. IoT is involved. Those sensors generate data, those data get captured in cloud. So cloud is involved. Then there is machine learning involved, which captures those data, for example, temperature, viscosity, volume of input raw material, and then what output it is generating. And it tries to predict what will be the life of that machine. That's one. So that is predictive asset management. Then second, what will be the quality of the material that will be produced? So that's predictive quality management. So you prevent defects happening before it happens. And third is process efficiency. So maybe you would have heard of CPCPK, right? Process capability, Six Sigma, the age-old phenomenon. It's still valid. The way it is being delivered is different in today's technology world. And that is transforming manufacturing across industry. If you talk about airlines like Airbus, Boeing, if you talk about consumer goods, everywhere, Industry 4.0, some people call it, at Accenture we call it Industry X because we would like to call it differently, right? We can't call it what other consulting companies are calling it.
Yeah, that's a typical consulting.
At the end of it, how is it happening? It's business knowledge of fundamental process capability, fundamental understanding of manufacturing processes, the parameters, how the machine works, plus the technology of IoT, cloud, machine learning. And that's how it's coming to life. So those technologies are relevant and will remain relevant in the industrial AI segment in the near future, because there is a lot of manufacturing that is still under digitization. They don't even have sensors. So the first step is to get sensors. And not all factories will make sense. Where the factories are very small, they might still be well off operating manually. Where there is a little bit of scale, where there is a room to improve the capacity utilization or improve the capacity instead of putting in capex to establish a new plant, because that's anyways long-term project. Right? to build a new plant, be it in consumer goods or others, it takes 6 months to 5 years anywhere. So those will be my thoughts.
Right, I'll just keep it brief. In the world, you are not going to step in and where you all will evolve. I see there is one key, I would say, evolution that you all will see, and that is this. I mean, many of us would have played Lego, Lego blocks in our kid days. See, we have lived in an era where organizations are vertically integrated with that gives efficiencies. You are going to see a world where there are going to be new business architectures or composable business architectures, which are pieces, and they would exist as an ecosystem and being able to derive benefit of each other and specialization of each other to exist and thrive. That's something you're going to see. And why we are saying that is the following. Currently, even now as we speak, the language in which two systems or two organizations or two business entities talk with each other is sort of fixed, right? When two persons approach each other, they put their hands out and they shake their hands. That's an API, that's a protocol, right? If I meet a dog, that's unlikely going to put its leg first and insert back the tail. That's a different way of, right? Interfaces are going to become autonomous and intelligent. So two unknown systems will be able to talk to each other because they will be able to decipher the language in which the other system is talking. And that will allow ecosystem-based composable business structure. So you will live in a world where the business models are going to be different, and that will be powered by evolutions in digital transformation. They will be catalyzed by that. They will be powered by AI and other technologies, and that's the world in which you will where it's going. And so a lot of your strategy frameworks, the fundamentals will need relook, because many of them will not hold good in that kind of a ecosystem.
I can be very tactical for you guys, right? The next 6 months, for you, apart from GenAI, I will read up on, data lake, data mesh, out of it. Okay. Second one would be on, if you have time, on low code and no code. Good to know the concepts and then figure out how it works.
Well, to me, being an enterprise risk consultant, compliance happens to be a very critical risk, and most of the boards, when we talk to the board members, are concerned about the compliances being followed or not being followed by the companies. So I think that's where, I think in the previous panel, somebody asked about, how the compliances typically integrate with, with consulting. So now that's where the technology and the compliances will have a larger interplay. Why? Because when we look at, let's say, from a regulatory standpoint, there's a lot of focus now on the integrated reporting, right? Something, if you're aware of BRSR, which is business responsibility and sustainability reporting. And part of it is also about now value chain reporting, which means that the organizations need to step forward and also report the sourcing or the companies from where they are actually sourcing, how those companies are complying with the SDG norms, etc. Now, all this cannot happen unless you have a common platform built, and that's where blockchain as a technology will have a much larger role to play for integrating these kind of database, which becomes a single source of truth for most of the organizations to use. So that's for me, compliance and technology.
Wonderful, thank you for keeping it short, because we can talk a lot and continue to talk about this for days, as I said. This is a very interesting topic for I think all of the panelists and me. But now I think we have some time, probably 10-15 minutes is what we have. Can we have some questions? Any questions that anybody wants to ask? Yes, please. Yeah.
Good evening, and thank you for such an insightful session. My name is Ujjwal, and before joining XLRI, I was working as a senior engineer in Mahindra & Mahindra's R&D domain. So before putting my question, I would just like to reiterate that one of the many needs of digital transformation is to have a competitive advantage. But it is eminent to maintain a sustainable competitive advantage. My question is, how can a consultant make their leading client realize the right time to evolve further when the client has already gone through a digital transformation?
Anybody? It's open to anyone who wants to speak.
Did I get your name right, Ujjwal? Yeah, alright. Okay, so just so that I understand you right, are you saying that you're going through a second generation of digital transformation and then it's the right time to start it?
Correct.
Yeah. So first is that digital transformation are not discrete events. That's the first thing. We should get rid of that from our mind. It's a continuous process, and just to give you an example, you're trying to change the tires of a heavy bus or a lorry, okay? And you're trying to change it. So you have to create, you have to do it in ways such that it doesn't break down in the middle of the road, and then you change it and then it starts running. That's number one. So the right time is now, and it's not, should we do it? The point is that organizing. First is, let me just go back. You talked about competitive advantage. And the critical thing is that competitive advantage in today's world is very short-lived. Because whatever is the competitive advantage, it can be replicated very fast in other organizations. So other organizations are looking at you. So if you're slightly getting ahead, they will decipher how is it that you are doing it. Okay, and then they will decipher it and apply it on themselves. That's what China has done with respect to US, and US is now fuming. Yeah. So first is the right time is not, the right time is continuous, on a continuous basis. And digital transformation does not stand in isolation to business transformation and strategy. They go both hand in hand. So I would say, you in your lifetimes you would see many evolutions of it. Of course, the vehicles that will give you the business transformation will change in your lifetime, and there are going to be, things that will happen beyond Gen AI and things, once you have super intelligence and all of that, systems will evolve on its own, and then there will be issues of, do you transfer agency for a system to evolve? These are questions that will come in your, when you are consulting, always sitting in boardrooms and advising CEOs, and you will ask these questions.
And just one more thing, right? Don't forget that traditional consulting strategy still remains. Okay? It's not that that's gone and people just do digital transformation what they want to, right? Not at all. Right? So the concept of figuring out, what's my sticky, positioning and all that, based on that, somebody decides what is it I got to do. It's not the other way around. Yeah? For example, Walmart, it has an online store. Just to be competitive, as a tick in the box for Amazon. Yeah? That's not its positioning in the market. Right? Its positioning is still large retail stores. Right? So they are competitive, they got a digital online store so that whatever, maybe 1% of folks in Amazon may shop in Walmart. Right? So the broader business strategy still remains, that drives it. Right? So, that always triggers down into what they should do with digital.
Just take a minute. So this reminds me of one of our clients who's into giving credit, peer-to-peer credit, or a small NBFC or microfinance NBFC. When they moved on to their transformation journey, the first criteria for them, the objective what they kept for themselves was, what should be the turnaround time once I get an application, right? And they were successful in terms of meeting that as a criteria in terms of processing the loan applications. Now the moment they moved on from this, the so-called digital transformation 1.0, and were looking at a point of time when they should go on to 2.0, they faced a challenge with respect to delinquency. Why? Because they were only relying on the CIBIL score. And that's where their 2.0 journey started, wherein apart from the CIBIL score, they developed almost 100 additional checkpoints, which is based upon the person's name, the address, the PIN code, the education qualification, which institute, which university, which college, which school, etc. the person has actually passed out from, and they developed multiple such parameters which reduced their delinquency rate significantly. So I think it's all determined by those events which keep on happening, and it's ever evolving.
Any other questions by anybody else? if there are more than one, what I would like to do is combine them and put them in front of the experts so that they can pick and choose. So maybe we can take 2 questions at a time. Some person there, yeah, if you can have my please.
Hi sir. So as Professor started, right, digital transformation, the domain itself takes a lot of uncertainties there. And when we implement a digital transformation, organizations always find difficulty in realizing the ROI of a digital transformation. And there's a lot of scope to even failure. So how do organizations take a decision whether to go forward or not in this aspect?
Okay, so before you answer, I think we combine together, so in the interest of time. Maybe one more question and then we can pick and choose.
Hi sir. My name is Ritvik. I come from the IT background with 5 years of experience and 1 year in R&I also. My question was with respect to the point that you mentioned, that the value that digital transformation provides, the underlying thing that provides that value is the data that the organization has collected over the years and then built it onto a platform. My question was with respect to the data security part of it. So I think if data is the underlying thing that provides the value, securing that data is the key for an organization to enable its digital transformation journey. And my question is with respect to a very specific part of data security, something called as we have heard of this thing called quantum computing, right? And there is this thing called Shor's algorithm, which says that if eventually it's implemented, the RSA, which is the underlying thing that secures our communications throughout the internet, it will be broken. And there are companies still that do store now and decrypt later. So they store their data now and it can be decrypted later once quantum is implemented on a scale. So what is your view on with respect to post-quantum cryptography and how much value organizations are giving it? Again, with the context that data is the underlying value providing thing in this entire digital transformation.
So the second one is a little too specific. I don't think from the business side, most people are even thinking about forced quantum and what will the impact be on
I'll give you a very short answer.
Yeah.
Well, people have already started investing in quantum safe. So if you're thinking that it's going to happen tomorrow, no, it's happening today. And I know because my firm is in the thick of things in that. So we are, there are algorithms which cannot be broken by a quantum computer. And the quantum safe algorithms theoretically proven, and we are currently working with financial institutions across the world for trying to secure that. And it's not just financial, more than financial institutions, it's a lot of other institutions across the world which are already doing. I mean, I'm not at liberty to divulge more details to confidentiality reasons, but maybe we can have
See, on the data part, right?
The first question was about how do you get approvals and how do you get...
Right now, already mentioned already exists, right? Provided by currently the OEMs, Microsoft, Amazon, or data. So everyone has columnar encryption, roller encryption, HIPAA data, everything's there as is, right? Everything happens as is. May not the level of quantum as what is said, because I don't think it's a requirement right now. So what we generally do is we don't go ahead of the curve. We need continuous improvement. So maybe after 5 years it will get done, right? But data is secure. The breaches don't happen because of the security technology that exists. Breaches happen because of other reasons of the way it's not implemented correctly, or you got an insider, malicious intent, right? Those are the primary reasons we got breaches. But primarily, the data rules and security we have is pretty rock solid for the current requirements that we have.
Yeah, you have not answered the first. So the first one was about it, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think how do you get business heads to sign off on? So what do you say to them? How do you convince them of the benefits? Is that broadly or no? Please.
It's on how do organizations realize the ROI on a digital transformation?
Okay. Okay.
See, digital transformations which fail might not have been envisioned in the right way, or the 5 things which I spoke about earlier, the merits. If those 5 things were not in place, post facto, you would understand that they might be the reason behind it. In some cases, and I will not name, in some cases organizations have gone for digital transformation because of FOMO. Right? You understand FOMO. The competitors is doing it, everybody is doing it. In consumer goods, P&G is doing it, Unilever has to do it. Or Unilever is doing it, then somebody else has to do it. Dabur has to do it, or the consumer has to do it. That's how it works. And that's where the problem starts. Because you have to think of the value a transformation is going to bring. It's not a one-time thing, as Jamshedpur was saying. It's a continuous reinvention of the business. Once you have established the reason for the change, and the value could be compliance, the value could be security, which are qualitative aspects. The value could be human productivity improvement. It need not be always rooted in financials. But those success criteria needs to be defined upfront, even before you start the project. And if the client is not up for it, then better not do that project. But the success criteria needs to be agreed, signed up before you start the program. And a tracking mechanism needs to be established.
Can I just add some details to your question? So, I know what you're asking is basically, first is, not just in digital transformation, but in any transformation, where you're claiming that the model is going to be better than today. It goes through a hell of in the attribution mechanism. There'll be a lot of hard burns on both sides. I've been through it many times. And so it's like this. I'll give you just a very high level. One is, you say what's going to change, and you will say cost is going to change and revenue is going to change. These are usually highly contested because revenue, if it is growth, you will have to debias it or remove the macroeconomic effects, natural growth, so on and so forth. On cost, if you're saying that I'm going to reduce cost, you've got to do a baseline, and you have to agree on methodology of continuous baselines over years, okay, as your cost reduces, and then the reduction has to be attributed. All other effects, which is effects of people, the effect of other systems being implemented, those effects have to be removed. What is relatively easier and less controversial usually is that if your digital transformation is opening up new market spaces, new products, new services that didn't exist before, those are much easier to attribute. You can put real money terms and put a number, and usually those are less debated. I know that there can be spillover effects because even there we have had very debated conversations that, okay, you have opened up a new market space, you have put a new service that's bringing in revenue, but there is a spillover effect of my current existence. How much is that? So you have to sit and go through it. The devil is in the details. It's usually a very intense discussion. And it's not an intense discussion just in the start of the project, it's often revisited in the project.
All right. Okay, so maybe one last round, if there are any questions, or we can stop. So, if there are any questions for one last round, we'll take them. All right. Okay, I think we are good to go. To sum it all up, we talked about a lot of things. To sum it all up, this is where the money is. So that has to be taken into account, right? You can talk about all the high flight, new products and startups and all that, but even the startups are going to call these people when there's time for a digital intervention that needs to come in. So that is number one. I think it's a great place to spend your career. You got a lot of interesting tidbits of information which are going to be vital if you step into this domain. And hopefully, you know, by the way, how many people have IT backgrounds? Okay. And how many of you are willing to go into digital transformation back after MBA? Okay, so most.
You said money is here.
Yeah, so that kind of validates the point. But the other point, what we wanted to emphasize was digital transformation is a whole continuum. It's an umbrella. And one good thing is it's a continuous process. So that is something that you will get to see if you've not already seen. And one encouraging thing is, even if you do not have an IT background, after an MBA from XLRI, you might want to consider, especially if you have vertical, specific, detailed knowledge, that would be really helpful in a business consulting and technology consulting role as well. So those are some things that I thought were really important. Again, thanks to all of the participants. I'll hand over to
A huge thank you to our panelists for sharing their perspectives and to our moderator for guiding us through these insightful conversations. They emphasize that digital transformation is more than just tech updates. It involves aligning with core goals, engaging stakeholders, and tracking value to completion. The team model approach of deep expertise with broad skills, balancing human insight with technology, and managing resistance are crucial for success. We also touched on emerging trends like AI, IoT, predictive quality, autonomous interfaces, and the evolving role of blockchain. These shifts suggest that traditional frameworks may need revisiting to stay relevant. With these insights, I request our moderator and panelists to kindly gather for a picture.
Please start.
Now we'd like to show our appreciation by presenting our esteemed guest with token of our gratitude. We would like to invite Professor Saurabh Snevra to present a memento to our guests as a gesture of our gratitude. I'd like to invite Mr. Saket Mehra to receive his memento.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Prashant Prabhakara to receive his memento.
Yeah, we just got to know that we used to work in the same company at the same time without knowing each other.
I now invite Mr. Kingshuk Ray to receive his memento.
Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Jaydev Rajak to receive his memento. Mr. Rajak is an alumnus of XLRI as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, along with the Fulcrum Conclave, we at XLRI are proud to announce the case competition Fulcrum 2024 winners. This time I would like to hand over the baton to Nidhi and invite her on behalf of the Corporate Competition Committee to share detailed updates and outcomes of the competition that has recently concluded.
Alright, good evening everyone. So as part of the Corporate Competition Committee that we conducted for the Fulcrum 2024 Consulting Case Competition, this was a key event for our conclave as well. We had 2 phases of the competition spanning across 7 days with 35 teams advancing to the next stage. We had here about 737 teams participating in totality, and 19 teams ultimately submitting their cases in the final round. These teams represented some of India's most prestigious educational institutions. They showcased impressive creativity, analytical depth, and strategic thinking. It was a true inspiration to witness such high level of engagement and enthusiasm throughout the process from the participants. Now it's our pleasure to announce the results for the case competition. The winners for the competition is team Garima.Sharma 23, represented by Garima Sharma and Kamal Singh from IIM Bangalore. Can we have a round of applause for them? And the runner-up team is team ConsultQuest, represented by Ayush Gupta, Akash GM, Harsh Agarwal, students of the DOMS IIT Kanpur. So, for the folks who are wondering where they're actually joining us online, but yes, just a huge congratulations to everybody who participated in the competition as well. These winning teams are not present here, but we definitely, congratulate them on their victory. Also, we were fortunate to have our beloved Professor Subhashish Ray, who was there with us as an esteemed judge for the competition. His thoughtful feedback and insightful observation have greatly contributed to the entire success of the event. So once again, thank you, Professor, as well as thank you to everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw this incredible event to a close, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to everyone who made the Fulcrum Conclave a resounding success. First and foremost, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed speakers and panelists. Your insightful discussions, expert knowledge, and shared experiences have been truly inspiring. We deeply appreciate the valuable insights you have shared on the future of consulting, a future that's brimming with innovation, digital transformation, and a commitment to resilience and sustainability.
I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to Professor Saurabh Snevrat, all the other faculty members who had joined us in the previous sessions, the Corporate Relations Office, and the entire XLRI family for their invaluable guidance and constant support in putting this event together. Your unwavering dedication and commitment have been instrumental in ensuring the success of the Fulcrum Conclave. And of course, a big thank you to my co-host and our entire organizing team who worked tirelessly to make this event a reality.
And last but not the least, to our audience, you are being fantastic. Your energy, curiosity, and engagement are what make events like this so special. Remember, as we move forward, consulting for tomorrow isn't just about following trends. It's about leading the change with bold ideas and a purpose-driven approach. Thank you all once again for joining us today. Wishing you all an inspiring journey ahead, full of impactful ideas and game-changing strategies. Have a wonderful evening, and let's keep driving change one innovative solution at a time.